Hallöchen, einen wunderschönen guten Morgen.
Hello, good morning everyone.
Guten Morgen.
Good morning.
So, endlich sind wir vereint.
So we're finally
Wir haben
united.
2 Tage aneinander vorbei moderiert.
So,
We moderated
2 Züge
2
innerhalb
days
der-
without seeing each other with
Verspätete ICEs.
Und jetzt sind wir in Hamm und die Züge
like 2 ICs that are not delayed.
Lasst diesen Tag das Hamm der Republika sein. Schön, dass ihr alle da seid. Letzter Tag heute.
This is the last day today, but we're gonna give it all because there's a lot on the program today.
bisschen. Ich
Are you
bin nervöser
excited?
als gestern, komisch.
Yeah, I'm more nervous than yesterday.
Ich habe gestern noch
Yeah,
Bingo gemacht.
I'm not, but I also only did bingo yesterday. Yeah, I should have done that as
Bevor
well.
es losgeht, wollte ich mit euch noch ein
So
bisschen
before I
Housekeeping
start, I
machen,
want to do a bit of housekeeping so I know what's going to happen today in the Festsaal and in the beer garden. Don't be surprised that there are people that are younger today because there's ThinkCon today. That's what's happening there today. For the other program points that are in the expo space on the other stages, please download the app if you haven't done so yet. There's an official app, there's an unofficial app. They're both great. You could choose which one you prefer to download and put together your own program. On stage 1, there will be the questions of the day for the last time today. You can participate, and then today at the closing, Marcus will present the big evaluation of these questions. So if you want to influence the public opinion image, this is your last chance today. Pay attention to the questions that are shown on the screen in the breaks with the QR codes, and then you can participate in the survey. Very important, 4:15 in the Trödelhall, which is over there, is the big auction. We are having a big auction for a children's help program in Kreuzberg, and you could we auction off great things. You can look at our speakers brought a lot of things, and one of the highlights is a golden Republika ticket with which you have a lifelong free entrance to the Republika. 4:15 p.m. is the auction. There is also a signed No Angels disc. What's better, Republika or No Angels? I don't know, you have to decide, but you can buy both. So I think these are the most important thing. Let me check if I've forgotten anything. Amazingly prepared. It's the last day, everything's possible. I'll see you at the closing at 7:15 p.m. We will sing, which is not very surprising. I want to see all of you here, of course. Then there's a last talk. And then after that, Blunt is playing an amazing band that's going to play at the closing concert at the Festsaal. Now I've said all the important things, and now we're all done and ready to start the last day of Republika. I'm definitely, and I'm looking forward to it. And I have the honor to present you the last speaker, Sarah Schurman. She's a climate activist who wrote the book Speaking Freely Climate. and we are looking forward to her to her talk, Now Cash on a Dead Planet. She's gonna tell us where we are on in the climate crisis, which stage, why technologies are important, but why they're not gonna save us. A big round of applause to Sarah, please.
Hallo. Ja, vielen Dank.
Yeah, thank you a lot for allowing me to be here. I'm also here today as well because I tweeted this last year. And don't misunderstand me, I think Republica is one of the most aware, sustainable events I've been at so far. But considering where we are, it still don't look up. And I now have the opportunity to, in 30 minutes, convince you that within this decade we need to have a peaceful revolution if we want to keep our freedom and privilege to talk about cash in the following years and decades. I don't just want to convince you that we need it, but I also want to convince you that it's possible. And what I want to do for that, I want to tell you where are we at the moment. And I know a lot of you have heard a bunch of things from this, and I want you to just lean back and listen to me and take this journey with me to see where we are standing at the moment, and maybe it helps to change the perspective for some of you, what's possible and what isn't. The first point is no one's going to be surprised by this. Climate crisis is now it's an existential crisis, and it's going to get more and more severe every day. Lakes are drying up, extreme weather's increasing, power lines are breaking, heat waves kill people, forests die or are destroyed by fires. For the past 5 years, droughts have caused crop failures, and even in the years where it was relatively cold and dry, we see local drinking water shortage. Who has done the Grand Berlin bicycle tour, you've already noticed this. And in Europe, we had the case that many large rivers had hardly any water last summer. But what's important, even though, and we don't really realize this, even though we read it in the news all the time, is that all these impacts are things we already experience today at around 1.2 degrees of global warming. We also experience it in Europe and also in Germany. The second important thing I want to note is that the climate that made our lives possible as it is, we have left it already. And for this, I've brought you a figure which I wish everyone would know. I think it's the most important figure in the climate science field that everyone should know and understand. This is from NASA, and this shows the temperature development over the last 20,000 years. What you see here is basically the last ice age, and then this pretty straight thing is a Holocene. You've heard this, everyone has heard this a lot of times, me as well, but I never really understood what it meant. I always thought it would be an academic discussion. Have we already left it? Are we in the Anthropocene already? Is it just a term, or is it something actually bad? But if you know and understand this figure, then you understand what it means. The Holocene has been pretty lucky for us as humans because the climate was unusually stable, because the climate always changed, but there were already humans there. But when this Holocene started, when this climate stabilized, we humans were able to develop our agriculture, and because of that we could develop sharing jobs, and that's why some people could grow crops, some people could do medicine, some people could do construction, and that's why we as humans were able to build infrastructure, the cities, streets out there, or the infrastructure that we have, global infrastructure that we have today, that we take as a given today. But all of that was possible because we had a stable climate and because we could do agriculture. And what you could see at the very end is that we already catapulted ourselves out of it. In the last 100 years, we humans we can debate about who we is at another point. We have increased the temperature by 1.5 degrees, so we have launched ourselves out of this past climate, and this is important to understand, also to understand what's often discussed in the media. If we've already screwed it up, can we still do anything, or shouldn't we just adapt to this? What you understand when you realize all of this, that we all see all the consequences already, that adaptation is possible, but it's only possible to a degree. And what we can adapt to as a humanity to still live a good life is being set by the Paris Climate Agreement. Something between 1.5 and below 2 degrees is the range where we can still adapt pretty well. And I've brought you another figure which for me is very important because I've known it for years, but I actually only understood it in the summer of 2020. What it shows, and what the first things have also shown, is that 1.5 degrees is not a good thing, but it is the best thing that we can still possibly achieve. And this figure is from the most up-to-date IPCC report, but the similar one has been shown in the previous reports as well. And I've always read it like the blue thing is the best case that we're probably not going to manage to achieve because we don't really try, and the red thing is the worst case, and it's probably also not going to happen. So we're probably going to be at the orange line, and that's going to be fine because it's orange. But what it actually shows is that our future is not predetermined. These are models of temperature developments until 2100, which we could see, but it is up to us which development we follow. And what this shows is that every single day we decide against doing something to remain in the blue curve, which the climate agreement says we need to follow to still have a good life. The orange is where we will end up when the governments all stick to what they promised. Their promises haven't been really kept in the past, so I don't want to rely on that. And the red thing is if we as humanity just take out everything out of the soil that we can, and looking at the fracking discussion in Germany, that's not unlikely, then just by burning coal gas, we could warm up the Earth by 5 degrees at the end of the century. And these are temperatures where the infrastructure, the structure that feeds 8 billion people could not be sustained. My brain stopped thinking for a long time at 2050. I never put this timeline, even though I knew it, next to my own life. Because I was not the only one. The IPCC included a new figure in the new report that exactly merged these two timelines. So what you see here is 2100 is not an abstract, very far future, but kids that are born today, that are in the kindergarten today, will in 2100 be around 80 years old. My grandmother is 96, and she's healthy, and I still wish her a few more good years. So it also shows that this discussion that the older generation doesn't want to do it anymore is not really true, because whoever is 70 now will maybe become 90, and then in these 20 years we will see a drastic change of the environment. And so it's also important for them that we do something to combat the climate change and adapt to the change. And so also 70-year-olds will notice if we try today or not. And this is also an important point that a lot of people don't realize. It's not possible, the climate cannot be fixed. The CO2 particles, this is the figure shown, the CO2 particles in the atmosphere, the particles are just being added and added and added. And if you understand this, a lot of the discussions like introducing a speed limit on highways or making inline flights illegal is not relevant, because everything that we can do is important. Because as the more warmer it gets, the more drastic the consequences become. Every 10th of a degree counts, but some are even more important than others.
So it's important to understand that the effects of the climate crisis, they don't follow in a linear fashion, right? And we learned about this during the COVID crisis. We learned about exponential growth. And in the climate crisis, we have these so-called tipping points. And we hear about this so often, right? But when people are unsure what exactly is meant by that. And so tipping points are critical limits. And once we surpass these limits, a critical subsystem of the Earth changes its state irreversibly. So it cannot be repaired anymore. And so what are these elements, these subsystems? We have 3 different types. We have ice and perma-ice. So, for example, the Greenland ice shelf, stuff like that you've heard about. Then we have ecosystems like the Amazon rainforest, which isn't only endangered by the climate crisis, but also because of logging. And then we have these ocean systems, current systems like the Gulf Stream and Jet Stream. And what you have to understand about these tipping points is that these changes happen very quickly, but they can also happen slowly. And so, for example, the melting of glacier ice sheets, that's a very slow process. It's faster than we thought it was previously, but it's going on. And so that means we've kicked off one of these tipping points, like with the Greenland ice shelf. Then we just know we're going to have a rise of sea levels of 7 meters at some point. And even if we were to realize, oops, that wasn't a great idea, and even with, we don't have any sort of magic solutions. We don't have an abracadabra spell to stop this. And that's why it's so important to understand that we have to really keep our distance from these tipping points. Because these tipping points don't only have dire consequences for the local ecosystems, but for the climate system as a whole. So when you really look at the Earth as one single system, you can see, that it's like a giant white area. And so when the rays of the sun meet the Earth, some of them are reflected back, and the ice melts, and then you suddenly see the large white area disappears, and then suddenly you see, there's a large dark area, and so now we have more landmass that absorbs the heat from the sun, and so it even further speeds up this warming process. And so here's another study that I wish each and every one would know about this. This was released last September, I think the day the Queen died or the day after the Queen died, which is a bit sad because this study really would have deserved to be more widely seen. I don't know if it would have been made the front pages otherwise, but anyway. So scientists aren't able to 100% correctly define where exactly these tipping points are, right? And so here we have a meta-study where scientists looked at other studies of tipping points, and they said that the reaching of 6 different tipping points might be well in the range of the Paris Climate Agreement, between 1.5 and 2 degrees Celsius of global warming. And so if we want to, keep our distance from these tipping points, that's very bad, right? And so this sounds so simple, but it's so central, right? It's so central. And I think it's really surprising how many people don't really notice. So to stop global warming, we mainly need to stop emitting carbon dioxide. We need to stop burning oil and gas. All right, the penultimate concept I want to talk about, we have very little time left. So if we want to not surpass a certain degree of warming, then there's a certain amount of carbon dioxide we aren't allowed to emit, right? And this is the so-called carbon limit. And so but apparently, our politics still doesn't follow through on that. So this is the climate clock. You probably know this. This counts down the CO2 budget. And right at the moment, we have like 6 years left if we continue business as usual. If we just continue emitting the same amount of carbon dioxide. But if we were to like dramatically reduce these emissions, then afterwards we would have more time. Just like, speaking of cash, when you, as a child, when you get your allowance and you spend it all on sweets, it's gone, right? But if you like learn to spend it day by day, you get something out of it every day. And that's the same for the carbon dioxide budget. So sorry to be a downer here, but another point I have to make is that the climate crisis isn't the only planetary crisis we're living through. We have species extinction that endangers our lives just as much as the climate crisis, and it's not being talked about that much. And what I, for a long time, didn't understand about this is that extinction of species doesn't just affect polar bears or cute exotic animals. No, it affects us humans directly. We as well are one of our species that lives in and from the ecosystems that surround us. It's where we grow our crops and food. It's where our houses, our homes are built in. And we feel it intensely when these systems are being brought out of balance. And so it's really weird that the COVID crisis didn't lead to a deeper understanding of this, because, I think we might know that the COVID wasn't the last pandemic all of us will live through, right? So maybe we should stockpile some masks and stuff for the next pandemic, right? But what we don't talk about is that we could change all of that, right? We could stop doing everything that further intensifies this crisis of biodiversity, and we could stop increasing the risk of another pandemic. But we don't talk about that. And so the last concept, which I think is really important to know about, are the planetary limits. So for some of you, this isn't news, right? Starting in the 70s, you were able to hear about the limits of the planet, but to study these in using scientific methods, that's more recent development. So in 2012, 2015, people started doing serious studies. And so they introduced these measurements of where exactly are we at when we look at the planetary limits. So, for example, we have this new point starting in 2019, how many new substances are brought into the ecosystem, so something like microplastics. We have the climate crisis, species extinction, logging and land use. So, for example, when we lock down forests, when we seal down, when we tear up soil and seal it with cement and stuff like that. Then we have these cycles like phosphorus. So that's about agriculture. And then we have the so you don't need to know about this in detail, right? But I think it's very important to know about this because it really affects how we talk about solutions. And so what you might have heard about is, so when we talk about methane and, cows, we have this plant called red algae, right? Which we could use to feed the cows, and then we could continue eating meat. But the point is that every text about this has, said that it's not scalable, right? That's not really a proper concept for. So, for example, a lot of cows are being grass-fed in Argentina. They're free roaming, right? And so that's not possible there. But yeah, cows have a natural digestion, and so they fart, they shit, and if and we would still surpass 6 of these planetary limits because we need like a mass agriculture for the food for the cows. We need to lock down forests to give them places to live, and so this red algae won't save us, right? What we really need is to massively reduce the animal farming industry, and that doesn't mean that everyone needs to become vegan right away, but it means that none of us should be eating meat 3 times a day. And this might be the most important point that I brought with me today. The proper solutions are well known and ready to use. This was also in the IPCC. They talked about, we know what we're supposed to do, we know what we can do, we know what works, we know what doesn't work. And the good thing about this is that a lot of these solutions positively reinforce themselves. So, for example, if we were to get rid of cars in big inner cities, we not only would have less emissions, but we would have more possibilities to deal with rainwater. We would have more livable cities that wouldn't be as hot during the summer. And these sort of effects we see on many different levels. And so this is called multi-solving, which I really want to recommend to you to look at that term, because we really think about developments on a linear scale usually, but it isn't. And also with these positive effects, we can have a speed-up effect. And so we need this with agriculture, with energy, with consumer goods, and so forth. And we need it as fast as possible, and so we need ways and measures that we can follow through on right away. And I'm not against, new inventions. I'm very happy to one day get on a plane that doesn't emit carbon dioxide. I really hope that we're able to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere at some point using these giant vacuum. But we cannot rely that stuff that today does not work will work in 3 years and solve all of our problems for us. And that means that we have to use the tools that are available today and put them to use. And maybe as a secondary measure, we can work on new technology, but we cannot rely on that. And so, in summary, we're right in the middle of the climate emergency. And our situation is dire, but there's still hope. And another question, why don't we act according to how much pressure there is, right? Why don't we follow through? And I think one point is that, there's these psychological defenses. So you've heard about this, right? You know there's this stuff bothering you, but you have to go to work, you have to go shopping, you have to take care of your kids. And if you would, let this really deal with this topic each day, that's impossible. And so usually in your day-to-day life, that's okay, but with the climate crisis, it's really dangerous. Secondly, the tactics of the fossil fuel lobby. They shame us. They don't want us to start demanding structural changes. And for a long time, I didn't know how powerful these lobbies were. And so, they usually have, you can print out like a lobby argument bingo and then watch a talk show with some politicians on TV and then just, play a game of climate bullshit bingo. And the third point, which is my main point usually, but I don't have that much time left, so in short, the climate crisis is not being represented properly in the media. It's such a huge, dangerous thing, but the way the media talks about it, the quantity, it just doesn't match the reality of the climate crisis. And so the media is also part of this, pushing the topic further away from us in our everyday life.
Genau. Die positive
Exactly. The positive news is there aren't just climate tipping points, but there are also social tipping points. So what I said, change is not linear. Change can accelerate quickly and go to an extent that we cannot imagine so far. We have another figure. You only have to look at one part, which is the bright yellow one. This is the most important part. This says that these are the emissions that we could save by just changing our behavior. If we all understand why we can do this and should do this, we can tomorrow decide to make the inner city of Berlin car-free. We would have a few problems because we started very late and we have to figure it out a bit. But Paris is doing it at the moment to make their inner cities car-free. So if you know why you want to do it, you can do it. Past crises have shown us a lot of points that we thought to be impossible, that seemed to be utopic until we did it, following some past crisis. So this is my point. Change is possible. We often just cannot imagine them. And that's also why I always torture everyone with the first part of the talk, because where we are at the moment, because it has the effect on me and other people that a lot of the solutions I've heard about, like changing travel or changing energy consumption, everyone always thought, yeah, I can do that. But I mean, I'm sure until I'm in pension, until I'm retired, we can do this. But what I realize now, if I want to have a nice life when I'm retired, we have to do this now. And if you realize what are the consequences, then suddenly everything seems possible. Of course, everything is possible to change everything, and it's rational if the alternative is that we lose our the basis or the foundation of our life. Often, like I said, it's impossible to imagine change because everything's so big, and how should we restructure this? But yeah, things can change even in a positive way, and often it's just not possible to see because we're so trapped in what we're doing in everyday life. My most important point today is that in order to bring about the necessary exchange, each individual is extremely important. Really, I'm not exaggerating. Every single one of you that's sitting here is more important than you can maybe even imagine, because every single one of you has structural levers. It's not about going by bike to work or buy fewer plastic bags. It's very important that everyone who kind of understood why we are starts changes that go beyond our own household. And this can create change on 3 levels. The first is on a local level, we can save emissions, and this slope, this increase, we know this saving emissions is important. But more importantly, it's important that we change norms and values. By you who are like somehow famous or like popular in your friend groups, in your families, by bringing this discourse into the circles of friends, neighborhoods, you bring the supposedly abstract discourse into the local communities, and you change brains and opinions. And in this way, in the third point, you make it possible, make it more likely that we can realize political change, that we need changes on a structural level to make the climate, the necessary changes possible. But we need personal starting points to get to the political ones. We all know social tipping points. The first one wouldn't have been imaginable by many. The second is a technological one that many also wouldn't have realized was possible. Black Lives Matter, Me Too. Social tipping points can be small. That doesn't mean that we've solved everything in terms of racism and sexism and left Happy Land, like Tupuka said yesterday, but it means that we are steps and progress past which we cannot go back. And we know these changes, and they also exist in the climate, relate to climate, but they do not come by themselves. And if you want to know how you can use your structural levers, what are your structural levers, come in a bit in 11:15 into the glass house. for the workshop, they can be very different for everyone. Not everyone has to glue themselves to the street. But in the end, it's up to you. What did you do once you knew? Thank you.
Vielen lieben Dank, Sarah Schurmann. Das war
Thank you a lot, Sarah Schumann. That was a great session, great input. The first session of today, but we'll continue right away, namely with Tuba Deka. I'm very happy. I'm looking forward to the talk. First, we'll look at the movie that's about her organization Scoring Goals, and then after that, I will talk with her, where we not just talk about her activism, but also the women's football and how it's what the current stage is in Germany and what the future is. We'll need a few seconds to change the stage. Don't run away. We'll continue in a bit.
Hätte mir jemand vor 6 Jahren gesagt, dass ich
Someone said me I would open another Scoring Goals location in Iraq, I probably would have called them crazy.
die Arbeit, die wir machen, die machen wir.
The work we mainly do in Germany, but also here in Iraq. I'm very happy when I come here. Before coming here, I didn't know very much, but now I have learned many things. We forget our sorrow and pain when we come here. Sport is really important for the girls, especially for their bodies, because they're still growing. They still have to build a stable and durable body. It is such a good feeling because it was so much fun. It feels like you're part of it, that you're a football player as well. Today we operate across 5 project locations in Germany, 3 in Berlin, 2 in Cologne. Back when I started in Cologne, my main goal was to get some girls out of their shelter accommodations and do some sport with them. It was only after I had been training them for 3 or a few more months that kind of energy I was being confronted with. Also in Germany, these girls who just came to Germany recently, I just thought, okay, this has to be cultivated, this has to be supported. That's why it was really important to me to make this project bigger. We have a big team here in Berlin and in Cologne, which consists of project coordinators, educational experts, but also coaches. And we all sit together regularly, brainstorming ideas how we can improve our program, how we can better tailor it to different groups, because every group is different. The different backgrounds and religions that came together, that is very special. And it works in Germany. In the best case, it works here as well. I'm convinced that we have to go to the roots with Scoring Goals and not only expand it in Germany, but also in crisis regions where children also have the right to have wishes and dreams. I want to be a doctor, support my people. Even though we are here in the camp, we have our dreams. I learned that you should never give up. I used to think I couldn't play soccer, but we just kept training and improving our time. Every Wednesday we play soccer here, and it's a lot of fun. When we come here, we forget our problems. We meet new people and make new friends. It was my dream to become a football player. I learned that we should stick together And if we are together, we will succeed. You say 1, 2, 3, then we shout, we win all together. We will win. I am really convinced that it helps the girls. I think there is almost no better way to achieve integration than through a team sport such as soccer, where they learn a lot of skills at once without really even noticing that they're learning. Tactic, discipline, team spirit, solidarity, and a feeling, as well as the German language. That's awesome. It's not only about football. Never believe it when someone tells you you can't do that. I'm so grateful that I got the chance to meet you. Please take good care of yourself. And now I have to say goodbye. Become doctors and engineers, whatever you want to become. We will support you. Long live Tuba. They tell me they want to become doctors, they want to become engineers, they want to become pilots. They tell me all these things and truly believe that they will achieve these dreams. Despite everything they've already seen in their young years, they never gave up on their dreams and their hopes. They have such a strong will to live, such happiness, such an energy. And it would be such a shame if all these dreams, wishes and hopes would just fade away in these mountains.
Wir gehen nicht nur in den Irak.
We're not just going to Iraq, we are here already.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Yeah, thank you very much to Tikal and Scoring Goals for this extremely moving movie. We're now slowly approaching, and then we another big round of applause for Tuba Tikal.
Der am nächsten ist, wenn es okay ist. Dankeschön.
I would prefer the one that's closer if it's fine. Thank you, Tuba.
Total unprofessionell, aber ich bin gerade backstage.
Very unprofessional, but I just became so emotional in the backstage. This happens to me all the time again. That's why I keep saying, I haven't even said hello, I think. But yeah, I actually feel the same every time the movie shows again and again that I just wanted to play football with a bunch of girls. I just didn't want to do anything more, and then so much more came out of that. And it still makes, every time it makes me very emotional. It hits me, but it also makes me very proud because we succeeded to reach so many young girls. And in the movie, it has 5 locations. The movie is 1 year old. We have now 10 locations, and that's something very special.
Erzähl mir mal ein bisschen, du hast
Can
gerade
you tell me a bit more? You just started saying that I just want to play football with a bunch of girls, and so much more came out of that. Can you tell me a bit about how Scoring Goals came into existence, why you also decided to offer more education programs apart from sport? Yeah, of course. I hope you have time. Well, actually, we founded our human rights organization Hashavet because of the genocide in Yezids that me and my sisters also are part of. That's why we founded our human rights organization when the genocide was committed. And the genocide is still committed in the Iraq. That's why we're also with the project in Iraq. And I was still an active player at the first FC Cologne, a professional football athlete. And I just asked myself, the sport gave so much to me. It would be amazing if for this human rights organization we also have a sport program. Then I took my signing cards and went to these shelters. That was at the time where a lot of people came to Germany around 2015. Yeah, exactly, around 2015. And then I took these signing cards. I went to these shelters and just talked with these girls, talked with the leaders of the shelters, talked with the parents. I'm playing football for the Cologne. This is me on Wednesdays. We not training, but I would like with girls who want to just play with football with girls on the grass here. And I just wanted to play with the girls, just take them out of the refugee everyday life. But it was also clear to me that I also want to take German girls that cannot afford team sports. So the project wasn't just for refugee girls, but also the German ones with and without refugee background. So this started that I playing football with these girls, and then, like I also said in the movie, I received so much energy, so much thirst for knowledge that I couldn't handle in the beginning. That I thought, wow, it's amazing. They want way more from life. They don't just want to play football. They want to decide their own lives. They want to participate. And then I realized, okay, I have to make this project bigger, and that's how we managed to get to 10 locations. We offer education, we do pedagogical work, we help them with getting further education, because the girls tell us what we need, and we just try to fulfill these wishes. And I think it's amazing that there's so many young girls out there that say it by themselves, like I did before, that I always had the feeling that I'm not part of it, I'm not good enough, or I'm not part of the society. By being, for example, at the Scoring Girls, they earned so much self-confidence that they're saying I'm part of it. And that's something amazing that's being created there. This can't really be put into words how this feels to finally feel like you're part of something. I'm like completely moved because there's so many parallels. One sentence from your movie that I still have in my mind is that a girl said, just because we're in a camp doesn't mean that we don't have dreams. You already mentioned that just now. When something as bad as a genocide or like fleeing and migration, then there are like these basic needs like food, papers, and then something like football and your dreams just stay on the wayside. I, as a kid, survived the genocide in Rwanda 20 years before the one of the Jedi, and I know that there's a process where first you have to cover the basic needs, and then there's dreaming.
Yeah, that's just what it's about. And so these refugees, they stayed in the same country, and they've been in these camps for 9 years. And so it was important to me to go to the roots, right, to where people are immediately endangered by war, and their lives are shaped by being on the run. And so it's so important, right, that even children in these crisis regions have the right to be children. And that's why it's so important to go there and to work with these refugees who've been in this camp for 9 years. They can't go back because out of fear for the security, for the safety, and they can't go. They aren't allowed to go to Europe, and so then at least we have to make sure that they live in an environment that respects their human dignity. And so I just returned from Iraq a few days ago, and I haven't really arrived yet. It takes time for the soul to really arrive back here, and the stories, they shape you, right? It doesn't leave me unaffected what I see and hear there. But doing nothing, that's not an alternative, right? And this time I had somebody accompany me, a player for the national women's soccer team of Germany, Sarah Dorsun, because I said that, like every time I leave Iraq, they shout at me while I'm leaving, don't forget about us, come back. And so each time I want to show them, yeah, I'm here, we're thinking of you. And so this time it was important to me to have a national player accompany me. We had to talk to the German Football Association and also to her team, Eintracht Frankfurt. And soon, there's going to be the Women's Soccer's World Cup. And so it was kind of difficult, but it was so important, right, to show these girls there that this famous soccer player from Germany, really cares about them and their fate, right? Yeah, and I think that really helps people, right? When you know that you haven't been left behind and that somebody actually cares about you and your life. So another question, this is like incredible work that you're doing with your organization Scoring Girls. What would you say are like the biggest obstacles to overcome? Like something like bureaucracy, and you probably depend on partners here or in these other countries. So what would you say is the biggest obstacle? Well, I think, there's lots and lots of obstacles, and it's in our nature, to overcome these. But yeah, you've mentioned it, like the monetary support, the financial support is really, really important. So when you start one of these projects, we're lucky to have many, many different supporters. So that's an important part. But then, there's this, these administrative and bureaucratic obstacles. We're talking about, girls, for example, they don't have the money to join a sports team. And that's why they come to us. And so now what we started doing is that the talented girls, we want to, get them to join a proper club, right? So they shouldn't just be training like once a week with us. They should join a proper soccer team and have training like 3 or 4 times a week. But then, you have to pay to be a member of the team. You have to pay for, the rights to different games. You have to pay for the shoes. And for us, that might not be such a big amount, but for these girls, for these families, it's really a lot. And so that's where they need support, and that's where we try to help them. And also, there's a problem maybe with the family or the societal structures, right? That many people don't know that there's women's soccer, that women and girls can even play soccer. And so, but that's also, it's about the fear of the people, when they came here as refugees, they try to protect the girls from all these dangers, from war. And then and then they meet me and I'm like, yeah, I want to play soccer with you girls. Then they're a bit fearful. And so you have to build trust, right? And you have to go on this journey with them, with the girls and with the parents. Yeah, and so I asked myself, how do we get to the women's soccer tournament? So I sometimes think, right, if women's soccer was a bigger issue, was more prominent in the media and society, maybe you wouldn't have to do all of that work, right? So in 1.5 months, the FIFA Women's Soccer World Cup is going to start, right? And you started a petition, right? What's going on there? Well, we're really facing a blackout, right? Here in Germany, we aren't able to watch the Soccer World Championship. The FIFA quoted 10 million euros for the broadcasting rights, and the public broadcasting stations in Germany, they said, well, we'll give you 5 million, how about that? And so there's this difference of 5 million that's lacking, right? And no one is allowed to
sehen können. Sie argumentieren mit
a bid for a different offer at the moment, not even the private stations. And so it looks like, because it's in Australia and New Zealand, these games will be, broadcast in our time zone in the early morning. And so it's like, ooh, no one's gonna watch anyway. But really, the last finale was watched by 18 million people in Germany. And so those are all excuses that don't count. And we see all of these young girls, right? They're so much looking forward to that. Almost, it's summer holidays for almost all the German states. So, we've planned for where could we watch that? Where could we have like a breakfast and watch the games with like orange juice and coffee and stuff like that? And now it's like it won't even be broadcast, and it's really a shame, crying shame. Yeah, so you've just mentioned, right? 18 million people watching a finale of Women's Soccer Championship. But still, it's like, it doesn't have this prime time feel to it, right? Does that make you angry? Well, yeah. I mean, you can turn anger into something positive, right? It can. So because of this anger, I started this petition, and with many others together, even male football players that joined in to support this petition. And, we're saying we cannot take all of these steps forward with women's soccer and then go 10 steps backwards right ahead. And women's soccer, really, it's writing very different stories. It's shaping different lives. It's about being recognized. It's about being visible. And so, up until 7 years ago, I was a professional soccer player, and there's no videos of me playing, which is a bit sad because I was a very good player. And yeah, it's such a shame that during the last 2 years, we only started like having the German Bundesliga for women on pay TV. And so when these girls from my project Scoring Girls, when they come to me and they're like, well, so what's going on with the tournament? What am I supposed to tell them? Last year I took 3 of these girls and went to London with them to watch a national game. And the day before the German game, we went to an England-Northern Ireland game. And there were so many people in the stadium there. And one of the girls started crying. And I was like, oh no, what did I do wrong? Why are you crying? And she said, it's really moving to me how many people here are interested in women's soccer. And so we shouldn't underestimate the power that this has, right? To show these role models, to being able to watch these role models. I wish that when I was a little girl, I had these female role models. And now, even though we have them, now we're taking these role models from the Scoring Girls. And it's a shame. What would you say? What's the responsibility of the sport associations of the broadcasting companies? Well, I want to say that FIFA, I don't expect much from them. They're not acting morally in the way that we would wish they would. That's a fact. And so for me, it's really important that the German association, the DFB, that they really make a public statement, that they get involved. But also companies, right? People that have a large voice, that they become louder. That it's not just like the civil society, NGOs, people like me that do this work day to day, that we think of this bigger, right, in bigger terms, or maybe like stuff like the Zone, Sky, the broadcasting companies, the Telecom Magenta Sports broadcasting thing. Like let's get together and cooperate, because of course, 5 million, it's a lot of cash. But really, in comparison to like 200, 300 million for the men's World Championship in Qatar, it's peanuts, right, in comparison. And so what's wrong here? Why can't we move forward? And Yeah, and it's really no argument that the games happen in the morning in our time zone, right? It didn't even happen in this very, very controversial men's championship in Qatar. There were other discussions, but it was never about the time at which these games would be broadcast. And so that's really, really sad. And I can't let this slide. I can't let this stand.
Also ich habe mal als Teenie, ja,
So when I was a teenager, I watched Bend It Like Beckham, and immediately I wanted to become a soccer player. And I wasn't really good at sports, but you know, what sort of power do like movies, TV shows, pop culture have for women's soccer? Well, it's a very important part, right? Because this visibility, we really need that. And so gender equality, it's not just about that. It's also about like who do we reach? Like look at us. So I'm from a large family. I have 10 siblings, and when I told my parents I want to play soccer, my mom, you know, went like, oh my God, what did I do wrong? Like, who's going to pay for that? What's the point anyway? How does it work? So access, right? To have this accessibility for girls who don't have the money for a sports team, who come from a cultural background where it's not normal that girls play soccer. So what we do with with the Scoring Girls project, it's very accessible offer, right? And I think more regular sports teams could have some sort of offer in this way to become more visible. And it starts with something like showing the Women's World Championship, right? When I was a young girl, I would have never imagined that I would once write a book which was published this April, or that I would, you know, sit on the stage right here, right now. And now that I'm here, you know, I'm trying to use the voice that I have to speak for those that don't have a voice of their own. And that's, yeah, what I wish for to see more in the world. And that's what also the person who spoke here in front of me, before me, said, that each and every individual can do this in their everyday life in little ways where you can really influence your immediate surroundings in a way more important fashion than most of us think of. And yeah, after the talk, you're going to sign copies of your book, right? So one more question. How did it come to be about that you wanted to write a book to tell your story? So when I first had the idea, I was skeptical, right? When you start writing a book, you tell your whole story, the story of your family, and I'm really telling a lot about my childhood, about my experiences, about good experiences, bad experiences, about my love for sports, yeah, my origins, my roots, and you know, and it's just sort of like you become naked, and you become vulnerable, right? When you write all of this down, and so in this process of reflecting on all of that, I saw that, you know, there were so many girls outside who tell me, your story gives me hope, right? And so it's really not a regular occurrence, a regular development that led to me being here today. And so I just want to tell all little girls, you know, like, believe in yourself, be hopeful. No matter what other people tell you, no matter what the people in your life, you know, they don't want you to follow your dreams, they don't believe in you. It's important to surround yourself with people who believe in you, who strengthen your dreams and ideas. And so I think it's important to share my story because it's a story of hope, of a little girl who lost her self-confidence and regained it through sports. So that's what it's about. And yeah, I'm happy that I was able to write this book, and it's very simple to read. It's a happy story, and once I held the book in my hands, I was like, yeah, wow, like this is my story. There's no way, there's no turning back anymore. But I think it's important to show this sort of vulnerability to allow other people to come close to you. And just like I mentioned, I returned from Iraq 2 days ago, and you could forget about me. Ever since then, I was, exhausted. And I think that's you should be allowed to tell that, right? That sometimes you're exhausted, sometimes you cannot do something. And what's important is that you have this community where people support you. And when I rise up, I want 40 other people to rise up too. And so it's important to create these communities and to start these collaborations and to do something. And I think that's really nice the way this girl in the video put it. Together, we're stronger. Yeah, that's such a nice closing sentence. Thank you very much for all of your work. All the best for the future and for your project. And yeah, I mentioned she's going to sign copies of a book over at the book table. We're going to have a small break. And then we're going to have a panel up on stage on the new reality of work today. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody, for listening.
Ich bin Ulf Burmeier. Ich bin eigentlich Richter, aber seit ein paar Jahren beurlaubt und jetzt einer der Co-Hosts der Lage der Nation.
Das ist der wichtigste Politik-Podcast dieses Landes, oder?
Wenn du das sagst, so eine 500.000 etwa hört jede Folge zu.
Und du warst aber nicht immer reich und berühmt, oder?
Na, ich war natürlich auch mal Schüler und als ich Schüler war, hatte ich einen Nebenjob beim Kirchenboten. Das ist die Wochenzeitung für das Bistum Osnabrück und ich bin da quasi als Lokalreporter durch das Osnabrücker Land gedüst und durch das Emsland und habe über bedeutende Ereignisse aus der Welt der Kirche berichtet.
Wie zum Beispiel?
75 Jahre katholische Frauengemeinschaft Westrauder-Fehn.
Und wie war die Zeile von der Geschichte, über die du gerade erzählt hast?
75 Jahre katholische Frauengemeinschaft Westrauder-Fehn. Okay, ja, ihr seht schon, das ist ein bisschen oldschool gewesen. Heute würde ich einfach sagen, Frauen können mehr.
Was hast du beim Kirchenboten jetzt gelernt, was dir bei der Lage der Nation heute noch hilft?
Einfache Sätze und Dinge so erklären, dass man sie versteht.
Hättest du damals gedacht, dass du einmal der Host des erfolgreichen Politik-Podcastes dieses Landes werden würdest?
Ich hatte damals schon überlegt, Journalist zu werden, aber es gab einfach noch keine Podcasts. Und deswegen hatte ich keine Vorstellung, mal Podcaster zu werden.
So, und es geht hier
All right.
direkt weiter.
And we're going to continue. As announced, we're going to start a panel soon that I'm really looking forward to. 10 ideas for better work, moderated by Sue Reinke. Sue is a diversity and people experience strategist and keynote speaker and neurodivergent consultant for inclusion and equity. She's going to moderate the panel. And I would like to introduce the panelists quickly so we can continue soon. There's Sarah Weber, friend of mine, author and journalist, author of the book The World is Ending and I Still Have to Work. Strongly recommended. Then we will have Magdalena Rogel, diversity and inclusion lead at Microsoft. Also published a book recently. It's called Empathy. And Nina Strassner is leader of diversity initiatives at SAP and has blogged as Jura Mama for a while. I'm looking forward to this panel. Welcome, and please join me on stage, Sue Reinke.
Ja, herzlich willkommen zu unserem Panel 10.
Yeah, welcome here to our panel, 10 Ideas for Better Work.
Wie eine bessere Arbeitswelt.
We are going to think about today how we can create a better world in regards to how we want to work. We're not going to look only at what policy can do for us. We're not going to look abstractly at an educational system. We want to instead look at what companies can do and what can every single one of us do in the companies, in our workplaces. So my first question is to you, Sarah. You wrote the book, The World is Ending and I Still Have to Work.
Lebensgefühl vieler Menschen in der Pandemie eingefangen.
And I think that reflected how a lot of people felt in the pandemic. So what do you feel needs to change within companies to make work better for workers? Well, I could give you a whole host of things here, but we only have 1 hour. I think we're currently in a situation where a lot of people feel, for various reasons, somehow this isn't working. And somehow we need to be able to do this better. There needs to be a better way. And I think there's a lot of important topics here, like flexible working hours, diversity, inclusion. How can we create a more equitable workplace that really allows people to participate? And also looking at all these crises that are going on, the pandemic, the climate catastrophe, how can we deal with that in the workplace? And that's something that companies also need to think about and need to solve for their workers, for their employees. Because in the context of this crisis that we're living in, that they still need to be able to work well, but also, of course, live well. Now, I agree, that's a very important point. I think the factor that you're mentioning living well is something that lots of people noticed in the pandemic as well. You mentioned flexible working hours or reduced working hours. I think we're going to dive deeper into that as well. Lena, I want to welcome you. You're working at Microsoft, responsible for diversity and inclusion. What are concrete steps that you are doing, things that you're offering for your employees to allow them to work better? So I think it's important to keep the different perspectives in mind here. And of course, there's a lot of things that companies can do. But I think we also shouldn't forget that we can all individually are part of the company as well. And a company culture is not something you put on a website and say, okay, that's what it is, but it's something that we live every day. And so it's about how we go into the workplace, how we interact with each other, how we interact with our colleagues. And I think that's so much more important than some kind of measures that companies do. Nevertheless, companies, of course, are also responsible to do things to make the workplace, to change the workplace, to allow for certain conditions, to allow for certain things to happen. And I think the most important for us is the communities we have. We have a lot of different employee communities, and I think that's really a driving force for me. These are the people that know what they need, what's important to them, what topics are relevant for them, what keeps them up at night. And that's a really important factor for my own work, because I don't want to sit down and say, okay, we're going to do this because that's what I find important. How should I know what's important for my employees? And I think that's essential to be in conversation with the communities, to keep talking with the different people, to realize, what is it that you need? What topics are on your mind, and how can we deal with that? So when you say communities, you mean there are certain communities that are formed within the employees, some sort of people that represent, we're the community for topic X, and here are the things we need from you. A bit like a union or an association within Microsoft. Yeah, I mean, you could call it that. In English, it's usually called Employee Resource Group, ERGs. But I don't like these buzzwords. So for me, I prefer the term communities. There are 5 in Germany. Globally, we have 9. We have disability, women community, the multicultural community, our queer community, and it's great to talk with them and converse with them. And I think it's important in companies that it's not just top-down or like grassroots. The employees need to do that. And we are also responsible to support them, not just by giving them funds, but also support them and empower them. And I think it's important to connect these. It's not just the employees are doing this and leadership is doing that, but it's shared responsibility, and we all need to do something. We all have to do something. So yeah, leadership is going to be a topic that's going to be important later as well. Nina, I want to welcome you as well. You're the Global Head of People Initiatives at SAP, and you're responsible to make the workplace better for your employees. What can other companies maybe steal from you and apply? So what convinced me to go to SAP 4 years ago from a small legal office is that they had a company culture that doesn't only react when things become really, really difficult, but instead I can bring new ideas in and create a foundation for good collaboration. So there's a certain openness, a certain tolerance, and maybe also to react to what Lena said, who needs to start with creating a culture like that? I think employees have that intrinsically. We all have that in our relationships at home, in our families. There's always something that we want to shape and form, and we don't wait for people, but we go ahead and we invest. So the responsibility of companies, the responsibilities of the companies are to create a space where that can happen. So I think the initial impulse needs to come from the corporations, and maybe also from the work lawyer.
And it's not the discussions that we are leading, because we all do this with our friends and family, and it's important what happens afterwards. The discriminating reaction isn't a bad thing, but when companies with leaders, they have to go into exchange, and you have to be free of fear if you talk about those topics. What can possibly go wrong when you talk about heavy topics and just dare to do it, and nothing bad will happen? As a leading person or working person, does it really matter? I mean, it's especially for people with unsure conditions, it's not so easy to talk about it. If for example, when my position isn't so safe, we're talking about psychological safety in the workplace. But if I'm not safe, I can't just ask these big questions. Sorry, I think we should start working only 4 days a week. I read a great book. Well, it's a nice idea, but it sounds, if you tell it from the top down, it's easier than it is from the bottom. Well, company or even small offices, what can we learn from each other? It's the topic. They have to do something beforehand, and people who have these privileges have to do this. We all have privileges walking through our lives, and I have to question myself, where do I have privileges and where am I safe? Those things can only be made by leaders, people who have the power, who gets how much money, who goes where, who sets the culture of the company. Also, the employees. If we have certain topics, I can be strong for topics because I have, for example, if I have a privilege, and those who don't dare to do that, for example, if they want to tell me they're pregnant, or they don't really want to go against all these topics, to make way free to talk about those topics. It's an allyship that the big companies try to support. It's also important if we talk about psychological safety. Many people have privileges and can talk about more stuff. But what you just said, people with limited contracts, people in different situations that don't have privileges, you talked about it. We need those voices too. And that's why companies have the responsibility to give those options, to have anonymous feedback options, to have surveys or something to give them a voice, because I don't want to have it connected to my person. And also, I'm pretty confident that we can create the safety. I started at Microsoft with a limited contract, and of course, I said different things and behaved differently than today. But what helped me a lot was other colleagues who told me, well, okay, I take you by the hand, I give you all the insights, and that's where you go to the next negotiations, and that's where you get the information that you need to develop. And that's really important that we don't forget this. Sometimes you feel almighty, what can I actually do in this culture? What can I do to change things? But it's really important to remember that we can do something and we can always make a difference. For example, if we talk to colleagues, no matter if I'm a leading person or not, if I feel you don't feel good, I can see it, and I want to have a nice conversation with you, that also can be some kind of psychological safety at your workplace. That's really important to me, that we don't forget this, what we can do as a single person. It's a really important point indeed. What I also wanted to ask you, we had from Sarah that one point is having more time. How do we talk about working time? Teresa Bücker should be here today, and she was also talking about time poorness. If we talk about the German work week with 40 hours, there's debates about the 4 days work week, about 32 hours. Some parties are getting completely angry. We have to work until we're 80 and 42 hours, and I'm really getting really crazy about it. I think it's really interesting to talk to you about it. Your companies, they develop tools that make people productive or make other companies productive. Isn't it like interesting to have it? Our tools are great, and we invented the 6-hour day publicly, and we decided to shorten the amount of time we work. And what does it look like as if we shorten the time of the work hours? It's a really big topic, and it starts at stop the glorification of being busy. It's not really helpful if you work the whole day, what you talked about earlier. Well, me personally, I think all this digital revolution, it just goes through in the single person. When I'm on my way to work in 20 minutes, I get the work done I usually needed two days for, but I don't think this is the time I have. I don't have this for yoga, for example. During the pandemics, we decided, okay, we just have to get close halfway. We don't have to get into the train, and I can make sourdough bread or Lane Danish, and homeschooling. We haven't all learned languages. Maybe we also did homeschooling, and we had so many plans what I can do with this hour in the morning that I saved. It didn't work out for me. And I think in many situations, as a whole society, we missed the situation that you said. How can we set everything up? it's important for companies to get into this time debate. Before the corona pandemics, there was this home office situation, you know, everyone's drinking cocktails and painting their nails. The private situation of people is more visible now. It's all been on the screens, the kids are there, you know, we all know the situations of people at home, and the work distribution, the time of work distribution, it's become really important part. And it's true for many companies, and it has to develop. You build small situations, for example, the father's time after the birth. 20% of the work time is 1 day of the week. It's beginnings to show, you know, take time for care work. We as a company support you. We know it's a stressful time, and so stuff can grow from there. A big company needs it. Also, a small company can do that. They just have to decide. We always have to take along thousands. But we could have said, like, okay, 4 days, but 5 days of payment. When I think about the pandemics, of course, companies like ours, you know, they can do a lot. The offer we had in our company really amazed me, that people can take Corona parenting time for 3 months. That was really important. It's a really good signal to all our employees. We see in what kind of situation you are, and we support you. I think it's also important that when we talk about working time and home office, that we are all sure, you know, only 1/3 of people employed, you know, they have a working condition they can work in. Of course, we are on a conference like this one, and in the filter bubbles we move in about the topics we talk about. We're all working in the home office. We can do that. I'm trained kids nurse, and it's always important to see our responsibilities, that we can, and we have the privilege to work in these jobs. It's a privilege to work for companies that offer this, and we can show other people how to do it. But we shouldn't forget that the general work area is different than the home office work area. Yeah, that's true. But I want to tell, okay, yeah, that's right, but there's a few explanations, for example, where bakery and kindergartens, also working time can be thought of differently. It's too shortcoming to say, okay, that's easier for us, because so we don't do it because others can't do it as well. It's important, you know, you have to in your book. Also, like, jobs would be more attractive if we have better working hours, if you can work shorter time, for example. What are important features, and how can companies think about working time differently? Lena, what you said is really important. We have to differentiate of the knowledge work, the jobs we have, for example. It's also the jobs where it's easier to go to the home office, the classical office jobs. And there's the different jobs where many were system relevant, and we have, you know, lack of personnel, the care, teachers, but also in handiwork, where everyone says, okay, we don't have any people, but at the same time, you know, we have the work conditions that are really bad, because people are overworked. They're working over hours, nighttime, and when we talk about shorter working times, there's also like this word of the 4-day week, and you just delete the Friday, for example. So same as we got the Saturday before the Sunday, and everything's done. But it's not that easy. There's so many people say, okay, we are working on Sundays. If we are in a hospital or in supermarkets, how can that work? In the end, the answer, it differentiates in the area of work. We have to think about shorter working hours. It doesn't have to be like only 4 days. On Iceland, they changed the time from 40 to 35 or 36 hours. It's always even better than 40. If we have like a 32-hour week as a next step, I think that's really a good idea. And how can we make this work? There's many people working part-time and getting less money, especially women, especially mothers. I don't want to throw around numbers, 3 numbers. 30% of people in Germany work part-time, 50% of all the women, and even more mothers with children. If you look at men with children, it's just like 6%. Because sometimes it's making the promotion. It's always nice too, yeah, but it's not about doing care work. If we say we in Germany and different areas of work, we can shorten the work time, for example, to 32 hours. That would have a positive impact. And people who used to work like 25 or 32 hours in part-time, that can earn more in this time, and we can, share care work. When both partners can work less, you can actually share the kids' time or caring for other people from the family. We know from other countries. I wish we had that test for Germany too, that people feel better, they're more healthy, they're happier, and they have more time for different things in their life, not only for, sitting around watching Netflix, but also time for care work, time for sports, for example, and something that counts to health. What do we do with the climate crisis? Sarah Schultman had a talk about it, and how can we find solutions?
If we are all constantly overworked, we're not going to sit down and say, wow, amazing, now we have 30 minutes, now I'm going to read the IPCC report. But instead you're like, oh, I know this is kind of important, but I'd rather order pizza now. And if we want to have more equity, more justice, then we need to start at the time factor. And it's not enough to say, oh, well, I mean, maybe just work part-time if you don't have enough time. Because part-time is something you have to be able to afford, and the people that cannot afford that are then immediately disadvantaged, and they don't have these opportunities. So if we want this to be just, then working hours need to be reduced for everyone, especially in knowledge work, strongly related to productivity. And that also allows us to solve a lot of other problems in the workplace. So on the one hand, I agree, but on the other hand, I find it hard, especially when we talk about knowledge work. How do you measure working hours? It's so hard. And I spend a lot of time speaking with mentees, with employees. What exactly are working hours? Is it work time if I'm staring at an empty presentation, sitting in front of my laptop because I can't think of anything? Officially, yes. But then when I go on a walk, where maybe I'm thinking about it, where I do knowledge work, and where then suddenly I get the ultimate idea that I need and everything falls into place in my head, that's officially not work time. And I find it hard. Yes, it's important to track working hours on one hand, but on the other hand, how do I do that? How do I track it, especially in the field of knowledge work? When I worked in the kindergarten, it was quite clear when did work start, when did work end. Maybe I wrote some reports, but yeah, the workday is over when I leave my workplace. Right now, I'm working a lot more when I'm not in the office, when I'm not at my laptop. And I think that's so important that we find a new way of thinking about that here. I don't have a solution. How do you want to measure it? But I think it's important to just change the way we think about what work is, what it looks like. It looks very different in many ways. And especially in knowledge work, it's not always clearly visible. But even then, there's probably some days that you went home and you were still thinking about situation, maybe something a child said or a family situation. And I think also in these jobs, there isn't always this clear delineation between what is work and what is not. Work and life always are interrelated. And if we keep thinking about work topics, even after we leave the workplace, I think that's only human. But still, we need to see, and it's important that we differentiate that for different types of jobs differently, but we need to look at how do we judge time, how do we measure time, because that is how we currently work, how we currently measure work. So we know in Germany there's 700 million unpaid hours of overtime, and it's completely ridiculous how much extra work is being done, things that people would also label as working hours, because it seems to be impossible otherwise. And that is something I think we need to work on. I believe that there are already some approaches there. Some of your companies are already working on it. And to also check how can we remove some load from people instead of always adding more on top. Because I think many of you know the feeling that it's always getting more and more. Work is only growing. It doesn't really matter how much time you have for it. And also to use technology more sensibly. Because one of the big promises of digitization was that, hey, things are going to get easier. And it's going to take some work off of us. But instead, it's just becoming more and more work. Also, in many cases, because we don't use technology very, very well. And it doesn't actually take any work off of our shoulders. But instead, we spend lots of time in meetings where we go out and say, oh, well, this was unnecessary. And it's important that we also look at structures, that we look at where can we save time, where do we have maybe useless time windows that we fill with things that maybe feel like work but are very far removed from our core tasks, not just in knowledge work, but also in many other jobs where suddenly you have a lot of admin tasks. There's a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of organizational work. You copy things from one table to another. You have to fill this in online, but there's also a paper version. You need to fax something. And I think that's a very important factor that we need to take into account. How do we manage to take some load off the people and use technology in a sensible fashion so it doesn't keep creating more work for us, but also actually makes it a bit easier for us, especially in a society that's aging? Yeah, that's a very important point, and I think I would like to go back to the companies at this point. So when I was preparing this panel, I read a lot of job ads by different companies, and one thing that I saw over and over again, there are very few jobs that are even offered as part-time. So usually it's still, and I think on your website, SAP, it's even said regular full-time but flexible hours are possible, and you can maybe negotiate that in the recruiting process. But also looking at working hours and part-time work, the part-time job ads are very often limited contracts. They're often just filling in for somebody. So the planning, the thinking process about employment opportunities still seems to be about full-time. So how many full-time people do I need to get this work done? And of course, you could apply for a full-time job and then negotiate it down to part-time. But shouldn't companies also make part-time work more attractive? That's the one question. It's the part-time trap that it's really hard to get out of. If you are in the part-time work once, it's really hard to get out of that. And secondly, wouldn't companies just need to advertise everything as part-time jobs and then maybe in the small print say, if you really want to work full-time, you can increase your hours? Nina, what do you think? Yeah, so that's how we do it, especially with leadership positions that are part-time by default, because that takes a lot of maybe potential worries about off the table to start something as full-time and then half a year later say, oh, I want to go part-time. But instead, we want to start with part-time and make that easier. But then real talk, what does it look like in practice? And I think that's also something we need to talk about, that the people who say, oh, I'm going to do part-time, first off, how do you define that? Lots of people are saying, like, maybe I do 70%, 75%. That's a huge factor in the debate. And of course, then you also only paid part-time. And that's, of course, a structural topic, this how work becomes denser and denser. And I think there's multiple different truths that are coexisting here. If you have the 4-day work week, for example, and at the same time I need to look that it doesn't just compress the existing work into 4 days and then people are just working like crazy for 4 days to take the one extra day to recover. That's not going to work out. So the responsibility of each employee to, on the one hand, have the security and feel safe that it's not going to go crazy in terms of compressing the existing work into less time. So I'm very bad at that. I don't take breaks and so on. So it's important to remind people, take breaks, maybe go on a walk. I might have a call while I'm just going on a walk. I'm incapable of doing only one thing. When I was 16, I could have spent an entire hour just flipping on and off a Zippo lighter, something I cannot do anymore now. So this is something that also the employees can take responsibility for and can address. So I think the legislation about working hours and everything, we need to soften that up, and now we need to track working hours. And tracking your working time can also be very stressful. If, for example, like Lena said, I need to decide, okay, was this part of my work or not? And this is really easy if you want to get rid of somebody, if they log their hours wrong. This is something that you can easily use and leverage against people that you want to get rid of. So companies need to be very clear about how to delineate working hours and working time. I think that's an important debate, and each company needs to define that for themselves. But also something that we mentioned before, and I think it's important to mention it again. If we say, for example, after the pandemic, how do we reform the educational system? Are we going to start school hours later? Because that means then people can work later, start work later. They don't all stand in the same traffic jam in the morning. And if you take this debate and you start that only in schools, you don't talk about companies, then maybe somebody says, oh, but I'm working in the morning shift. For me, it's important that school starts very early because I need to start work at 6. So if you don't do that right, then you just end up having a lot of conflict and nothing is going to end up moving. So I think, yes, we need to look at it holistically, but also what does my place of employment, what is the context, what are the properties of that, and how can I maybe soften the boundaries here? And if everybody does that, that's how you get movement. And for us, for example, if we would do a very strict 4-day work week, that would not be the solution. For us, it's work productively when you want to work. If you work in shifts, then it's a wholly different way to think about that. Do we need 24-hour shifts? Do we need, can that work? And then does maybe one of the partner have time for the other partner? Do we have more time for friends? Can we maybe rely more on the social communities? But instead we always fall back on, oh, that's impossible because other people are working shifts. And, that blocks the entire discussion. Yeah, I think this is an important point you're making here. If you say we cannot get to a 4-day work week, then maybe you could change your processes to instead reach a 6-hour work day instead. For example, by reducing meetings, by reducing interruptions. And one important point is that especially this virtual or hybrid culture has often replicated a culture of presence. It doesn't really matter if I'm joining a meeting from home or if I'm joining a meeting from the office. I'm kind of trapped. Sometimes the meeting is the work itself. Sometimes it's just making more work. Sometimes you just need to sit in there, look pretty. But if I rethink our working hours, if I rethink the way we work, if I rethink the processes, then it's easier to figure out what's keeping people from doing their best work and how can I maybe help them to focus better, to focus on one thing for a longer period of time, and then maybe say, okay, we're not going to do 8 hours per day, but maybe 6. So one thing we're doing is no meetings on Fridays. This is something that we determined and that we're also doing globally. And it doesn't work everywhere. This individuality is also important. For example, if we say Friday is no meetings on Friday, then the people in Israel say that's a stupid idea. Can we do another day? Because Friday is part of the weekend. So there is no one-size-fits-all solution. But just the way we think about it is, if we say we do a no meetings Friday, it doesn't mean we cannot have any meetings at all. But maybe for many people it helps to not have any unnecessary bullshit meetings. Maybe other people take the opportunity to say, oh, I'm going to do more focused work on that day. And I think that's one of the ways that we can use and that kind of, trigger a cascade effect to lead to larger changes in the end. Because the entrepreneurial reality is just there is a lot of discussions, there's a lot of individuality in our workforce. And that's also why many of these change processes take so long. And this is a discussion that you have to participate in, because the issues are often valid. You know, few people say, I want to work less, but I also want less money. Okay, so if we think back about the lack of specialized jobs, it's something that you all probably noticed, probably doesn't hurt you as much as it does maybe in the care sector, but it's only growing. What are you doing about that? Which new target audience are you looking at? What new measures? And whether that's, you know, we're talking a lot about a certain, lifelong learning. We can change what we work in the middle of our lives still. What are you doing to allow people a new kind of access to your companies there? So I think a lot of companies have many different approaches here. I find it always hard if we talk about that we're lacking specialists anyway, because what are specialists? I'm not a specialist in what I do officially. Officially, I'm a teacher. I'm specialized in the pedagogy area, but I work in this area for many years now. So what does it even mean? We are lacking specialists. So in theory, you kind of did a lateral move. But often we see, there's trainee positions, there's junior positions, there's maybe student workers, and then the next thing is we want people with 10 years of job experience. And there's very little in between. There's very few companies that say we do training on the job. You're coming in with these qualifications. We're going to upskill you. We're going to just keep teaching you from wherever you are, and form you into being able to fulfill this position in the company. And I feel the companies that don't do that are missing out a lot. It's not just about getting new employees, but it's also about retaining the employees I have and also developing them. I think there's one number that is very impressive here. 65% of students today are going to work in jobs that we don't even know about today. If we look around here, almost all of our jobs didn't exist when we went to school. So we couldn't have said, I want to be this and that. And I think that's where it already starts on a meta level already. Because a question that we ask our children over and over, and that we also ask ourselves, is what do you want to become? What do I want to be? What's the next job title? What's the next job? What's the next company I want to work for? And it's so ridiculous if you think about it, because you don't even know all the things that we could be or could do. So how absurd is it that we ask our children, what do you want to be when you grow up? How would they know if we don't even know it ourselves, if we don't even know these jobs? And I think what's even more important is the question, how do you want to be? If we that we ask our children, but also ask ourselves, how do we want to be? How do we want to develop? And that's what brings us to the topic of education. We have 1 day per month that is just dedicated to learning. Every month, the entire day is just kept free of meetings and everything. It's just about learning and development. There's different topics. We had a learning day about diversity and inclusion recently. 2 weeks ago, we had a learning day about AI, just to see, what does that field look like, and to just keep developing and also enable, lateral movement from outside, but also within the company. 1.5 years ago, I switched from public relations into human resources. And wow, HR is still writing emails, and the response time is like on the order of a week. But isn't it also nice to slow down a bit? Well, I think it's important to have this contrast as well, also within the companies, to create more connections and learn off of each other, and also see how can we develop ourselves. The most important thing for myself is that we don't just talk about, what do we need to learn, what do we want to learn, but also what do we want to unlearn. And I think it's so important to keep that perspective, and also unlearn things specifically to develop ourselves, because our personalities change. We need to maybe change values that we had. I always used to think digital topics are not for me, until when I was like 20-something, I called my sister, who's somewhere in the audience, and I said, Laura, can you help me? I don't get it. because I believe that everything about technology isn't for me. And I think it's very important that we unlearn things, even things that might have been helpful in jobs before, but that are not making sense now anymore. And Sarah, you mentioned technologies maybe also lead to us unlearning certain things, and instead we need to learn how to use new technologies. I think there's two components here. On the one hand, it's the responsibility of corporations to really offer that systematically and support people and create the spaces, which brings us back to the topic of time. But also, it's about the individual level, where we need to be very honest with ourselves, look at ourselves in the mirror and say, not what do I want to be when I grow up, but also how do I want to be in the future? And what are maybe certain beliefs that I have that I need to unlearn to be capable of doing new work in the future again?
Well, nevertheless, you have to say that some have more privileges than others. We have to look at that as well. There's, for example, those working child DE thing. It's not that easy to find, to design your own way. Companies, should have more options for basic jobs. The society changes a lot, and it doesn't look like it has about 10 or 20 years ago, and also the working world changes. And we not only have like boss areas where everyone looks the same and they have the same CV, but that changes a lot. But in general, companies and the working world changes, and as such, who has a part in it and who is allowed to take part in it, and who is able to step up. And we talk about, the lack of experts. We have as many workers as never before in Germany. That's something that has to be said, and it's not distributed evenly in all jobs. But that's also a reason that some jobs are not that high class, care work, where the working hours are bad and the payment is bad. These are the jobs we have to invest in, where you have to make sure people can take these jobs, where we have to support people. Also, my job, journalism, I wouldn't have thought that looking like that from family I come from, I didn't think it's possible for me, and it's really important to have those voices, especially in a job like journalism, where it's not helpful, where everyone has the same life identity and the life experience, and you have to abstract this. We need diverse people, and in all categories. Sex, gender, migration, background. We heard this in the presentation before, but also people with disabilities. Also, not only people sitting in a wheelchair, but different disabilities and realities, people from different family situations. But, it's not only the target to get them into the company and to get them, okay, yeah, cool, just do something. That's also your area of expertise. How can we keep those people in the company, and how can we support them, and how do we build a surrounding that many different people can work together and to feel safe, and to say to be able to say when something is not going wrong. When I'm on my reading travels, someone told me it's difficult when there's questions from the audience and they don't have a microphone. Because for people with listening disability, I wasn't sure about that, and I really focus on this, that when I have events, that there's a microphone in the audience, because we don't know everything. We don't know how the reality of others looks like, and we have to learn that, and we have to focus, and we have to ask people to create a good room and to see what the problem in the room is, and it's getting more and more important. It's a really important thing you're talking about, because especially when we talk about diversity and inclusion, it always sounds like this rainbow world, and we put a bit of glitter on it, and diversity is great. diversity as such is really exhausting. And diversity as such is not really cool because it makes stuff more complicated. What you said, inclusion is really important. To me, inclusion was some kind of weird term. How can you grab this and how can you see this? The solution in my head was, okay, to look at the complete opposite. The opposite is exclusion. All you guys sitting here, you know the feeling to be excluded. Many of you, maybe even in a harder way and in your daily life, you know this feeling to be excluded. Sometimes, we have it in a kindergarten or a school. And if we go back to this feeling and to think about, okay, how did I feel when I was excluded? What does it make with me? We are all about psychological safety. What does it, does it have to do with my potential, with my ability to work? It's so important to have inclusion and to make sure everyone feels invited and to work. Many companies say, okay, yeah, we hire people with migration background. We have people from other jobs, but what about having those people in the company? How does it work out? It's not only about getting those people into the company, and you can put this on your website. Look how diverse we are, but it's also about taking responsibility and to use this diversity. And how can we make people happy with it and to include them in the whole situation, and to show it and not coming back to the situation where you have to cover and they don't dare saying anything what they need, for example, microphone, whatever. That's really crucial. Diversity doesn't have to have something to do with rainbows and glitter. It's really exhausting. It's a great point you're putting up there. But one thing you said, I want to talk about that closer. SAP has an Autism at Work program. It's really good. We say, okay, we don't need any programmers. It's it's not only recruiting, mentoring, and to have people, getting better, and you share your information with other companies. Do you want to have a short talk about this as well? Yeah, Lena said that it's not like a fig leaf. If you have to work with what you get back, and we have this Autism at Work program. It's a real good example for how a company can do in a certain area of work, and what kind of area of diversity and inclusion can you mention? People from the autistic spectrum in software isn't like complete opposite. It's usually a group that works well. Maybe you should also have people from the autistic spectrum, not in communicative situations and empathetic situations. But that's where other diversity things come in place. That's why I want to go back to this one. What works in your own company, in your own office? How can we get a little more exclusive, and how can we redesign a workplace? We follow that closely, and from this program shows us what helps everyone. If you work with people from the autistic spectrum, they get a training, the team gets a training, and also the leadership. We had one person in the team, we learned to communicate, because all these weird buzzwords don't work anymore. We have to say clearly what we mean and to write it down and structure it. After 6 months, the team is structured. There's no bullshit sentences. There's proper emails without bullet points. So the autistic people in your company, they change the way you communicate, and you can learn from yourself. And it works well in the companies. And it really amazed me how open people talk to each other and what worked and what didn't work. There's a lot of exchange, and the knowledge had been shared. And of course, anyone can do it in their office. We talked about employee network groups. You can do it in a small company as well. You can do this as one person. I'm taking a stand for one point because I feel safe in it, and I want to offer something for this, and talk about with your legal division what you can make better. In most areas, people are thankful for that, and they share the knowledge and they tell you what doesn't work, what can you just leave out. It's happening a lot, but I want to mention something. What you said, there's single persons as well. It's also important that not only one person stands for one big group, because I have been the one in the room, the only woman, the only person of color, the one from the worker class family. And it's really exhausting to be the one person that has to answer all the questions. Yeah, what do women think about it? I don't know. Well, if you're gone, the knowledge is gone as well, and you go further, and the company is basically empty. A good question I have in this case, you mentioned the pandemics as a mass disabling event. We have long-term consequences, long COVID. Do companies have to prepare for this, to work with different disabilities, chronic illnesses, and more factors, how they can handle those? Do you prepare for this? Yeah, of course. Me personally, is all these taboo topics that come to the workplace. Lena said, okay, you feel excluded, and also shame. Everyone knows it, that you feel shameful for something. I can't talk about it in my job. There's no topic that can't be discussed at the workplace. If you write, if you read an article on Rammstein in the morning, you take this to work, and at some point this discussion start that has to be possible at the workplace, and all these taboo topics that have to be on the table. And there's also sadness, as fear, loss. Someone that lost a loved person or lost a good friend. You have to have an environment where people have the feeling they can talk about it, and they are able to draw back a little without repression. It's the culture we have to build around it, but also as a colleague, to have a feeling for those situations. Sometimes you might even don't like a person, but someone tells you, okay, we've lost a dog, we're so sad, or I lost a loved one. Thank you for taking me into your life. That has to have a room in your life work, and those things are important. Like awareness days, they make sense because they give topics a stage, and also different means, to have those topics in their talks. If we are handling people who lost someone, how do different cultures handle it? What kind of topic can you talk about in one country or the other? How do people handle this culturally? This is a topic. What do you take out of it? There's different stuff you offer for mental health. What's the takeaway you have? So if a company offers this and this looks like this, yeah, that's communication. The whole topic is communication. We're always sure what we have to do, but it's sender and receiver. That people hear it, they have some kind of mental health team or something. You have a topic in your company that you have to put it onto the agenda over and over again. You have to invite people. You have to discuss the topic, and you may be provocative, and you can have measures, and you always know where people think, okay, that doesn't work out for me anymore. That's the really exhausting thing. You have to face the taboos and put them on your desk, and you can see in which areas you can start talking about it and to discuss about it. There's not a big solution in a big company. You always have to go into the teams. Yeah, I think that's important to see what works and to try out things. It's important in the English language. There's nothing about us without us. We shouldn't try out things just because, well, the leadership says, okay, just do it, and we have to include ourselves there. And we have to watch out, that all those people, being the idiots of the company because you're there and you're sitting in the wheelchair, whatever. That's not about it. There's so many great consultants you can ask to have, and it's a responsibility of companies to do that if you don't have it in the company. And it's also important to listen to the voices we have in the company and how can we enable them. You said, okay, their mental health day is great. For example, we had mental health first aiders, people who have the opportunity to voice what their problems is. We pay for these people. That's also has this moment of self-sufficiency. It's great to have all these mental health first aiders in the company. It's always a question of scaling it. One day is great for awareness, but that doesn't scale. It doesn't help in your daily life, but all these mental health first aiders help a lot. And it's a good connection. What can the company do? What kind of situations can they create? And you use the self-sufficiency. And there's really one point that I think is really important and crucial. Something that you said, Sarah. Who am I and who are you, especially in the working area or in general. We use a word completely wrong, self-consciousness. You have to be self-conscious at work, whatever. What we mean is you have to be cool and strong. But the word self-consciousness means something else if you look at the general meaning of it. We have to face ourselves and be sure about ourselves. In the work life, we barely do that. How do I feel? What kind of emotions do I have? Am I sad? Do I have a struggle? Am I really excited about a topic? This self-consciousness, you have to create this on your personal area, but as well on the company area. It's really essential to care for each other and to have a better culture and a work situation where we can be ourselves and be like we want to be, not just because we have a diversity feature or something. The self-consciousness can help us a lot on the personal area, but also on the company level.
I think one other thing that I find is really important, we often feel that, I'm working full-time, I'm going to the office, and that means that I can always deliver 100% every day, 100% performance, and 100% of every person is the same. It's always a full glass. And I think that's something that we also need to move beyond. First, that not all people have the same capacity. Maybe my 100% look different than yours, and yours are yours. So that's already a different cup sizes, if you want to stay with that image. But also, every day, people that maybe are doing care work. We cannot assume that our 100% are all the same and that we also are always capable of delivering 100%. And I think companies and also we as society need to rethink that every person every day can only deliver what they can, but that's not the same for all the people or every time, all the time. So we have 3 minutes left. So the question at the end, maybe, how do we get there? There's one important point, and that's that leaders need to kickstart something. They need to say it's a conscious decision. We want to live differently. But let's assume I'm working in a company and my manager is not supporting me. What can I do as an employee? What opportunities do I have to drive that change? Well, usually you're not alone with these issues. So that's maybe the second step. If the manager doesn't support or your surroundings don't support that, I always found it a bit too facile to say, oh, then just change jobs. But instead, maybe look for other people that are thinking similarly, find allies, and then keep bringing the topic onto the table, keep putting it into the conversation. Managers also want to be liked at the end. They want to do a good job. And they also need the feeling that what they do is maybe helping multiple people, different people. And it's also part of reality that I think you also have to be a little bit uncomfortable. Make people uncomfortable together, I think that's a nice closer. Let's live the life so the AfD doesn't like it, wouldn't like it. Let's live life in a way that if it was a book, it would be outlawed in the US. Thank you very much for your attention today, and I wish you all a great day. See you soon.
So, das waren 10 Ideen.
Okay, that was 10 ideas for a better workplace. Magdalena Rogel, Sarah Weber, Nina Strassner, and Sue Reinke. Thank you very much. We're going to continue in about 10 minutes with the patron saint of the internet, with a very interesting session about how to fairly pay creatives. So stay here or come here, because it's going to be very interesting. See you soon.
Mein Name ist Mandy Mangler, ich bin Chefärztin für Gynäkologie und Geburtsmedizin an 2 Vivantes-Kliniken in Berlin.
Du warst aber nicht immer so reich und berühmt, oder?
Nein, ich habe, wie wir alle, auch vielleicht viele Jobs gehabt in der Vergangenheit. Besonders als ich Schülerin war und dann Studentin, habe ich sehr viele Nebenjobs gehabt. Ich habe in Cafés gearbeitet, in Clubs, dann im Eiscafé, auf einer Kartbahn.
Als Eisverkäuferin?
Als ich ganz klein war, wollte ich immer Eisverkäuferin werden. Und dann war ich so 16 und bin Eisverkäuferin geworden. Das war super.
Was hast du dabei fürs Leben gelernt?
Ja, Eis verkaufen, das ist nämlich, das sieht so leicht aus, ist aber doch wirklich anstrengend und auch wirklich schmerzhaft für die Hand. Also Respekt an alle Eisverkäuferinnen, wenn man dieses Ding bedient, dann hat man immer so Schmerzen und Blasen an der Hand. Vielleicht habe ich gelernt, sich so einen leicht aussehenden Beruf dann durchzuziehen, auch wenn er anstrengend ist.
Ist das Überreichen einer Eistüte an jemanden so ähnlich wie jemandem das Baby, das Neugeborene zu überreichen?
Ja, es hat Parallelen. Also ein etwas schmerzhafter Prozess ist davor gewesen, das stimmt.
Hättest du damals als Eisverkäuferin gedacht, dass du Chefärztin von 2 Kliniken werden würdest?
Nein, als Eisverkäuferin habe ich gehofft, dass ich für immer Eisverkäuferin bleibe. Und Chefärztin, das war jetzt nicht so das Ziel.
So, liebe Leute.
All right. Welcome back again here on stage one. It's great to see you all. It's going to get very, very interesting because we have a session now with one of the, I guess, patron saints of the internet, I want to say, Cory Doctorow. And he's going to be here together with Professor Rebecca Giblin, who's going to be dialing in from Melbourne, where she's a professor at a law school. And they're going to talk about Choke Point capitalism, how to end the internet's gentrification, get artists paid. And also later they're going to be here in conversation with Géraldine de Bastien, who's going to come on stage and going to lead a conversation with them. But first, Rebecca and Cory prepared a small video for us to introduce their session, and here we go.
Creators aren't getting paid. That's because powerful corporations have figured out how to create choke points that let them snatch up most of the value generated by creative work before it reaches creative workers. I'm Cory Doctorow.
And I'm Rebecca Giblin.
Our new book, Choke Point Capitalism, pulls aside the veil on the tricks big tech and big content use to lock in users and suppliers, eliminate competition, and ultimately shake down creators and producers.
We also share tons of ideas for how we can recapture creative labour markets to make them fairer and more sustainable. Margaret Atwood says, we tell how the vampires crashed the party and provide protective garlic. But don't take her word for it. Check out our extended video or read the book for more.
Hi there. Hi. Nice to see you all. We got Rebecca. I think we will have Rebecca shortly. Well, she'll be along shortly. She's beaming in from Australia. The internet takes a long time to reach here from there. So, hi, I'm Cory. It's lovely to be back at Republic. I'm very honored to be here again. I apologize, as I do every year when I come here, for A, not speaking German, and B, having drunk so much coffee that I will end up speaking very quickly. If I do that, just wave and I'll slow down. So a thing that can't have escaped your notice is that over the last decade, the internet has turned into 5 giant websites filled with screenshots of text from the other 4. It's gotten noticeably worse year after year, and it's a process that I call enshittification. The internet just keeps getting shittier. And the reason it's getting shittier is because there's a life cycle that attends digital platforms when they are not disciplined by regulation or by competition. Once they become monopolized, they're free to act in ways that are extremely harmful to their stakeholders and then ultimately to themselves. So here's how that life cycle goes. When a platform starts, it offers all kinds of goodies to end users to bring them in. Uber gave you cheap rides. Facebook gave you a feed with just your friends in it. Google gave you the best search results it could find. And it waits until you are locked in some way so that you can't leave. All your friends are on Facebook. You may not like Facebook, but you like your friends, so you can't leave. All the shops in your neighborhood have closed, and so you have to keep shopping on Amazon. All the taxis went out of business, so you have to keep riding in Uber. Once the end users are locked into the platform, some of the goodness that was given to the end users is taken away and given to the business customers that the platform also relies on. Publishers get a good deal on Facebook, and so do advertisers. Third-party vendors get a really good deal from Amazon, and so on and so on. Once those vendors are locked in, once they can't go anywhere else, then all of the goodies that were given to bring in those third-party vendors, they're taken away from them too. And all of the value in the service, except for that residue that's needed to keep end users and business customers locked in and locked into each other, all of that surplus is withdrawn, and it's given to the platform's shareholders. And the platform becomes something that is barely usable, but strangely compelling, something you can't find yourself leaving, despite the fact that you hate it there. And this is a very brittle equilibrium. It's very hard for platforms to suck almost all of the value out without sucking out so much that people start leaving. And when they hit some kind of exogenous shock, some outside force that tips them out of equilibrium, then they turn into a pile of shit. And so we see that, for example, with Facebook deciding that from now on our destiny is to be legless, sexless, low polygon cartoon characters in a virtual world named after an idea from a satirical science fiction novel published in the last millennium. You see it with Google deciding that from now on the problem with search will be resolved by having all of our questions answered in the form of extremely long, florid paragraphs composed by a script that doesn't know when it's lying. And we see it in platforms today that are withdrawing surplus in extremely rapid ways, seemingly in a bet that we just won't go anywhere else. So you may have seen the news just this week that Twitch has altered the terms for its performers so that it's much harder for them to monetize their performance using outside vendors. So they're going to be driven into monetizing through Twitch. And of course, Twitch takes a very large percentage of the money that you get from Twitch. So they've just basically turned off the outside money spigot so that all the money flows through Twitch so that they can take that money and put it in their own pocket. This is also happening with Reddit. Reddit is about to have its public offering, and it needs to improve its cash basis. And so in order to do that, it wants to start charging gigantic amounts of money for its APIs. Now, some of the users of those APIs, they're commercial entities doing commercial things. They're doing analytics for marketing, say. But a substantial plurality of the users of those APIs make the moderation tools that allow the volunteers who keep Reddit running to do their job. And the volunteer moderators have announced that starting next week, they're going to black out every popular subreddit on Reddit. And I've been told by a reliable internal source that Reddit has informed those volunteers that if they go through with it, they will be kicked off the platform forever and everything they've posted will be permanently deleted. We'll see how that goes. So this enshittification, it's part of a wider trend to corporate concentration. And corporate concentration is not limited to the tech sector. Corporate concentration is in every sector. The arts now consists of 5 giant publishers, 4 giant movie studios, 3 giant record labels, 2 giant ad tech companies, and 1 company that sells all the ebooks and the audiobooks. And so concentration, when it occurs, produces these things we call choke points, where a small number of firms are necessary for a creator or someone who assists a creator, like a publisher or a label or a studio, to reach their audiences. They lock the audience in, and then as the creators seek to go to market with their work, they take as much value from the creators as they can, leaving the smallest residue that is necessary to keep those creators coming back for more, which turns out to be a very small residue indeed. Now, this corporate concentration is the result of some policy choices that were taken 40 years ago at the start of the neoliberal era. Particularly, it was the decision to no longer prevent monopolies as bad unto themselves, as a source of power that makes corporations both too big to fail and too big to jail, and rather to operate from the assumption that if a company is able to secure a monopoly, it must be doing something very efficient. And we should just get out of the way, because those efficiencies will eventually trickle down to consumers, who will enjoy better prices, more selection, and so on. One consequence of this model for enforcing competition law is that so long as prices are being suppressed for consumers, firms are generally immune to any kind of competition enforcement. And so they're free to do things like acquire their rivals, engage in predatory pricing, use other anti-competitive tactics to build and maintain a monopoly. And that begets a very specific arrangement. That arrangement is something we call monopsony. Monopsony is a term that nobody knows because nobody ever made a family-destroying board game called Monopsony. But monopsony is the little brother of monopoly. A monopoly is a market where you have a very powerful seller. A monopsony is a market where you have a very powerful buyer. And monopsonies characterize all of the arts markets. Right? You have a small number of publishers, a small number of distributors, a small number of labels, a small number of studios, and they have a buyer's market for the creative labor of the workers who produce the work that produces their wealth. Monopsonies are now everywhere we look, but especially in markets where workers feel a sense of satisfaction from what they do, or a sense of duty or mission, a sense of what's sometimes called vocational awe. And in those markets, you can squeeze workers really hard, and they'll keep working. Nurses will show up for work even if they're not getting paid enough to eat because they don't want to leave their patients in their bed. And of course, artists will keep making art until you break their fingers. And so we end up with a lot of art being made even under the most unfavorable conditions. And that's how we came to write Choke Point Capitalism, to try and resolve some of those conundrums. And I'm going to hand it over to Rebecca. The internet has finally reached here from Australia. And Rebecca is going to give you the next part of our talk. Hi, Rebecca.
Hi, Corey. Hi, everybody. Can you all hear me okay? All right. I'm really sorry that I couldn't be there in person. Berlin is my spiritual home, so it was very, very tempting. But I already had to be there in a couple of weeks for something I'm doing for Communia and Wikimedia. So I'm afraid you do get my very slow Australian internet instead. We had to write this book a bit for the same reasons. We talk about artists making art until you have to break their fingers. Some of you in the room will know about that feeling where you have to tell a story, and until you tell that story, you just can't rest. This was one of those stories. We started thinking about it when we started talking about it together in February 2018, when we realized that we had this shared frustration that we had been deep in the trenches of the copyright wars for a couple of years, caring very much about how we could do a better job of achieving copyright's twin aims, recognizing and rewarding creators, and also ensuring the widest possible access to knowledge and culture, but being told that no, we have to pick a side. You have to choose one or the other, right? And you have to ignore the collateral damage that comes with that side, right? We're like, well, whether you choose big tech or big content, the outcome's going to be exactly the same. We're going to be settling for the crumbs from the table. And we kept getting told, if you really care about artists, the solution is more copyright. But we were like, give more copyright is like giving kids who are being shaken down at the school gate for their lunch money more lunch money. It doesn't matter how much lunch money you give them, they're still going to be going hungry.
Hey,
Rebecca,
Rebecca, we're getting a lot of crackle off your mic. I'm not sure what's going on. It's a little hard to make you out. Try saying a few things now.
That's deeply unpleasant. And as always, we test it and it works perfectly. What if I'm a bit closer?
No, that's worse. You guys are hearing that crackle too, right? Are we okay? Can you guys understand what's being said? Is that okay? Okay, we're all good. I'm sorry, Rebecca. I didn't mean to halt you there.
Let me try a different mic. What do people think? I don't want it to be too painful.
We're getting, it's worse now. Sorry.
All right. No.
Maybe I can pick it up for you for a bit. Do you have another mic you can switch to?
You pick it up. I've got your Yeti here, Corey.
Yeah, we're losing you, Rebecca. That's not good. Do we want to reconnect her? Yeah, Rebecca, we're going to reconnect you. Can you drop off and reconnect? And I'll tell a little more of the story while you're doing that. I don't even know if you can hear me. You know, when I get frozen on Zoom, my mouth is always open. This is how a professional gets frozen on Zoom. So as Rebecca was saying, we both have spent decades fighting about copyright, and we were sick of it. It's so awful to be told that you either have to choose team tech and be on the side of the user, or team content and be on the side of the artist. When, of course, team tech is on the side of tech shareholders, and team content is on the side of entertainment industry shareholders. Doesn't matter which side you pick, the shareholders win. For 40 years, we've made copyright last longer. We've made it cover more kinds of work. We've made the penalties for infringing copyright much higher, and we've made it easier to secure those penalties. And the companies involved have gotten much richer and larger over that time. For example, 3 companies now control all the music. Sony, Warner, Universal, 70% of all the music copyrights, 65% of all the compositions. And so we asked ourselves, how is it possible that we have more copyright, these firms are more profitable, and yet the share of income going to artists is only going down? And I will hand it back to Rebecca. Can we get her on the screen? Maybe?
Am I here?
Maybe. There we are. Hi, Rebecca. So I was about to deliver that schoolyard punchline. Why don't you give us the punchline? We'll take it from there.
Oh, no, come on. You've done the whole setup, and then I'll jump in.
OK. So we decided, we concluded that giving an artist who's bargaining in a market where there's only 3 labels or 4 studios or 5 publishers or 2 ad tech companies, giving that artist more copyright to bargain with is like giving your bullied school kid extra lunch money. There isn't an amount of lunch money you can give that kid that will satisfy the bullies. The more money you give that kid, the more money the bullies get. And eventually, they'll use some of that money to run an international campaign saying, think of the hungry school children, they need more lunch money. And so we needed another approach. Thank you. So take it away, Rebecca.
So we thought, and I really hope you can hear me now,
we
thought that the problem here was actually bigness, right? Specifically, the kind of corporate bigness whose mission is to transfer wealth from workers to investors. And they've got really, really good at it, right? It's like about capitalism, but competition is supposed to be fundamental to it, right? You're supposed to have a free exchange between buyers and sellers. We've seen over the last 40 years is this project aimed at eliminating competition, right? And they even say the quiet parts out loud, right? Peter Thiel, competition is for losers. Warren Buffett, salivating over companies that had sustainable moats, by which he means barriers to entry, right? We're told that when a company gets big, that it creates a temporary advantage that's going to be competed away. But the project is to prevent that competition from actually happening, right? And so what we have seen, and we see it particularly sharply in creative labor markets, is they're being distorted into these hourglass shapes, right? You've got audiences at one end and creators at the other, and these predatory corporations squatting at the neck where they're extracting more and more value. And so Corey, at the beginning of his set, unpacked the playbook for this. What we discovered when we sat down and we started to write this book, and a part that I mentioned before that you might, because of the audio quality, is that this is an example of one of those things that we had to do. This was a story that we really had to tell. Is that the playbook is exactly the same across all of these different industries. We knew when we started out that things were bad, but it wasn't until we started unpacking industry after industry we realized just how bad it had got. But even though the playbook is the same, the tools that are used to achieve choke points across different creative industries are a little bit different. And so I want to just mention a few of those to get you thinking about how they work, and also to help spot them in other kinds of use cases. Because we talk about creative workers being the canaries in the coal mine, but markets are being choke pointed in a whole range of different areas. And we've heard from an amazing range of people since the book came out. I think it was probably the comms that we got from a guy who said, "Thank you so much for writing this book. It's exactly the same as what's happening in my field, which is the global market for ornamental plants." Right, so big plant is choke pointed as well. But what are the tools that are actually used to achieve this? All right, let's think about the ebook and audiobook markets, which are sewn up by Amazon and the Amazon-owned Audible in English language markets at least. To start with, digital rights management is a big tool used to keep people locked in to these markets, keep consumers locked in. digital rights management was promised to be something that protected copyright owners. But in fact, once you start locking things in digital locks that can only be unlocked by the person who put them on, they're not necessarily protecting the copyright owners at all. And in this case, they're protecting Amazon. It promised when it bought Audible that it would take the mandatory DRM off if enough people complained about it. Done that, right? They've refused to do so. And the reason why they do that is because they know people don't want to migrate their libraries over to other platforms. They don't want to separate, they can't migrate their libraries over because they're wrapped in DRM. They don't want to break their libraries up. And so this is a really good way to keep them in their platform. Another technique that they used to keep people locked in the case of Audible, was their extraordinarily generous returns policy. And if you're an Audible subscriber, you might have noticed that you might get a prompt once you finish listening to a book saying, do you want to return this? Or you might have seen that in the newsletters they send out or ads for the service, advertising this no questions asked returns policy, even up to a year after you've bought the book, even if you've listened to it. Well, what was that about? That was only offered to ongoing subscribers of the service. That was a way to get people to keep paying their monthly fee for that subscription credit. And the thing is, Audible doesn't care about how that money is divided up, right? They just care about keeping people locked into the platform and other audiobook platforms from appearing. So why not have known if you saw this and running your audiobooks and you thought, this is great, it's like a library service, is that independent authors and smaller publishers who used Audible's ACX platform were paying for you to do that because Audible was clawing back the royalties every time somebody returned a book, even if they had listened to it and even if they were happy about it. And they knew that this was dodgy, and so they hid it. Lack of transparency. They would only report to these authors net sales, which were sales after returns had come out, right? And authors were badgering them to say, well, how many people are returning our books? And they weren't able to get kind of any answers on that. And the only reason that the extent of this scam came because there was a data glitch one day, and 3 weeks of returns showed up in a single day, and suddenly some authors were like, what do you mean I had minus 1,000 sales today, right? And that transparency is what allowed them to organize and do something about that. Amazon's Prime program also really designed at getting their customers locked in. But then if we start looking to other markets, we can see the different kinds of tools that are used. So in recorded music, for example, we've got 3 record labels that control almost 70% of the global recorded music market. And they own 3 music publishers that control almost 60% of global song rights. And because they take, and they're able to take in most countries, copyrights for the entire term of copyright, which in the case of song rights can be over a century, sort of close to a century for the record in some countries, right? They've created this industrial aggregation of copyrights that they can use the future of music markets in ways that benefit their executives and their investors over the artists that they are supposed to represent, right? And so we all hear the complaints about streaming and how low the cents per stream are and how badly most creators do out of that. But what fewer people realize is that the global streaming market was created by the majors for the majors. Right. So in that case, the choke points very much come around from those industrial aggregations of copyright. Then when we look at streaming itself, the music streaming industry, why do we have so few music streaming platforms? We've got Spotify and Deezer, and then a handful that are controlled by big tech. But there's tons of people that really care about music. They're passionate about finding ways of getting creators paid. They've got lots of ideas, lots of technical nous. Why are they not? Well, there's a bunch of reasons behind that, including the fact that the copyrights are controlled by those major labels for the most part, and that you can't create an alternative without getting them to agree, right? And how do you get them to agree to a system that's going to do worse for them and better for artists? They're probably not going to. But we can also see that there are real barriers to entering into these markets. Like it's hugely, the licensing arrangements are hugely complex. And so the startup costs and administration costs of running a music streaming platform are really high. Now, we could have fixed this, right? When Napster was started, we could have said, okay, people really want access to all of the world's music very simply. Let's make licensing work. Let's get people paying for this. But we didn't do that, right? And we're paying for that now. Another way that the streaming platforms like Spotify lock us in is through playlistification, right? There's those playlists, the algorithm tells us through, and sometimes it's got really good suggestions, right? Sometimes they're less good. But what the playlists are doing is training us to outsource to companies like Spotify the decisions about what to put into our ears. They're trying to disintermediate artists from the equation, right? And once they've done that, once they've got the power to do that, then they're doing things like what we're already seeing play out in real time, where they've got programs that say to artists, okay, well, you really want to make it onto a playlist, right? You really want to be one of those few that make it big and that actually do make some money from streaming, that can have a music career, but we know you don't have any money. So what if we offer you lower royalties still for a greater chance of making it onto a playlist? And from there, it's a race onto the bottom.
Hey, Rebecca, we probably need to move on to the close now. We're at time here.
Yeah. Okay, so what I wanted to say is that this is not one of those chapter 11 books, right? We spoke a lot about the problems, but we really, in the whole second half, that's all about the solutions, right? The things that there's a whole bunch of things that don't work very well in response to monopsony, but there is a few interventions that we know do work, and like encouraging new entrants into the market, directly regulating excessive buyer power, and building countervailing power in workers and suppliers. So maybe we can talk a little bit about that during the Q&A.
Sure. So I'll just wind us up here and conclude it by saying, as Rebecca said, the first half of this book is devoted to these very detailed dissections of how the accounting scams work in different sectors. And we've heard from a lot of readers that they get very angry by the end of the first half. They hear a high-pitched whining noise that's like an incipient aneurysm. They want to throw the book. And we tell readers to hang in there, because the second half of the book, as Rebecca says, is solutions, technical solutions for how we unwind these markets. So for example, if you have a royalty-generating contract for music or movies or books, you're entitled to audit those royalties. And when you do, you will find discrepancies. And for reasons I don't understand, when there's a discrepancy in royalties, it's never in the artist's favor. We cite one company in Los Angeles that spent decades auditing tens of thousands of record contracts. And in all those times, they've only found one instance where the artist benefited from the error. And in every other instance, the label did. We can only assume that this is some kind of horrible, localized probability storm that makes things very hard for their accountants. So if you say to them, you stole my money, give it back to me, they'll say, artists, you're adorable, but you can't do math. We don't owe you anything, and you can't afford to sue us. But I'll tell you what, we're such nice guys. We'll pay you half of what you think we owe you. You just have to sign a non-disclosure deal that says that you will never tell anyone else how we stole the money from you, which might show them how we're stealing money from them. Now, those contracts, because of monopoly, they're all settled in 4 states. New York and California, of course, Washington State, because that's where the video games and Amazon are, and Tennessee, because of Nashville. And the contracts are a matter of state law. State law is much easier to amend than federal laws in the United States. If we were to amend the contract law of any one or all of those 4 states to say non-disclosure cannot be enforced when it pertains to omissions or misstatements in royalty statements that steal wages from creators, then at the stroke of a pen, we put more money into the pockets of more artists than 40 years of term extensions and copyright combined. Money talks and bullshit walks. This is a crack in the machine. We stick a crowbar in it, we shake it around, and money pours out into artists' pockets. It's not the right to be angry at your audience for listening to your songs the wrong way. It's the right to pay your mortgage and put your kid through college. So people ask us these technical ideas that you establish in the book, how are you going to get them into the world? And for this, we borrow some praxis from our archenemy, a guy named Milton Friedman. Everybody should have an archenemy. He's a pretty good one to have. Milton Friedman is the architect of neoliberalism. And when he was cooking up his terrible ideas in the 1960s and 70s, ideas that would roll back the post-war prosperity that so many people were sharing in and bring us back to a new feudal age. People said, Milton, how are you going to get these ideas from out there into government? Nobody likes these ideas. People like having health care and a place to live and social mobility for their children. And he said, I'll tell you what, there will eventually be a crisis. And when the crisis strikes, ideas that are lying around can move from the periphery to the center in an eye blink. So that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to create ideas lying around because we are having crises in the arts. Anything that can't go on forever will eventually stop. And we have lurched from crisis to crisis to crisis as we've allowed these firms to enshittify, to concentrate, to exploit, to choke point. And because we haven't had good ideas lying around, every time we've hit a crisis, we've said, let's just do what we did last time, but try harder and see if we get a different outcome. That hasn't worked. So I'm going to leave you with that thought, that as we are approaching more crises, we are in a position to try something new, something that will work, as opposed to just something that we can think of because we've tried it before. And when we do, we'll have allies, because we're not the only ones as creative workers who suffer from monopoly. Monopoly is everywhere, and it hurts all kinds of workers, and it hurts all kinds of consumers as well. One company owns every eyeglass brand you've ever heard of, as well as all the high street retailers and the people who make all the lenses and the insurer that insures all the eyewear in the world. One company called Luxottica Essilor, they've raised the prices of glasses 1,000% in the last decade. They stole your eyes. Right? Everyone who wears glasses is on our side and they don't know it. Everyone who drinks beer is on our side and they don't know it. 2 beer companies. Everyone who ships things, 3 shipping cartels, is on our side. Finance, you name it, it's all concentrated. James Boyle says that before the term ecology was coined, people didn't know they were on the same side. You care about owls, I care about the ozone layer. Do we care about the same thing? Once we have the term ecology, we understand that all these issues are part of one movement. There is a movement brewing to fight corporate concentration and the power and impunity that comes with it. And that's how artists are going to get paid. So now I think we're going to move to our Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Corey. Thank you so much, Rebecca, first of all, for being here with us at Republica, but of course for writing this really important book. I think, you know, also, I said this to you briefly before you went on stage. On a personal note, I come from a family of musicians and artists, and we have been torn apart by debates around copyright, when in fact we should be sitting on the same side of the table in terms of advocacy. People who have been advocating for rights for creative workers and digital freedom should definitely be united in this. So thanks so much for this really important book. I am feeling very lucky that I have the chance to talk to you both about it. I want to ask 1 or 2 questions on the first part, but then really focus on some of the solutions that you offer that you just sketched out briefly now. So maybe to begin with, lots to talk about. These monopolies, these choke points are leading to the effects that you outlined. They're also leading to they are also having an effect on how art is created. For instance, how Spotify adds to how music is made, what kind of works with their algorithms, etc. But these choke points, these monopolistic structures are also creating political effects. And that's been true since even before big tech. You give a great example because of the concentration of the radio industry, for instance, in the US, how this hit the Dixie Chicks way before the social media world that we live in now. But you also talk about app stores in your book and why these app stores are in themselves choke points by not only creating these walled gardens and taking huge cuts of money, but also, of course, by politically curating spaces. Could you both talk a little bit about that, please?
Rebecca, do you want to start, or are you frozen? I think Rebecca's frozen. All right, I'll start. We'll get Rebecca back on the line. So you make a good point. You know, this shift in the way that we think about competition had a profound consequence. You know, 40 years ago, we had the idea that if we allowed firms to become large enough, that they would become gatekeepers that were too big to fail and too big to jail, that they would become uncontrollable entities that were able to overwhelm the democratic will of the people and do as they would. And one of the ways that that affects us in the arts is by concentrating decision-making about who gets heard. And we see this with app stores. You know, Apple has this argument that if you're only allowed to install software that they have deemed fit for your use, that they will protect you from yourself. They'll protect you from your naivete, your inability to sort good apps from bad, and that this will serve you. But what we see is that the temptation to use that control, which is backstopped by law and technology. It's against the law to reverse engineer an iPhone to add another app store. Our Article 6 of the Copyright Directive of 2001 makes it a crime to reverse engineer an iPhone and allow the owner of that iPhone to install another app store and run software they're choosing. So on the one hand, we see these firms making arbitrary decisions about what people can and can't see based on their own business interests. So in China, Apple took away all of the privacy tools from the App Store because the Chinese government said, if you want to continue reaching Chinese consumers and if you want to continue having access to Chinese manufacturing, you must do this. Closer to home, Apple reaches into the market for media, and they say, yeah, there's going to be alternatives to our App Store, our bookstore, our music store, and so on, but they're going to have to pay us 30% commissions on every sale they make, whereas we're going to be able to sell the same works without paying those commissions. So imagine if you had two businesses next to each other, one of which took 30% of its profits and handed it to the other business every time it made a sale. You can see where that market ends up every time. And so what you end up with ultimately is Apple being the only entity that can sell books. They end up running the show. So this has really profound cultural impacts as well. Now, the Digital Markets Act, the European Commission finalized and the Parliament voted in, will force App Store competition. And I think that's going to make a really big difference. We have a lot of talk today about how we're going to save another kind of creative worker, the journalist. And all of our talks so far about saving journalists has focused on doing what they did here in Germany, which is asking the tech platforms to profit share with the journalists, which makes them partners with them. The idea here is that somehow if you have a search engine that indexes the news or a social media platform where people are allowed to talk to the news, that's somehow stealing the news. Having an index of the news, letting people talk about the news, that's not stealing the news. If you're not allowed to talk about the news, it's not the news, it's a secret. But they do steal something from the news. What they steal is money, right? They steal 30% of every subscriber euro. They steal 51% of every advertising euro. And if we make the media partners with tech, then they're not going to be watchdogs for tech. They won't be making sure that tech stays honest. If, on the other hand, we make tech stop stealing money from the news, then the news is going to be able to run its own show and not rely on tech for its money. They're going to be able to get the money that they deserve.
Yeah, it's a good example that you chose. It's a debate I have often with Marcus, one of the founders of Republica, how a lot of the digital rights activist groups back then were sort of blinded and lobbied by big tech really to be on the wrong side of the discussion when that was first introduced, but have come to see over the years that, and I think this is a good point that you make in the very beginning of the book, that we weren't focusing on the bigness back then, you know? Yeah. We were maybe focusing on the fear of censorship, the other topics that were big on the agenda, but we weren't focusing on the bigness back then. We hadn't shifted that view there.
I think that, 40 years ago, or 20 years ago, what tech people like me missed wasn't that technology could be a force for ill. Nobody founds an organization like Netzpolitik or the Electronic Frontier Foundation because you think everything is going to be fine, right? People don't read Cyberpunk and go, oh, that sounds great. There is always this sense that technology could become a force for control, for censorship, for manipulation and extraction. What I think we didn't understand was that the era in which technology was dynamic and competitive was coming to an end because of this big shift in how we enforced competition law, which allowed for a new kind of firm that we never saw before. I mean, you think about well, I used to work for Silicon Graphics. I was a Silicon Graphics integrator. That's a company that doesn't even exist anymore, right? Like nobody even remembers it anymore. And when I was working for them, they bought Cray, which was another company that doesn't exist anymore. They made computers that were so big, they were famous because the furniture that they built into the computers was very comfortable, right? This used to be a fitness factor for a computer vendor. How comfortable is it to sit on the computer, right? And at a certain point, we stopped having that turnover. And it's not because the people involved made better computers. And it's not because they were greedier. Believe me, the people who started Silicon Graphics were terrible people and very greedy, right? The difference is we let them do something different. We let them buy all their competitors. And so we got companies like Google. Google is a company that made one successful product. They made a very, very good search engine. And then they made a pretty good Hotmail clone. And then they took some old Safari code and they made a good browser. And then they made a bunch of products that failed, a video product, an ad product, and so on. But they bought other people's successful products. They bought an ad stack. They bought a video stack. They bought server management, documents, calendaring, maps, satellite tools from other people who had good ideas. Google likes to call itself, the idea factory. They're like Willy Wonka. But what they really are is they're Uncle Pennybags from Monopoly. They just buy everyone who's got a good idea. And it's a place where good ideas go to die, right? Like Yahoo was, like Facebook is, like Apple is. Apple buys 90 companies a year. Apple goes shopping for companies more often than you and I go shopping for groceries, right? These companies are not technically excellent. They are merely financially deep-pocketed. Yes, they're good at operating firms, but they're not good at starting things. They're not good at innovating.
Basically vacuuming up all the content, people creating the value that is being created elsewhere.
And so we missed that we would end up in this world of 5 giant tech companies that would then end up in these public-private partnerships from hell with the government, right? Where we say, oh, I'm not worried about government surveillance, I'm worried about corporate surveillance. I'm not worried about corporate surveillance, I'm worried about government surveillance. There's no difference. The reason that we're not enforcing the GDPR is because the police like to go to Google and ask them for their surveillance data. If we make them stop collecting the data, then where would the police be?
Which is why specifically interesting, all the choke points that you point to in your book are super interesting. But one that also really got my attention is when you talk about advertising, the core business model of Google, Facebook, and these 2 of these big 5, and explain how most of the ads on the internet are overvalued and underperforming, and that it might not be as difficult or impossible as we think to also target some of these choke points.
Yeah, the story of ad tech is that on the one hand, that the 2 big ad tech platforms, Meta and Google, that they are capable of superhuman acts of neutrality. So Google and Facebook, they run the sell side, so they represent the publishers. They run the buy side, they represent the advertisers. And then they run the marketplace, where the advertisers and the publishers meet to buy and sell advertising space. And they say, we are being an honest representative of the marketplace, of the buyer and the seller, even though if we were to cheat, we could make a lot of money by doing things worse for all of those people. And they also say that the reason that 51 euro cents out of every euro that is spent on advertising goes into their pocket is not because they're cheating, it's because they're doing a very good job, right? This is amazing, because the people who say this, these corporate officers, they're lawyers. And if they were to ever represent a client in front of a judge who was the brother-in-law of the person that was suing them, they would say to the judge, I'm sorry, you can't be the judge, right? If they were getting a divorce and they and their partner met with a lawyer who said, I can represent both of you, it's fine, they would say, no, we need 2 separate lawyers who are adverse to each other. But when it's themselves representing these contradictory interests, they say that it's just them. And so 51 cents out of every euro goes into their pockets. Now, there are lots of ways that we could unrig these advertising markets. We could force these companies to separate. We could say you can represent the buyer, the seller, or the marketplace, but not all 3. And we could finally enforce the GDPR. And we could say, look, nobody wants to be spied on. There is no legitimate purpose in spying on people. There is no consent for spying on people. And so we're going to have to get rid of all of these surveillance ads where you go and you search for shoes, and then for a week, everywhere you look on the internet, it's shoe ads. And instead, you're going to have to start selling contextual ads, where what you know about the user is what they're reading or what they're looking at. And instead of going to the marketplace and you say, I have here a 28-year-old young man from Berlin who's been searching for information about gonorrhea and is recently visited a hospital. Instead, you say, I have a phone in Berlin and they're reading an article about tennis. Who would like to advertise to them? Now, the publishers are always going to know more about their content than the surveillance companies will, right? Now, the surveillance companies are always going to know more about your readers than the publishers will. And so if we want to put the publishers back in control so that they're not giving 30% to the apps, so they're not giving 51% to the ads, so that they're getting the money that they're owed, we can clean up the ad markets.
Fantastic. And I think it's so great that you point out in so many parts of the book what we can actually change and where to start thinking about, getting active in that direction and sort of uniting forces. So I want to get to some of those solutions that you sketch out, and I want to invite a little sort of mind opening, because you end one chapter saying how much worse it would be if we don't manage to break these choke points. But let's try to imagine a bit how much better it could be if we do. Because I feel, and this is something I was talking about yesterday with our Minister of Culture, we're missing out on so much cultural space on the internet. There's so many unfilled opportunities. And you hint this in your book as well, like the live stream in the clubs during Corona in Berlin. That was maybe one of those little glimpses of what decentralized or more pluralistic cultural spaces could look like, connecting little galleries, connecting little concerts, school plays. Let's have a little visioning, what could our creative cultural spaces look like if we liberated ourselves from these choke points?
Well, look, the people who use technology are always going to know more about their lives than the people who design it. And the people who design it might know more about technology itself, but they don't know more about how you need to use it. In the disability movement, there's this saying, nothing about us without us, right? And when we see disability adaptation in technology, it's kind of a good example of how you can be very thoughtful and you can try and design things in ways that allow people with disabilities to adapt technology to their needs, but you can never be complete, right? That there are always going to be adaptations that users at the periphery want to make that are specific to their own life circumstances. So you may know about how you may know about how a school play should be live streamed or a rural gallery should be live streamed or what have you, but for so long as the people at the edge aren't allowed to adapt the technology themselves, for so long as vendors, right, whether that's a cooperative or an SME or a startup or just a rival, aren't allowed to adapt existing technology, reverse engineer it, reconfigure it, scrape it and repackage it, then those adaptations that are necessary in order to give people the technological self-determination they deserve, that allow them to make the technology work in their own life circumstances, that are distinct from the way that other people want them to work, then we will never really realize the potential of technology, both as a force for culture and for human liberation.
Yeah, absolutely. So the former government, there was this term they used to love using, Alternativlosigkeit. It's the German word meaning that there's no viable alternative to the current system in place. And I feel like big tech has made us believe that is true also for the way that the internet looks today. And you make such a great point out of the fact that that is not true. There is a very different internet possible. And one technical key to that is interoperability. And in the chapter about interoperability, you go into different aspects of that. Adversarial interoperability, a concept you call ComCom, competitive compatibility, and mandated interoperability. I think this is really important. It's really key. So I'd love to invite you to just explain these concepts.
Sure. So interoperability at its root is the idea that you can plug one thing into something else, right? The person who sells you the pencil doesn't get to tell you whose pencil sharpener you're going to use. The person who sells you socks doesn't get to tell you whose shoes to wear. And the person who sells you a computer doesn't get to tell you which software you get to run or what peripherals you can plug into it. And interoperability, it's latent in our technology. We really only know how to make one computer, right? The Turing-complete von Neumann machine. It's a computer that can run every program that we know how to write. There is no technical way to stop someone from adapting a computer to do something the manufacturer didn't intend. But we have laws that stand in the way of doing it. We have anti-circumvention, we have contract, patent, we have lots of exotic theories about API copyrights and so on that get in the way of people adapting technology in ways that suit them. So one way to address this is we can mandate that companies add interoperability, right? We can say to companies, you must permit third parties to connect. You have to have an API, or you have to have a standard interface so that other people can add things. And that would be pretty exciting. I mean, you know, you're stuck on Facebook because your friends are on Facebook. They're stuck on Facebook because you're on Facebook, right? It's a mutual hostage taking. What if you could leave Facebook, go somewhere else, but continue to send messages back to Facebook? Just like you can switch from one phone carrier to another and continue to talk to your old friends. Well, maybe we could force Facebook to enable that facility in its technology. But in addition to this, we also need to allow new market entrants and users themselves to adapt the technology in the way I was just describing, this adversarial interoperability, where you get to modify the technology even if the company that is modifying it doesn't want you to, and even if they try and stop you from doing it. So for example, in the early 2000s, Apple almost went extinct. Microsoft had leveraged its monopoly over Office software, Word, Excel, PowerPoint. They had stopped supporting the Mac version. It was very, very bad. And so if you were in an Office environment, you really had to have a PC on your desk to talk to all the Windows users in your office. So even if you were a designer who had a Mac, you had a PC next to it. And the next stage in that was that you just put a big graphics card in your PC and threw away the Mac. And Apple knew that this was going to be their death. And what they didn't do was beg Bill Gates to make a better version of Office for the Mac. Instead, Steve Jobs had some of his technologists reverse engineer the Microsoft file formats. And they made iWork, Pages, Numbers, and Keynote, so that anyone could use a Mac and send documents back and forth to people who had PCs. This saved Apple. Right, and it is still in use today, and the result of that are standards-based Office formats that allow Google Docs and so on. This is adversarial interoperability, and the irony is that if you were to do this to Apple today, like if you were to make an emulator so that you could run Mac or iPhone software on Android, Apple would reduce you to radioactive rubble, right? They would say that you were circumventing, that you were engaged in tortious interference with contract, that you were violating cybersecurity, that you were violating their patents, and so on and so on, right? When they do it, it's progress. When you do it, it's piracy, right? Every pirate wants to be an admiral, right? That's not unusual. The strange thing is that they got it. So we could, in addition to mandating companies to have interoperability, to allow people to escape, to allow artists to move platforms and take their audiences with them, to block this kind of anti-competitive activity, we could also give back the space that technologists used to have to unilaterally modify things. And Europe is in a very good position for this, because unlike America, you have a privacy law, right?
So you, and it's still mind-blowingly to me, companies like Facebook, I feel, get away with framing interoperability as a security risk. You mentioned the DMA earlier. I feel we need much stronger legislation to enable interoperability concepts, as you just explained. Where do you see hope for this in the European Union?
Well, I mean, the European Union's passage of the DMA, I think, is an amazing thing. It is something that if you'd asked me to put money on, I would have bet it wasn't going to happen, even though I wanted it to. And I think that it represents part of a global groundswell in skepticism of tech's claims that it is the best regulator for itself. You know, it's true, right? Facebook does defend its users against security threats, but only external security threats, right? So Facebook, they do something Bruce Schneier calls feudal security. Feudal security is like you have a warlord, right? And he says, out there are bandits, but if you move into my castle, I will have mercenaries stand on the castle walls, and they'll keep the bandits from coming into the castle and stealing from you. And that works great. But if the Lord decides that he wants to do to you what the bandits would do, then the mercenaries turn around and they keep you from leaving, right? This is like the Watchmen, right? I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me, right? So it is fine that Facebook defends its users against external threats, and it does, but it is not enough. The same goes for Apple. So, one of the things the ad tech industry likes to say is that people like ads. They like ads, they just don't like them when they're not relevant. And by spying on you, we can show you the good ads, and people consent to it. So Apple, they modified the iPhone so that with one click, you could opt out of being tracked for ads. 96% of iPhone owners clicked that box, right? The other 4% presumably either worked for Facebook or got confused, right? But here's the thing, and Facebook lost $10 billion in a year because of this. It's like 20% of what they wasted building the metaverse. It's a lot of money. But the punchline is that Apple kept spying on you, right? Even if you ticked the "Don't spy on me" box, Apple was like, well, you didn't mean us, right? And they spied on you in exactly the same way and for exactly the same purpose. So it's fine for platforms to set the floor on your privacy, but they can't set the ceiling. The ceiling on your privacy needs to come from democratically accountable lawmakers. And one of the questions we need to ask is, why have those lawmakers been so hamstrung in making policy and then in enforcing policy? And I think the answer comes from concentration. Remember that before we revised the anti-monopoly laws in the 80s, we were worried about corporate power per se, that if corporations were too big, they would be too big to fail and too big to jail, that they'd be able to gang up on their regulators. When a regulator asks a question like, can advertising work without spying on people? If all of the advertising is concentrated into 2 or 3 companies, they're all going to show up and say the same thing. No, we can't have advertising without surveillance. Actually, what happened was we started the company, and this bearded prophet came down off a mountain with 2 stone tablets, and he said, Larry, Sergey, stop rotating your log files and start mining them for actionable market intelligence, right? Making a search engine that doesn't spy on you is like making water that isn't wet. And we can show up from civil society, or you can get little SMEs that show up and they say, no, it's bullshit. But they say, well, how big is your business? How many people's search queries do you handle? And they win the argument every time. When we make those companies smaller and weaker, we make it more possible to regulate them, right? It's like the joke goes, if you wanted to start there, if you wanted to get there, I wouldn't start from here. The fact that these companies are so big makes them hard to regulate, but it means that we must start regulating them. And it's going to have to be an iterative process. Now that we've got the DMA passed, we're going to have to make sure that it's enforced and that we don't get another GDPR situation where one rogue state, Ireland, is able to be a haven, not just for tax evasion, but also for regulatory arbitrage.
Yeah, and making laws and making them implementable, absolutely. So we need to talk about copyright before we get off the stage,
Sure.
of course. Because as we mentioned earlier, conversations that maybe drew apart creative people and people lobbying for creative rights, and us thinking about how to create the internet and free and open a creative place, when really there should have been one conversation. So one concept that you suggest in your book is automatic reversion of copyright after 25 years. Maybe this is also something that brings up some alarm bells for creative, when really it's putting power and control back in their hands. Can you explain why this is a good concept?
Sure. So, in the 1976 Copyright Act, there was a proposal for copyright transfers, right? When you sign a contract that says you now have the rights to this picture I made, the song I recorded, whatever, that after 25 years, those contracts would just end, and the people you sold your work to would have to come back and bargain with you again. Now, every creator likes to think that they've made work for the ages. The reality is that nearly all works stop having a commercial life after about 14 years. That we're at like kind of the 98th percentile by the time we get to 14 years. But the works that last for 25 years, they really matter to our cultural conversation. And almost by definition, if you're still alive and you sold some work 25 years ago, you were pretty young when you sold it, and you probably didn't have much bargaining power, right? And so by having this automatic termination, you could go back to people who bargained from a position of strength with you and got 25 years of exploitation out of your work that turned out to be one of those small numbers of works that were very commercially viable over long time scales, and they have to bargain with you again, and you can get a better deal out of it. that was scuttled. It was turned into 30 years and not automatic. It comes with a lot of paperwork burdens, although I'm on the advisory board of a nonprofit called the Authors Alliance that will help you terminate your copyrights. If any of you have signed a literary contract in the United States 30 years ago and would like to claim your copyrights back, if you go to authorsalliance.org, we've got an automated tool for helping claim that back. It's a pity we couldn't get Rebecca on. She texted to say that the tech just failed us, but I assume this is down to ISP monopolies. But Rebecca is the world's leading expert on this. She did a study in which they examined every single copyright termination in American history to see what became of it. And this has been very powerful for all kinds of artists. George Clinton, for example. The reason George Clinton is still out on tour is not because he's an unstoppable funk god, although he is an unstoppable funk god. It's because his manager stole all of his copyrights and forged his signature on an assignment. And he spent 30 years trying to get those copyrights back, but his manager had the revenue from his copyrights to defend himself against the claim that he'd stolen those copyrights. And so he was never able to get the copyrights back. After 30 years, George Clinton just turned around and said, fine, let's stipulate that I did transfer those copyrights to you. They're done. I'm getting my copyrights back. And so this is giving him a retirement. And it's great, and it's well-earned. Stephen King got the copyrights to his first half-dozen novels back. Women are very prolific users of this. Taylor Swift, this is a slightly different thing. Taylor Swift did something else. She re-recorded her masters. But the woman who wrote the Babysitters Club books and the woman who wrote the Sweet Valley High books terminated all those copyright transfers. If you got a young person in your life you're buying those books for, you're buying them from the author, and we're getting a better deal. Now again, this is not about making copyright last longer. This is about changing the contours of copyright so that the distributional outcome, how much money goes into whose pocket, changes. That's, I think, the thing we as creators need to be attuned to. More copyright sounds great, but which copyright is the thing we need to pay attention to?
Absolutely. I mean, there's so many more great concepts in this book. Luckily, you can get it here at Republica at our book desk, and even luckier that Corey would be signing it for you.
I will make it non-returnable for you.
So you'll have the opportunity to do that directly when we get off the stage here. And I also want to point out that it's super sad that we lost Rebecca. She is going to be in Berlin, and speaking about this book, there's going to be an event at Wikimedia Germany later this month in June, so you'll have the opportunity to meet her then in person. Corey, I have to say, like the keynote that you gave a number of years ago about DRM and the toaster is still one of my favorite Republica keynotes ever, so it's so fantastic to have you back here on a stage. Let's have a huge round of applause for both you and Rebecca, please.
Thank you very much. All right. Going off that way? That way.
Vielen Dank an Corey und Geraldine.
Thank you very much, Corey, Geraldine. We're going to continue in 15 minutes with Gilda Sahevi and Natalie Amiri in a talk with Thilo Jung about the women's movement in Iran. So stick around and we'll be right back.
Bettina Rust, ich bin Radiomoderatorin, Podcast-Moderatorin.
Aber es gab Zeiten in deinem Leben, da brauchtest du sehr dringend Cash.
Gut, ich will nicht sagen, dass diese Zeiten vorbei sind. Ich glaube, die werden uns immer wieder heimsuchen, diese Zeiten. Und ja, die gab es auch schon dringlicher als momentan, das stimmt.
Und was hast du da gemacht?
Ich habe in der Gastronomie gearbeitet. Ich habe 7 Jahre lang gekellnert.
Was hast du beim Kellnern übers Leben gelernt?
Man setzt sich ja nach so einer Schicht nicht hin und überlegt sich, was einen jetzt lebensklüger gemacht hat. Aber ich glaube, die Dinge, die generell passieren, wenn man mit Menschen interagiert, die legen sich ja so ab wie so Sedimente. Und da habe ich bestimmt, also es ist mit Sicherheit eine super gute Lebensschule.
Hättest du dir damals, als du so jung warst und gekellnert hast, vorstellen können, dass du einmal so erfolgreich sein würdest als Moderatorin, Podcasterin, Stimme?
Nein, aber ich habe auch über Erfolg, zum Beispiel das Wort Karriere ist überhaupt gar nicht in meinem aktiven Wortschatz. Und auch dieses Erfolgreichsein, es ist schön, finde ich, wenn das von außen jemand sagt oder wenn man sieht, die Hörbar gibt es jetzt im 21. Jahr. Aber ich habe gar keine Idee gehabt. Und das ist vielleicht so eine Sache, die ich auch Leuten mitgeben will. Ich weiß nicht, ob man das vergleichen kann, weil so viele Paradigmenwechsel stattgefunden haben, seit ich in diesem Alter war. Wirklich macht euch auf und findet eine Sache, die euch auch ein bisschen herausfordert, möchte ich sagen, und bei der ihr Freude empfindet. Die macht deine Arbeit auch Spaß, oder?
Und ein besseres Schlusswort als dieses kann es für diese Republika nicht geben. Vielen Dank, Bettina Rust.
Vielen Dank.
So, liebe Leute, herzlich willkommen.
Okay, everyone, welcome to stage one. Glad that everybody's here. We had June, 9 months ago, maybe September 22nd, 23rd, maybe, there was the first large manifestation in Berlin, a large rally because of the situation in Iran. Because suddenly the videos from Iran appeared in which young girls took off their headscarves or danced around a fire, in which they threw their headscarves and demonstrated for a free life. And that was a very exciting moment and that we could follow online. And I went to the first demonstration, and there was an amazing feeling of hope and there was something in the air. People were very happy, and now it's like 9 months later. And what has happened? We lost a little the overview, and you know, as it is in our news cycle, a lot of things just disappear from the eye of the public, but they shouldn't. Now we have an interesting panel. The political journalist, Thilo Jung, might know from the German show Jung und Naiv. Gilda Sahebi, she's a free journalist. She's a doctor and she knows Iran very well. And Natalie Amiri, who is the correspondent for ARD from Iran and also a journalist. These three people will be on stage and give us an update and tell us about what the situation in Iran. What about this slogan, Woman, Life, Freedom, that inspired us so much. Great round of applause for Thilo Jung, Gilda Sahebi, and Natalie Bibi. Hello, everyone. Just one notice, Natalie was the correspondent in Iran, but she would like to be, wouldn't you? If we're allowed to enter the country, yes. Natalie, short feedback. I talked to a lot of people that I would be moderating this panel. There was the feedback from people, journalists, and that's activists, not journalists, what they do. Are you activists? So I worked as a correspondent for 9 years. The Islamic Republic of Iran is on number 178 of 180 of Reporters Without Borders on the list of press freedom. They tried to prevent me from reporting. I have a double state citizenship. They prevented me from exiting the country. They took away my material and every third reporting. And now I'm coming back and know that what this regime does, how this regime operates. I know how insidious this regime works, and how this regime treats their citizens and threatens their citizens in foreign countries. They kill a person every 6 hours in Iran. Am I not a journalist if I'm making this public? Gilda, you not hearing this accusation the first time. How do you react to this? Well, first of all, I ask about this question, what they mean with that question, and then often I don't get much response. I know that this question shows a lot of emotional immaturity by the people who are asking the question, because it means that only that they believe that they can't deal with their own feelings, that they don't know that you have feeling, that you are sad, that you are happy, that you have compassion, and then you can still do your job properly. And those people who ask this haven't understood the question. To ask the question haven't understood that. Also, journalism is a craft. Period. if you do this, if you ask this, then you are putting in question whether you understand your craft, and then also it is implied that activists have a certain goal. They want something, they want to organize something, they want to start petitions, they want to change a law. And if you have had a law as a journalist, then you would be, it would constantly depressive because the politicians don't listen to us. I asked about, since October I've been crying out, what about the feminist foreign policy, and Annalena Baerbock is not listening to me. So now the question is, makes me not taking these periods serious. Those people who are asking me, asking this question, being asked these questions, are usually women of color. And if Paul Ronsheimer of Bild Zeitung is asked the same question when he hangs around with Vladimir Klitschko or Vitaly Klitschko, then nobody questions him that.
So we want to talk about the situation in Iran, especially for women. The women's movement, it started about 8 months ago. Has it died out, or because I don't hear anything anymore? Has the regime won? If you ask Iranians, they would definitely say no. But the protests have dwindled down because the regime has used all means that it has to threaten people, threaten. Here in Germany, threatening means words. In Iran, it means murder, persecution, shooting people's genitals with, shooting into women's eyes so that they are blind on one eye and are brandished forever. What is happening is, while women were really had their eyes shot out with stray munition, and a week later they posted the image on Instagram and said, "We will go on." And this spirit of "we will go on," we have a clear goal. That is a regime change. It's not a reform of the system that isn't reformable. They tried to reform the system for years, the so-called reformers that were people within the regime, and they told the people again and again, if you go vote, you will get this and that. And people did vote because they live in a dictatorship, and they tried to somehow get through their everyday lives. And I've seen so many votes where people were euphoric because Khamenei was elected, or Sharif or Rouhani made a nuclear deal, but successively people were worse and worse off. And then they realized now that there's no reforms within the systems. They want a regime change, but it will not happen tomorrow. It will be a very, very long and bloody way. Because a huge factor in this is that no state, except maybe Israel, wants this system to fail. The West is not interested in it. The Americans want to close the nuclear deal again. Russians and Chinese profit from the system. And the Chinese made a 25-year contract 2 years ago where the whole country is basically sold out. Russia is receiving hundreds of drones from the Iranian government, kamikaze drones that are used in the Ukraine war and that are shot down on Kiev by the numbers of 30 or 50 a night. So nobody has an interest in this system tumbling down because the regime ensured that there would be fear the moment the regime is abolished, because it's a state of many people, and people in Brussels and Berlin were warned that there will be major catastrophes if the regime tumbles down. And there have never been activists from the civil society who said, when this system comes down, if there was a free referendum and 81% would say that they want the regime abolished, and we have a population that is as secular as none other, 75% of the mosques, 50,000 mosques are closed down. They're not active. In Iran, nobody, that's exaggerated, but very, very few people go to the mosques because they have turned away from Islam, the Islam that kills in the name of God. I am not talking about that they are against headscarves. Women in Iran are more emancipated than we are. They've been sitting together with journalists, a woman with a headscarf and a woman in a miniskirt, and they just said, we want to live our lives as we want, next to each other. You can have your Islam, but that's only 30% of people in Iran. Lobbyists of the civic society just wasn't a thing up to now. And 8 months ago, that changed. And 8 months ago, many Iranians abroad have broken their silence. But why has the movement become weaker in Iran? Why aren't people taking the streets? Because taking the streets, if you take the streets today, tomorrow you die. But that was the same situation 8 months ago. Why not now? Well, if you realize after some time your brother's in prison, your cousin was shot, your mother was beaten half to death by the revolution guards. That's the system of oppression by the Iranian regime. And the less attention from outside, the bigger the threat. And they're professionals. It's not the first revolution in Iran. In 1979, the students took the streets. In the 2000s, millions went to the street. The system has a perfectly organized security system. They've got militias, they've got revolution guards, they've got secret services that know exactly what they have to do to oppress the population. I remember a tweet in 2017 or 18 when people took to the streets against gas prices at first, but then they went against the regime. And one of them said, just let us take the streets for one day without shooting us, and we could show how many we are. And the system doesn't want that, and that is why they use all possible means to repress the population. And it also has to do with the fact that the hope in the West is lower than zero. That has a lot of influence because the thought is, after all that happened in the last few months since September, the violence, the systematic torture and rape of children, systematic sexualized violence in prisons, there's nothing worse you could imagine. And if the West doesn't react appropriately to that, what will they react to? People in Iran know exactly the system will implode, it will not explode. The change has to come from within, and the Western governments, the international community, with what they're doing and what they're not doing, is stabilizing the system. And this is very important. I talk to many people, and I can recommend you the Iran Journal. There's a current text from a woman from Iran who's talking about exactly this, about how people think about what the West is doing. And this text says everything. Iran Journal, by the way, it's the only exile medium in German from Iran, and they're running out of funding, so look at their website. And something crashed there. Iran I don't like to use the word respect. Has respect towards Western governments, and this respect is no longer there. They know that Germany, the US, Canada, and so on will continue to support this system. And while people know we will be killed when we take to the streets, even though we've got such a huge revolution, bigger than the one in the 80s, there wasn't a single statement from Germany or the EU, and it takes people's hope away. Well, we started out with the topic of journalism. How do you inform yourselves? Do you talk to people on site, with people from the movement? Do you have contact with the regime? Do you look at their perspective? Well, are they certain that they've crushed the movement? No, not at all. The voices from within the regime that I've heard are very nervous. It's very dangerous for them at the moment. They're not in a mood to celebrate because they're running out of money massively. And in order to be able to keep up the system, they need money because the security system requires money. So why does the Iranian state have a deal with Saudi Arabia that's actually their enemy? Because the foreign policy conflicts, they can't afford them anymore. So they're as weak as never before. There are power struggles within the system. The Revolution Guard is trying. Well, the Revolution Guard is the army military, so to speak, that was supposed to be a power of protection for the Islamic Republic. So if the army that is on the side of the civic society should topple, because there's still revolution guards, but soldiers who are critical are disappearing, and even within the Revolution Guard, motivation is crumbling. And this is one of the reasons why Iranians are always saying, list the Revolution Guard as a terror organization in Brussels, because when it's no longer sexy to be part of the Revolution Guard, many soldiers of the Revolution Guard will leave the army, will stop killing their own children, to shooting women, raping women, beating women. This is not something people can do for a long time. Well, if you're saying the system is as weak as never before, they're running out of money, but also the West is keeping their feet still. Isn't it all crumbling by itself? Is that a wrong assumption? Yes, it is. Actually, the deal with Saudi Arabia and getting closer with Russia and with the US, but it's not open. It's vital for them. The problem is that a certain part of the population in Iran has a lot of money. I know a family myself who is profiting from the system. They're not part of the regime, but they're profiting from it because they build streets for the state, and they're millionaires. They're really, really rich. So there's people who have ridiculous amounts of money in power, and this means that they've been able to afford more militias, and it's the people who are losing money. The middle class doesn't exist anymore. And if you talk to people, they say we can't even afford socks. So it's a disaster. And if you lean back and wait, the regime will only become richer. In the year 2020, in the year of the corona epidemic, the wealth in Iran, it increased by 2% worldwide and by 6% in Iran. They're making money from oil sales on the black market. That includes the Revolution Guards. And Iran is the 14th most wealthiest country in the world. It's richer than Saudi Arabia, so they'll be able to stick with this for a long time. They've just developed a hypersonic rocket. They're selling drones to Russia. And the more we're keeping our feet still here in the West, the more successful they will be, because more people will be supporting the system and this is stabilizing the system. So no, it's not the right way.
Let's get back to the women's movement. What did the women's movement do right in the last 8 months? What was different in the movements compared to the movements before, and what were mistakes that they need to learn from? Because the regime wasn't toppled. So Natalie was in the interview with me a couple of months ago when in the beginning of the movements, and you said so during winter they will come up with new plans and reassess and find new plans. What have they changed? So it was said that this revolution isn't a sprint but a marathon. It needs time, not from today to tomorrow, but you can't topple such a strong regime for such a to change such a regime. It needs according to Harvard Magazine, it needs 3.5 million percent of the people. So millions of people in Iran need to be ready to take it to the streets and die, and it takes some time. Who do I know? Who am I to just judge if the women did things right or wrong? We have no idea what kind of dimension of courage it takes to go to the streets and do what they're doing today, and not wearing a headscarf on a day-to-day basis, and to resist the regime. And every day that you go to the streets without a headscarf on the street, you risk being arrested, you risk getting put in jail where you get raped. And so far, when that concerns is that these things happen on a day-to-day basis. What has changed, that the women who went to the streets earlier who had the conversations with, discussions with the mullahs, with the priests, so I can say they're not alone anymore. And a third of the women in Tehran don't wear a headscarf anymore. I lived in this country for 9 years. To take off the headscarf was not possible. You were arrested immediately. Nowadays in Tehran, over 4 million people don't wear a headscarf and risk their freedom, if you can speak of freedom in this country. So far as the Islamic Revolution 1979 didn't come after 8 months. It was a longer process, and with that process, during the conference of Guadeloupe, there was an international agreement that one wasn't against Khomeini, because Khomeini and the Islam stood against communism in the Cold War. So Khomeini was welcome. And regime change at the moment is not welcome from the outside, and from the inside it needs an immense effort under threat of life. So I don't allow such a country, except maybe Russia, where that is so far surveilled. So when people are meeting up, they were, with programs from China, for example, they're turned into glass. They're turned transparent. So your mobile phone is with your mobile phone you get identified where you have been, and then you get an SMS, or they come to your door and address you because you attended a rally. And so it's super hard to be quicker than the regime. how do you want to organize when the state media only speaks about the regime and is instrumentalized and controlled by the regime, and everything else is blocked? And even in the social media like Twitter or Instagram, the revolutionary leader is present, but the population is barred. But over 40%, 40% of the population uses Telegram, even though it's blocked. But the regime sees and listens. So how do you want to organize? So yeah, but how do they do it? The women's movement, it doesn't exist. So same way that there's not one type of women, but it's a very decentralized thing. There wasn't an centralized opposition. It was never allowed that there would be any kind of political opposition. Dissidents had to fight on their own, even though they were connected. All dissidents have been to jail. Most of them, or a lot of them, are in jail again, and therefore it's amazing what happened. When the protests began in September, I thought, well, 2 weeks and that's it. And then it's being shut down. It's the same as November 2019. And it took every day for 3 months. It took 3 months under the banner of Women, Life, Freedom. There was protest on the streets, and that was supported by men. So it's not only a feminist revolution, it was a revolution by the Iranian population. So it's not a feminist revolution. Well, I would disagree and say it's a feminist revolution exactly for that reason. So in Germany, people get allergies when they hear feminism. And in Iran, people have understood that feminism is from people for people. And therefore, the chant Women, Life, Freedom means freedom for everyone. That there's no freedom if there's no equality. And this means here as well as in all of Europe, but people haven't understood this here as well. I tweeted a couple of weeks ago that the international community doesn't want the feminist movement in Iran to succeed because it is a feminist movement and we live in global patriarchy. And I had comments, what do you think? People don't have to wear, women don't have to wear a headscarf in Germany and so on. And I say, well, if this is the measure for equality in Germany for you, then I understand why we are standing here. And this is the reason that for the first time in Iran that the LGBTIQ community is showing themselves. These people obviously exist, and even though someone said there's no homosexuals in Iran, they are very much visible. Queer life, freedom, you can see they show themselves, and that is a movement that we haven't seen at that scale, and it's frightening to the world, especially in that region. Nobody wants a feminist revolution movement to succeed, because it means the decline of all patriarchal structures over there as well as home.
In China, people took to the streets because of the courage of Iranians against zero-COVID policy, and they won. And all of those regimes, they are not interested in the women winning. And it's the same here. A few weeks ago, I was asked if I could if I learned something new about Iran through my research, and I said, no, but I've learned a lot about Germany, including that the reaction from politics towards the feminist movement is a mirror that shows our patriarchal political system. So it's good that we have feminist foreign politics, even though I hate hearing the word and using it, but we've seen it in Sweden. It was struck out of the coalition agreement with one strike. But feminist foreign policy happens within a patriarchal system, and that means that it can't even happen. We have a chancellor who has only male staff and councillors, and our government is almost exclusively white people, and that has a lot of influence on our politics. And that also means that we have politics and also foreign reporting, except, luckily, some shining lights such as Natalie, that is very Eurocentric. I have to say that since I saw how much disinformation there is in the media about the protests in Iran, that I often use other states' foreign reporting, whether it be Peru or Kenya or, I don't know, Thailand. And I read that and I think, is that true? Is it correct? I don't know. And when people read reports about Iran, they think it's true, but very, very often it's not true. And for this to change, a lot has to change in reporting, in politics. And for me, the effect of the Iran protests in Germany are so moving, and it's a motivation to think about so many things, but it's not happening. So you talked about the size of the protests. And I read that at the last protest, when the Shah was taken down, there were only a few protests at certain points. And the Shah lost the army because he didn't want to shed blood and fled. Is the difference that the regime now sheds blood, is ready to shed blood? Well, there were more people on the streets back then, but because the Shah didn't shoot his own people, didn't have his own people shot. In 2019, according to Reuters, 1,500 people were shot in 1 week. So every person in Iran knows that a human life does not have any worth. It's another dimension. So those who belong to the system and those who don't. And those who don't belong, that is the 81% that would vote against the Islamic Republic in a referendum. Where do you get that number from? It's from Germon. That's a research institute in the Netherlands that have proven again and again that they really do representative polls, and it's also Iranian-led. So you said that there's not one women's movement, so it's not a homogenic opposition. Can you tell us how the opposition is made up, and why don't they react? Are they scattered? Are they broken off? Well, the diaspora is kind of broken apart. In Iran itself, many dissidents communicate. They even communicate from prison with people outside the prison system. Of course, from 44 years of oppression, certain communication systems have evolved, systems of secure communication. And what is very special about this movement is that it originated in Kurdistan. Mahsa Amini was a Kurd, a Sunnite. The day of her burial, 17th September, in Sakres in Kurdistan. This was where the movement started, and where they called out a Kurdish call to fight. And that has an enormous role and impact on the movement's development. And this is where the power originates from, because the Kurdish women's movement has a long, long history of organization and resistance against the IS, against ISIS, where women already used this call, and it spread like a wildfire. So the movement, the feminist movement, feminism is only feminism if it's intersectional and is not only geared towards women, but all people of all origins and so on. So it's a movement that especially is made up of minorities. When tomorrow Kurds would say, we're out of it, the revolution would be over. If the women were to say, we're out, the revolution would be over. This is what is so special about this movement, and there's many, many solidarization effects. Since September, there have been many videos that really touched me, but one was from Milad Mohammadi, who is a Kurd from Bukhan, I believe, and his older brother, who is 23 or 24, was murdered by the Revolution Guards, and they even stole his corpse. That's also a standard procedure with the Revolution Guards, to steal the corpse so that people can't grieve, can't bury the body. And people even did burials with empty coffins. So he took a video. You can really see his grief. His eyes are basically dead. And he says, we Kurds, we're not separatists. We love people from Iran. We're all Iranian. And then he names all the groups of the population. And this is how solidarity between Kurdistan, between the rest of Iran, Baluchistan, women and men, women and LGBTIQ persons, there's solidarity. And this is what is so special about the movement and the reason why it won't die. So, Natalie, when we talked half a year ago, you said that this movement doesn't want any leaders. They can't have leaders. And is that still the case? Because I read that the last Shah would like to take over. What is that? Yeah, a man should take over, of course. Well, within Iran, it can't be. There can't be a leader because he or she would be eliminated right away. I'm often asked, well, who will take over power in Iran? Because that's the desire of the people, to have a referendum and to transition into a democracy. Who would do that? Well, they would only have to open the doors of the prisons. This is where everyone is. The lawyers, the activists, the journalists who know what this country needs and how this country needs to be governed. But that's what I said earlier. You cannot generate a following. You cannot become big in this country because you're eliminated right away. It happened in 2009. The leaders of the green movements are still under house arrest. You cannot become big within the system. But what I did was talk to certain people who would be candidates, who are now in the opposition, human rights activists, lawyers. I talked to them, and I have to say that was in January when the opposition alliance wrote. And I asked them, what do you think of them? Should they speak on behalf of you, the Iranian opposition? And the answer was yes, please, because we don't have anyone else who can speak on our behalf in Brussels. Now, the problem of the exile opposition is that they're not as politically as advanced as people in Iran. They can't find a compromise. And I was on one of the first protests in Munich, and I reported about that. And unfortunately, Iranians waved different flags. The Shah followers and the demonstration just sprinkled apart, and I called my father and said, I can't imagine what just happened. You see what is happening in Iran, and people here are bickering about how to support the protests. And my father said, this is exactly the reason the mullahs still exist. And this is one of the reasons. There's no dominant opposition. The alliance I briefly talked about also resolved. Ilmerin Shah has a huge following that is increasing daily in Iran. 15 million people in Iran are under 30. They've got nothing to do with the revolution. What they hear is it was all better when the Shah was still there. So this era is romanticized, the monarchy. But this is what 16, 17, 18-year-olds hear. And recently I was able to follow a conversation of a very powerful person from a powerful company in the Islamist government, and he said that the followers of the son of the Shah are increasing because it's like you're drowning and you're just grasping for any straw that is there. And this person was in Israel and had the opportunity to speak publicly. And this is one person who's promising, I won't kill you. And many leftists are afraid because they were persecuted under his father. And they're afraid that this will happen again, that he will return to Iran and that he will establish a monarchy. That's the accusation.
That I'm not allowed to do public questions. I'm going to give you the microphone anyway. I just want to talk about the German government. When I talk to German government, they say it's not business as usual anymore. It's something totally different. And Baerbock says, holds up her fist and says, Jinjian Azadi, and the German exports went up by 12% last year. So business is more than usual. There's even more possible. What's going on there? Is the German government lying to us? No, that's impossible. We have the Vice Chancellor, Robert Habeck, is coming after this. We can ask what we're talking about right now. I can't answer so quickly. The relationship between Germany and Iran have, since the 90s, early 90s, late 80s, has been really bottom up. Very, very close, very much understanding for each other between think tanks, between science, Germany and Iran. Between German, there's a lot of personal relationships. 1992, there was the Mykonos terrorist attack. There were oppositional people attacked in the middle of Berlin. The German government intervened, and that the perpetrators are not persecuted. That General State's Attorney still did it anyway, but this shows how perverse the relationship is. The Iranian embassy in Bonn was the center for Islamic Iranian espionage in Europe, and the relationships that they were in the 90s that Klaus Kinkel and Genscher had were understanding and closeness and style and democracy. And that's what they thought to be successful, and how successful they are. It was never given. You can see today, and it was never given up. And even after 8 months of revolt and protest, and you can speak from feminists. Foreign policy and value-led foreign policy, but you can see what kind of no matter how you want to, what kind of advisors you have, it was mostly, everybody was happy with how quiet it went. They kept the refugees from us. They keep the borders safe. They go against terrorism, and the Iranian state is very stable in the eyes of the German government, and that's what they don't want to change. And the events from the last months have changed nothing with that. So 1.8 million euros in foreign revenue. It's not that much, but it's still the largest exporter within Europe, the largest trade partner. And we've always had looked, Sigmar Gabriel looked, where can you build trains, where can you get oil from, what can you do? But the economic relations are not the driving factor, but it's mostly political tradition, and Mariam and Klaran and Ghazel Chamat see who are currently in Iran as hostages in Iran. There was an exchange trade in Iran. There was with a convicted terrorist for official terrorist who was convicted for 20 years. He was given to Iran, and then one Belgian person was set free, and the German government, and with a silent diplomacy, still hasn't managed to get both of them free. We know from these daughters that they don't get. We know from these daughters that they're not getting any information from the German Foreign Office, and one of them is in a life-threatening. Mariam Fern, his daughter, had just talked to me an hour ago, and she says her mother is in a life-threatening situation. And she implores the German government to find a humanitarian solution, so otherwise Naid will die and live in prison in Tehran. Iran is one of the open supporters of Russia and the Ukrainian war. How could that be that we still don't dim down our relationships? There's a second point that's unbelievable. Do you know what friend from Tehran, acquaintance from Tehran, wrote to me? She wrote me a statement. Do you know why the Islamic Republic executes one every 6 hours without any political consequences? Because in the end, the nuclear agreement needs to be closed. In 2007, I did an interview with Rafsanjani, the former president. He died now, but back then I asked him, why do you risk this political isolation and exclusion, no contracts with the West and so on, if you basically could have a prospering economic prospering economy if you just close the Ukrainian deal? And Khomeini just said we want only peaceful nuclear power, and he said, and Rafsanjani laughed, and he said it'll be worthwhile. And yes, it was worthwhile. They have an atomic program, the nuclear program, and they increase it up to 80%, and then the West follows. And there's a nuclear threat through the Iranian Republic, and this nuclear threat. And the highest priority of the West is to reduce this nuclear threat. And for 20 years, the West has been negotiating with the Islamic Republic, and through the politics of appeasement, they have now are running into a political disaster, because they have to allow everything that all these actions. And haven't reached nothing. The Americans left the the peace deal under the agreement under Trump. So, but what are the Iranians doing then? Who's we? Well, the Americans did it, but the Americans are not us. It's Europe. We could do our own emancipated European politics, but we're not doing that. But apart from that, what happens when Trump comes back? Where does Europe stay? Where's Europe staying in relationship to China and Russia? But in the last few years, we have noticed so often that we can't stay dependent that badly from the Americans. No, of course, no enemy. The U.S. are not our enemies, but in Kabul, when the Taliban came, when they negotiated with the Taliban in Doha, they didn't talk to Germans, and neither in Kabul. And the Germans stood on their side for 20 years. So why didn't they do that? And also, when you in this narrative, Trump is a very easy goal to hate. I very much get it, but he's the evil guy, of course. But it's very easy to push it onwards to the Americans, and the Iranians haven't kept to the nuclear deal before that. I was, relating to that that agreement, and who said the Iranians kept to it. Okay, this is complicated. Until Trump got out, officially there was not a breach of agreement. But in secret, maybe we don't know that. But the IAEA in Vienna confirmed that they never breached the agreement until then. Yeah, Israeli documents show something different. And I believe that this Iranian regime says to the outward, they says they don't want any nuclear bombs, but it's the only survival guarantee of the regime that they want the nuclear weapons, and they will do everything that they get that. And the nuclear agreement, the JCPOA, was is and was a good way for the regime to get richer and richer because the sanctions fall, and it'll extend its capacity to produce weapons, and the agreement that exists would just mitigate the situation to the back, and it would, allow the government to increase their relations to China and Russia, to, continue to build up capacities. I noticed we could talk for another hour, and we have also questions from the audience. So who has some questions?
We'll start up here in the front. Please make it short. Hi, hello. Thank you for your work. I have one question. I'm following your work, and I know you have familial ties, but Natalie, you painted a very negative picture of the activism in Germany, and I felt that there's nothing you can do. Is there a possibility? Is there an option, something we can do as the civic society? How can we support the feminist movement? I didn't want that. I'm really glad that there's activists in Germany, and I'm really glad to have Düsen here on stage making loud appeals, but I have to keep the line as a journalist. So, of course, yeah, there is a lot, but I think we underestimate our role in democracy. We underestimate our right to participate in the discussions. We're not powerless, because we often say the situation is so bad, but there's nothing we can do. But there are things we can do. The more letters parliamentarians receive, the higher the topic on the agenda. And if no one's interested, really, politicians in Germany have minimal knowledge about the regime. So they will not take initiative themselves to solve another problem in the world, but if the population really wants them to get involved and not just give statements like we're with the women in Iran, or maybe take off a strand of their hair. I think Annalena Baerbock said we have to extend the embassy, we give the embassy in Iran more staff, because so that people can come to Germany, because otherwise they'll be killed. Thousands of people are standing in front of Visa Metric. This is a special visa station of the German embassy, and over a mafia-like system, maybe if they pay €1,000, they get an appointment at the embassy. None of the protesting girls and boys on the streets get a visa, because a visa needs you need to prove that you have financial funding and real estate, and protesters don't have real estate. Those are not the people who risk their lives on the streets. Okay, let's keep the answers brief so that we can take as many questions as possible. And by the way, Robert Habeck will be speaking after us. So go on. I have a question about the Revolution Guards and how they present themselves. I understand the criticism of Annalena Baerbock with her feminist foreign policy. She's getting a lot of criticism, but as far as I know, the problem is with Mr. Borrell at the EU. So how does that correlate? I know that Germany has a lot of influence on the EU, but where does the problem really sit? Thank you. So I have to keep it short. It's a bit more complex. This question has many layers, but generally, I'm convinced that the Revolution Guards are not listed for different reasons. One is that all 27 EU countries would have to agree, and this will not happen. States like Hungary, Cyprus, Portugal, and others are against it. It will not happen. And that also has to do with the fact that the government also doesn't raise the issue. They maybe did in autumn, but no longer. And also that you can't put, or there's no will to put, a state army on the terrorist list. I think it's a very important demand because it could contribute to the system imploding, but I think it will not happen. And this is also because the line of our government. Other questions? Up there, in the front? Yeah, we can take 2 more questions. So if there's any more people with a question. Hi, thank you very much. So, Dilla, thank you very much for hinting at the reporting issue. You know that reporting here isn't very accurate. I've been living in Doha in Qatar for 10 years. And it's similar. And my actual question is it utopian? And it's very, it takes many steps, but in what kind of system could Iran be transitioned into? Western democracy is probably not a feasible end goal. So what possibilities do you see in theory for a working state system? Well, I think it's very important because you said, which system could we transition Iran into? It's very important that Iranian people determine themselves which political system they want. What you hear is that they want democracy, but democracy has to be learned. It's not something that's feasible within a day, but that's the goal of people in Iran, to live in a democratic state. Vila, what do you think? Yeah. Well, Natalie mentioned before that media, the picture we get, the people in the Near East are like this and like that, and of course people are in the Near East are not like this or that. They study at the university, they read books, they are active on social media. Habermas went to Tehran and spoke at the university, and when he came back, he said, it was the first time I had the feeling that people actually read my texts. And that has to do with the fact it's not because they're more intelligent, but because you have to keep a certain inner freedom. And if you're under so much repression, the only freedom you can have is your inner freedom. And this is books, texts, films, music, and art. And this is huge in Iran. And I trust in that. It doesn't mean that it's easy. It doesn't mean that there can't be disastrous situations, but those people exist. When this argument comes from politics, I said it doesn't have to do with him. We could just sit and watch, but people in Iran won't determine that, or the son of the Shah. It's only the people in Iran who can determine that, and you have to trust in that, and you have to look at that, look at them. It's not upon us to say we prefer this or we prefer that. People will determine their own way, and people in Iran will do that as well. So this revolutionary movement is not a sprint, as we've learned. It's a marathon. So I'm afraid that we'll be sitting here next year again if they let us and if they invite us. I thank you, Natalie and Gilda. It was a really good conversation.
Standing ovations.
There's standing ovations for you. Look at that. And we have to leave the stage now because Robert Habeck is next, so win-win. Thank you so much. Thilo Jung, Gilda Sahibi, and Natalie Amiri. Thank you.
Übrigens, Natalie signiert jetzt gleich noch ihr Buch hinten am Dussmann-Stand.
So the book you can find at the Dussmann stand, and you go quickly there, and in 15 minutes we'll have Johnny Häusler and Robert Habeck. Thank you. Until soon.
Mein Name ist Katharina Nokun, ich bin Autorin und schreibe Bücher.
Was für Bücher?
Das erste Buch hieß Die Daten, die ich rief, das zweite Fake Facts, das dritte True Facts und das vierte Gefährlicher Glaube. Und einige waren sogar auf der Spiegel-Bestsellerliste.
Wow, läuft bei dir. Das war aber nicht immer so, oder?
Ja, als Schülerin ist es natürlich so, dass man auch mal ein paar komische Jobs annehmen muss, um sich sein Festival oder seinen Sommerurlaub zu finanzieren.
Was hast du da zum Beispiel gemacht?
Der außergewöhnlichste Job, den ich mal gemacht habe, war Gräberpflege auf dem Friedhof. Das ist nämlich so, wenn man selbst nicht so genug Zeit hat, um sich um das Grab von Familienangehörigen zu kümmern, kann man so ein Abo abschließen. Morgens um 5 Uhr fängt das dann an oder um 6 Uhr und dann kriegt man eine Liste und dann geht man von Grab zu Grab und macht dann das Laub weg, macht die Blumen schön, gießt das Ganze ein bisschen schön, schmeißt vertrocknete Sachen weg, so dass es halt wirklich ein schönes Grab ist für denjenigen wieder.
Hast du bei dem Job irgendwas fürs Leben gelernt?
Ja, erstens mit einem sehr, sehr, sehr starken Kaffee gibt es keine Uhrzeit, an der man nicht arbeitsfähig ist. Und zweitens, es gibt keinen Arbeitsplatz, an dem Männer einen nicht angraben. Ich habe das dann später meiner Oma erzählt und meinte so, mein Gott, auf dem Friedhof. Und sie so, ja, das ist ein Grund, warum sie nicht mehr so oft und so gerne auf den Friedhof geht, weil sie ständig von alleinstehenden Männern angegraben wird.
Angraben bei der Gräberpflege. Hättest du damals gedacht, dass aus dir mal Bestseller-Autorin werden würde?
Bestseller-Autorin nicht, aber ich habe tatsächlich immer gewusst, ich möchte ein Buch schreiben. Ja, und selbst wenn das vielleicht nicht keinen Verlag findet, war es für mich einfach etwas Wichtiges, was ich immer machen wollte. Ja.
Was wäre dein Rat für die jungen Leute, die vielleicht noch nicht wissen, wie sie mal auf die Bestsellerlisten kommen oder sonst zu ihrem Traumjob?
Ja, lasst es euch nicht ausreden. Gerade beim Thema Schreiben wird jeder sagen, oh, davon kann man nicht leben. Leute sagen, ja, das kann ja jeder so ein Buch schreiben. Ja, kann vielleicht auch jeder machen, aber die meisten halt einfach nicht. Das braucht nämlich auch Disziplin, Ausdauer und man muss irgendwo auch daran glauben, dass die Idee oder die Geschichte, die man erzählen will, dass die einen Mehrwert hat und dass die auch interessant für andere Menschen sein kann. Und da muss man sich durchbeißen. Und da würde ich jedem raten, wenn euch das wirklich wichtig ist, lasst euch das nicht ausreden.
That is a lot of people, which I'm very happy about. We don't have much time and lots to talk about. Republika, please welcome with me the German Minister for the Economy and Vice Chancellor, Robert Habeck. Before we sit down, just one remark. We just met for the very first time in person. There are no prearranged questions, which is no guarantee that my questions will be good. Actually, that's not what I heard. Well, we've cleared it up now. Calm down. Do sit down. Thank you. There's a lot of people here. Yes. Did we say we would take the jackets off? Can we have a bit more sound, please? We can't hear each other, ourselves very well. Thank you. Someone outside just asked, Anne, have you prepared any questions? No, you know, there's nothing else I've done for the last 3 weeks. We have very little time, so let's just jump straight in. Mr. Habeck, are we going to manage this now, the turnaround regarding the climate, meeting the targets, or will it continue as it has in the last few weeks? Each time a new measure is announced, everyone's just going crazy. Well, first of all, hello, and thank you for this huge stage and the cool atmosphere. I will come back to your question, but I've said before, we as a German government are having a digital summit, and, well, it's cooler here, I have to admit, but it was great to come here and just to see how a civil society conference can be a vibrating event and a vibrant event. So no bullshit, we're not on the course, we have to say that, and we were not on course at all in the past, and regarding various things, we've made things a bit quicker. Regarding renewable energies, we'll be getting an energy efficiency law soon, but even if all these measures are in place, it will not be enough to achieve 1.5 degrees unless from the various political impulses that we will try to give, there is a certain social dynamic. That is always possible. Some developments are non-linear, even in society, which linear is the only thing we can kind of calculate. We are trying to extrapolate what happened in the last few years and then continue with the same kind of development, the same kind of change, and this is where I have to get to. But if you just consider how the smartphone got onto the market, it wasn't a 3% increase per year. It was just there at some point. So we have to reach a certain point in society where the things that have been prepared on the political stage suddenly is carried by itself, and that, I have to say, is the only way we can reach it. And that means that politically we have to do what we want to do and then hope that and work for majorities in society that want to do this. Politics cannot do it alone if the people are not be carried with us. For that, we have to start much too late. Don't clap so long. We don't have much time. Sorry. And you have to also add that we are perhaps moving away from a social majority for change overall. It's not set yet, not certain. These things don't just happen, they are made. So this is a call to a political debate. And as a society, if I may say so, we were a bit advanced, more advanced than we are now. Okay, when I was working on this talk, one of my prime points was a question about media and about the sense of opinion in the public, because what we've seen, the kind of outcry against the law on efficiency for buildings, I'm wondering what will happen if we need even tougher measures, such as a speed limit on the motorway. Well, regarding the amount of carbon savings, this is what we are trying to do regarding heating of buildings, that is much more important. A speed limit, well, you know where I stand on it, and all of Europe has one, only Germany doesn't. What's that about? Okay, but it's 1/3 of fossil energy that is being burned is burned for heating. So the savings that are possible if we drive a bit slower cannot be compared to what we are trying to achieve right now. So in that sense, it's okay if we have this debate. This is a milestone in climate protection law in Germany, if this is going to come about. But still, the question was, how can we get there? How can we manage our targets? And if I can just take a slight detour, about 2 years ago, I think about 2 years, I read a book, basically Good was the title, Dutch philosopher or essayist, and one section there was, I read Lord of the Flies in school. Children stranded on a desert island, they're kind of dividing into two groups, a kind of satanic cult develops, and there are even human sacrifices. And there is a true story behind this book that was kind of well told in the book. Because these children, after about 2 years, I don't know, they were saved from the island, and they did not separate into two clans. There was no satanic cult. They were physically fit, they had fun with each other, they founded a community, they were treating each other fairly. They were basically good. And I think that is the mindset that we need. Yes, everything is difficult, and of course, there's a lot that we are trying to put to people now, but what we want to try is make a positive contribution. Is that what we want, or do we want to tell each other stories of failure? And that, I think, is going to be key of trying to get it done. But of course, the question is, how will we manage this? It's crazy, isn't it? If you look around, young men glue themselves to roads. This is all very, very rhetorical, and others are protesting. So the question you have to ask is, does Germany hate change so much that they don't recognize the realities anymore? You have a strong link to Denmark. I know you cannot really compare the two countries. A much smaller country, but they have cold winters too. Yes, and I have traveled Scandinavian countries, and they have this different kind of basic mindset, and I think that is what we dearly need, not just regarding the climate, but many other questions too. The big question, how do we actually deal with each other in all areas of society? Because it's not the case that the Green Party is now going through the roof in terms of opinion polls, is it? So how can we manage this? Yes, it was a difficult time, probably still is for my party and for all those that are working for change. But you don't make it better by saying someone is so stupid and how can you behave in this way, or why are you, and just by crying about the whole thing. You have to kind of look behind what's happening. And I think my explanation, which is somewhat fitting to this event, Republica, and the digital logic, at least regarding communication, my explanation is this. And I'm linking this to the story of Basically Good, the Dutch book. I think in the economy of attention, we mostly work through negative news. If there is a catastrophe, if someone is being offended, then you're there. The attention comes. And of course, everything, cash is the motto, of course. Everything is commercialized. Click numbers, followers, likes for articles, how often is it shared, how much debate is there. That logically works also through negative attention economies. And if you really lash out, you are being rewarded. So that is the political business, right? It's clear. If you are at the party conference and you want to get elected, and you say, guys, ladies and gentlemen, I've read the Conservative Party program, is actually quite good at what they write. Shouldn't we perhaps take over some of their ideas they have been thinking? Please vote for me. Well, that won't be that successful, will it? If you say, I've read this, and what nonsense is this? It's idiots, just us, apart from us, that's what works. That's the structural problem. And this is always escalated. So there's always the next step, the next stage, and immediately we've got somewhere completely different. So the question is, can we achieve a continual change? And that, I think, can only work if it's positive, if you take people with you, if you tell a story in society, and if everyone wants to continue take part in writing that story. Okay, I'll stop now because otherwise I'll be talking for hours. But the temptation for me too is to really lash out. That's a very large one for everyone. But at the end, it won't get you to that moment of solidarity in society and readiness for change. You can, of course, engage in debate. You can dispute. But if we cannot get a majority compatible situation, then, well, I've given my opinion. I don't know if we'll manage it. But through dividing a country, we will never come together. Well, you didn't ask a question right now, but that also talks about populism, because populism doesn't want success. The model of populism is basically to increase the problem so that the story of failure and division can be told. And we cannot let us be infected by that.
Wir wissen natürlich auch alle, das politische Geschäft besteht aus Kompromissen.
So, political business is compromise, of course. And the question is, how much ready for compromise are you? Can you imagine reaching a point where you will say, okay, I've worked so hard, I've tried so much, but if you don't want, then all right, because I would have to kind of move so much and change myself so much that I don't want to go on. We had compromises regarding lignite, regarding building energy efficiency, and all the other issues. So how can we get this balance where we can say, okay, this is the compromise that I'm ready to accept, so I'll keep rewriting the law on energy, building energy efficiency. So at what point will we say, okay, no, I'll stop now. I've lost interest. Well, I don't want it anymore is not really something that a member of the German government can say. But, of course, it's true, and I want to say this applies to the coalition partners and the opposition. There are always tough things to bear, and it's not going at this kind of speed and the kind of fundamental level that even in economic questions, you cannot really overlook the fact that within the government there are differences in worldviews that divide us, and we really there's a lot that we are dealing with, and the public is seeing this with a kind of glee or not, whatever. But there are these red lines where the question of compromise ability, how shall I put it, the continuous attempt, there are points where you can't get much further. These are moral questions, and if you get to the moral questions and the other people know, okay, this is as far as I would go, and sometimes that's not what you should do, but sometimes that happens with people. And you, as well as I, know that when the war that Russia conducts against Ukraine started, if you look at that, I never really understood. And of course, my party has this DNA where they say we won't take part, but if you do that, you don't really differentiate between the offenders or the aggressors and the victims. So I never quite understood this position. But the decision to deliver arms is a highly moral one, and I have a deep respect for those that say we're not going to go that far, from a fundamental pacifism, to say that this might be correct from a political logic, but this is my red line. I won't pass that because it contradicts with my beliefs. There are these points. I've seen this with colleagues in the parliament, physically, how they felt this, and positions like that, and people then abstaining or even voting against. I have the deepest respect for that. And if people take that kind of position, then I do expect in the second sentence that these people should say, because I don't want to kill anyone and I don't want to take part in this, now Vladimir Putin will have to withdraw and stop the war. That must be the second part of the analysis between the culprits and the victim, and the victims. Because otherwise it becomes a very shady argument. But there are these red lines, of course, for people individually, but they have to be consistent and they have to be kept to.
Okay, back to money, back to cash. It's on the monitors again, on the screens. We all perceive this crises, pandemics, wars, inflation, climate crisis, and we all have less money in our wallet because you don't automatically make more money just because things get more expensive. But the only people who are getting richer are the super rich. The super rich, like fossil companies, made more than $2 billion of profits last year. And I always have these moments where I ask myself, why do I have to pay for all of this when the people who caused this are getting richer and richer? That something is wrong, right? Yeah, I mean, we have an issue with a lack of justice, probably like worldwide, also between, for example, generations. Climate justice is just one key word here. And of course, profits that are being taken out of the monetary circulation and that are essentially just being accumulated as property. Those piles are increasing further and further. And then you can't really keep talking up against it. I mean, as Minister of the Economy, I don't have anything against money. Of course, on the opposite, money is the key part of the economy, but money needs to work. It needs to be invested in the economy. I mean, sure, people can have like their wealth, but it's important that the money gets reinvested in the next projects, new innovations. And that's definitely something where Germany has a weakness. We need to become stronger again when it comes to innovation. And so this whole question of justice, of course, that's incredibly sensitive. And in the coalition that I'm in, we also don't really get a majority with that. But the question is, do we set regulatory rules in a way that makes it attractive to invest instead of kind of like taxing, but like we won't see any increases in taxes in this legislative period. No applause there. Okay, time is running out, and I really want to open up the mics for a bit later on, but I also want to talk about the digital strategy for a bit. I have the impression that climate crisis and digitization are intricately connected. I think many people in this room know that. I have the impression that we are kind of moving towards a problem similar to what we have in education, where we have so many people who are supposed to do things. So many people don't know that this is a problem that is being covered in so many different ministries, the question of digitization, including yours, but somehow there is nobody who really has responsibility. Usually people say, oh, go to the other ministry, or it's the state's job. And it feels like we're kind of moving towards the same problem that we have with education, where there's so much talking and then nothing happens. Habeck? Not necessarily. So I think this fragmentation is not necessarily the problem, because what is digitization? It's basically a matter of infrastructure. And that kind of suffuses all of everyday life. So digitization of schools is something that can be done in the Ministry of Education. Work that's happening in science and universities, that's something that should be taken care of in the Ministry of Research. Others that are related to industry, that my ministry seems to be the right place for that. And so I don't think it's bad if we work on it in many different places, but I think we need to have a joint logic instead of kind of creating these separate puddles. And I think the digital strategy is supposed to be a bit of a bridge. So if all digital aspects, for example, implementing high fiber, regulation on the European level, regulating AI, if all of that was in a single ministry, that wouldn't be a guarantee that anything would be better. But I think it's also doable this way, but we really need to make sure that one hand knows what the other is doing. Häusler, yeah, so you need someone. I totally understand that you divide jobs up. There's a division of labor, but then there needs to be someone who maybe has the responsibility overall. Habeck, so the way this cooperation works is that every ministry has their own department that's working on one of these aspects, and then they work with each other. But then, of course, sometimes there are conflicts of interest that are based in empirical fact. For example, as an example, we can talk about the medical market. So I also see that as Minister of the Economy. That's something that we saw with COVID, because there's a lot of development that doesn't happen in Germany, partially because the rules here are stricter, not just stricter than in the rest of the world, but also stricter than in the rest of the world. Or also in the rest of Europe. So, for example, when it comes to, we have a data protection officer for every single state. So, for example, if you're developing something that you need data from patients for, then you need a permit that you don't just need to get once, but you need to maybe get 4 or 5 times. And so then they maybe do it elsewhere. But that is not related to the fact that research by companies is being taken care of in the Ministry of Research, and then financial supports for this industry is within the Ministry of the Economy. And so, I mean, that is related to the structure of the issue itself. And I think the way we solve this is by anonymizing this data, but still provide it. Because otherwise, it doesn't mean that there is no research, and that and also not that science isn't being regulated. It's just that it doesn't happen here, and then it's just gone, and that's not the better solution in any way. And so that's really the task in front of us. And if that's something that, if we really need 60 data protection officers in Germany, well, that's a question I leave to you at Republica. Häusler, yeah, we'll talk about that. We'll discuss that later. You already mentioned earlier regenerative energy research needs to stay within the country, maybe needs to come back. We maybe have the recent past in the back of our mind where the solar sector, lots of jobs were lost, maybe because, well, let's not talk about that. But so there's a lack of skilled labor, of course. I don't get the impression that schools, when it comes to training our kids with regards to digitization and the internet, we're at a stage where they come home from school and then we can say, oh, they're doing well in this regard. I think they are trained well in a lot of other areas, but when it comes to digitization, there's definitely a lot still missing. But where do the people come from who are supposed to implement all of that in the next few years? Habeck? Okay, so I would say there's 4 areas within Germany, so maybe 3 onshore within the country, within Germany. One thing I read is that 2-something million people leave school without any formal qualification. That can't be these 2 million people's fault. To some extent, it also needs to be, it's probably also because of how we try to train people and give them these qualifications. And we've had so many debates about the schooling system divided into 3 parts, the streaming. But regardless, everyone has their opinion of that, but regardless of what the schooling system is doing, if so many people leave the schooling system without actually graduating, then we need to do something about that, right? That's also a matter of a question of justice. We really need to reform the educational system in a very fundamental way. Secondly, if you look at how many women work in Germany, then compared to the rest in Europe, or rest of Europe, we're about average. But if you look at how much they work, then we're really, really bad. And that also means it would be surprising if German women had a completely different attitude from Scandinavian women, if there was some kind of like weird like German DNA that women have. So it's probably related to a lot of different matters, such as infrastructure, many different glass ceilings, and maybe also the broader system that makes it more attractive in a certain way, where statistically it's the women where people aren't really let into the workplace because maybe it doesn't make financial sense. And then thirdly, we've also had so many debates about people who come to Germany via the asylum system, not as skilled labor, but as asylum seekers and refugees. We've had so many debates about whether they are allowed to work here, even if they've graduated, when they're just here. And the answer has to be yes. If they have proven themselves, if they want to be part of this.
Also,
I mean, to speak in a very economic way, if we've already invested in them, then they should be able to earn something here. And then fourth, of course, we also have this question of immigration, where it's about getting people to come here, of really recruiting them. What we're opening up the system. I really hope that the system is ready for this. Of course, that's one part of this. One side are the laws, and the other side is a matter of implementation. And I think that's definitely something we have to be honest about. Many different agencies had this mindset in the last few years that was very much about letting as few people as possible into Germany, and we're changing the laws right now, but the entire system needs to recalibrate itself. And then we will also have enough people and heads to implement these solutions. Häusler, I think this question of the mindset is something that is going to occupy us a bit more in the next few years. I could have sat here much longer. I have way more questions, but I also know that there are many other topics that people are interested in, but we won't really have time for all of that. We have around 5 minutes left, and a huge friend of not just sitting here on my own, but also opening the room for questions. So where do we have mics? Great. Hi, thanks for volunteering. So it would be really great if we had 2 or 3 questions, and it would be even better if we get them from people under 30. I know it's unfair, but there are so many young people in the front rows here, and I really want to give them the stage. I think you need to allocate. Oh, I have the mic. Hi, I'm 17 years old. So questions such as climate change affect me particularly strongly, and I just want to ask, how can we manage? There's so much disinformation about climate change. That's not just about the big question, but about so many small questions that maybe matter for people deciding to reject new technologies such as electronic cars. How do we make it so that this disinformation is revealed to be what it is, and how do we succeed to do something against it? And the majority of society is informed in a way such that they can make the right decisions. Habeck. Okay, I mean, you're asking about the how as well, and I think I tried to give my answer earlier. To say it via a small detour, especially when it comes to matters of heating and like various heating system. It's been a rough time recently, and the problem is it was so so loud, it was so aggressive, there was so much noise that when I was reading these articles and when I was trying to think through where we're at, I was kind of missing out on these nuances where people were really asking important questions, that people were asking. I couldn't hear those tones, more nuanced tones anymore, because so many people were shouting so much and so loudly that people who were saying, oh, I also have a question, weren't even heard anymore. And so once there was a little bit of space, I was able to do that again. That was maybe 14 days ago, and then I was again able to say, oh, there's questions. Yeah, I'm sure we can look into that. I'm sure we can find a solution. And I think if we all just shout at each other, we won't succeed. But I think the problem is when you argue in this rational way, then you're always at a strategic disadvantage compared to, for example, the campaign. That's something I just tried to say earlier as well. Right? Like, for example, when you're on Twitter and you write about this event, and you say, I saw Habeck on stage. He talked about his stuff, like as a few things I need to think about. I'll go outside and look at the compost toilets. You won't get a lot of likes if you like that. But if you say, he didn't answer any of the questions, or the climate protection, this is the pre-stage of fascism, what's going on, then it's on, right? But like, you know what I mean. So I think that fact-based, rational, calm politics is always at a strategic disadvantage. And I think the best answer I can give, and the only answer I do have, to be honest, to break up this negative spin is to kind of pick a positive spin, to narrate and tell people that it's good to succeed together, and then to bet that on more people wanting to be part of this positive story than being part of preventing solutions. It's basically a political bet. My bet. My way of doing politics, of the way I want to do politics, it's hard enough in everyday life. But all of you are also here. There are maybe 2,000 people here. You also could have stayed at home. You could have worked. You could have made lots of money instead of spending money here and buying tickets. Of course, something like intrinsic motivation must exist. And so maybe if you are here, then maybe a few 100,000 more might also come. I mean, and we were already at that point. Fridays for Future, your generation, 2 or 3 years ago, they did succeed in making climate protection and climate change into a mainstream topic in our society. But of course, there are people who are against it. But at a very basic level, Germany basically agreed, and that it was a huge thing, and that Germany basically agreed, oh yeah, we will do this. We work on this together. And it succeeded, of course, also by breaking taboos in this nuanced way. We don't go to school on Fridays, but it's also part of the attention economy. But it didn't really hurt anyone, and it succeeded because it was a positive story. And so that's a long way of answering a very precise question. And I think that's the way of getting there. And I think we can fight for that, and we can claw that back. Maybe we start today. Okay, come on, we can do 2 more questions. Okay. Question. It needs to be short and sweet. We can do it. Answers as well. Do we still have more questions over here and over there? And then maybe can we have the next mic here in front? I know that's unfair and you all have questions, but start asking. Yeah. Hi. So we're currently in the middle of many different crises, multiple crises, social, economic, and ecological, and we shouldn't be saving money in a situation like this. We should invest. Overnight, because political majority suddenly existed, we got billions or hundreds of millions for the German army, and so. To what extent would it make sense to aim for a Green New Deal to essentially push forward the transformation of our economy? Thank you. Habeck, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I already said this. You probably also have panels where people talk about growth. Is it good or is it bad? My answer is if it's in the right areas, then it's good and it needs to be supported. And Green New Deal is something that refers to an investment program into transformation, into supporting climate neutral technologies. And that's something that's different from the so-called Green Deal by the Roosevelt administration, which basically invested into everything. That essentially created incentives where everyone got money. And we are trying to do that right now in the federal government. You might argue that we're not doing it sufficiently, but there's really large amounts of money, large billions of euros because of the CO2 price for emissions that we have right now for example, the steel industry and the coal industry, they need to pay that. And so because of that, I get money into a fund and I can use that fund to finance other projects that drive us into exactly that direction. For example, solar industry, producing other types of energy, producing steel in a green way, in a climate neutral way. But the problem is the demand is higher than the financial means that I have. The possibilities are opulent. I would like to have more money. How do we do this? Basically, we let people put in offers. Who wants to do this for the best price, and then the top 10 essentially get the offers part of this tendering process, and the other 20 don't get it. But not investing anything is only lengthening this period of weakness. Okay, sorry. Everyone who's coming, I know everyone's mad at me. No, Habeck, no at me. Last question, 1 minute. I'll be gone. Häusler, I mean, I'm also the boss, right? Yeah, okay. Hi, yeah, okay. So my question is also for climate legislation. Like you said, the voices are being heard. young people were essentially able to come together and raise their voices. But basically, it's always made to look so big, but nothing ever really happens. You mentioned that the 1.5-degree target is basically something that was given up because it just didn't, even despite trying, it just didn't come together. And so I wanted to ask, what would be a project that's kind of on the table, a very specific, concrete target that you're shooting for to maybe get closer to reaching that target? Habeck, okay, so I did not want to say that I've given up on the 1.5-degree target. I just said that we're not on course. We need to do things in a more decisive way, faster, better. And we means all of us, because ultimately we can't do that without the societal majority. I just don't want to be misunderstood. But right now, I mean, you all may have heard of that, is this question of how do we heat. So if we want to be climate neutral, but in time, then heating systems are usually operational for years. So we have 23 more years, and it makes sense. It makes no sense right now to still build in oil pumps and gas pumps, gas heaters into buildings. So in my opinion, that's like a key question right now that we really need to fight for. And the second is this very key question of essentially shooting for hydrogen and producing hydrogen and ramping up hydrogen production ultimately. Ultimately, it's going to be about having solar panels on every single roof, of supporting production of wind energy, and all of this is on the table. And now I leave you alone, and will continue to fight. Thank you, Häusler. Thank you to all of you. Thank you so much for the next people on the program, and thank you so much, Robert Habeck.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you so much, Robert Habeck and Johnny Häusler. We'll continue right now. Of course, you all want to move on, maybe have a beer, but we'll do that together later. And I'm very much looking forward to this session, which is with and by Bénédicte Savoy. And she is an art history expert.
I
would be happy if some of you would like to stay. There'll be a talk and a Q&A. If not, there will be a quicker beer for all. Bénédicte Savoy leads the area of modern art history at the Technical University of Berlin, and together with the Sinhalese scientist, she wrote the report about restitution of African culture goods together with the French government, and she received many academic awards. She is a member of many academies, such as the German Academy for Poetry. She will talk about museums and restitution, and I'm very much looking forward to Bénédicte Savoy. Welcome.
Stefan.
Wow. Dear and very mobile ladies and gentlemen, I will propose to myself that we should wait a bit until everyone that wants to leave has left and everyone has found a new place, because otherwise it will be strange. I will wait a bit more before I say what I'm going to talk about.
Guten Tag nochmal, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren.
Again, a very, very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Ich beginne jetzt.
I will start now with what I was tasked with to talk about. And first, by saying that I'm very happy to be here and very impressed, because as you've heard, or maybe not heard, I am actually from academia, and at the university there is no noise in the next room or whatever I can experience here. So I'm not quite, well, it'll do. Okay, a few weeks ago I received this email from this wonderful person, Paulina Brandruschka. She said, I'm organizing Republica, and she wrote, I really want, within the focus of cash, I would really like to talk about the link of money, cash, and cultural goods and investment. And then there was a huge list of questions. What are the financial aspects and the background of unlisted and postponed and not really tackled issues of looted art and artifacts, and how does the relationship between value and worth, how can that be talked about? How does cultural heritage relate to financial heritage? But also questions about the invalidity of contracts that were entered into in colonial times. That is what I would like to talk about. That's what the email said. And then it said you have 20 minutes. And, well, I'm going to use these 20 minutes and maybe just try to minimally answer all these questions with the means at my disposal, and those are those of an art historian. So I'm looking back, I'm looking at facts, and I'm trying to investigate them, and that's what I call factivism, and that's what I'll start with. You will see in this video an extract from a documentary in 1945 when, after the end of the Second World War, depots were found in mines containing both gold and cutlery, and works of art. Royal Museum of Art and History is what the sign said, if my French is good enough. What would have Beethoven have said if he had noticed that his Eroica would sound in this hall? But you have got the message. It's about a movie about the restitution, which is our issue, our topic, of the altar of Ghent from Belgium, which the Nazis in the Second World War moved to Germany, hid away, together with gold and money that they collected, and which was then restituted. In this small movie, we have got right into the middle of the issue. It's about looting, it's about art, war, violence, and museums. And we'll continue. This is well known. The layout of books reflects the history of looted art and links it to the history of looted gold. So the link that my partner from Republica alluded to in restitution, money, and gold, this is all around us. It's not new. It's a fact. And it's a historic fact, too. If you look at cartoons from these so-called Napoleonic art looting around the year 1800, you see that Napoleon is always shown in the middle here, for example, in Rome, as he is depicted now, looting the Pope's works of art, bringing them to Paris, which were then later restituted. And this is always depicted as a huge loot with yellow colors depicting gold and wealth and riches. And in the international media, whenever restitution is talked about and looted art, it's always a question of money and gold. Here you see Cornelius Gurlitt, when the story came up, his trésor de guerre, his war treasure chest in Italian. They talk about a here's Hitler's treasure, which he held just like Wagner's dragon, and the pop culture movie Restitution, and the question of money and gold in a Hollywood movie, Woman in Gold. You may have seen this movie. It was shown at the Berlin Film Festival, and it's about the fight for justice and restitution in the course of the looting of the Jewish families in the Second World War through the National Socialists, the Nazis. Now I have 23 minutes left, and what I want to talk about, I will put into 3 compartments, which I called first love, then capital, and 3 morals. And I hope that the question that Paulina sent me 6 months ago via email will be answered in some way or other through these questions. So, love. When we talk about museums and arts and museums, we rarely talk about money and very rarely about cash. By the way, in French, cash means cacher, which is to keep secret, to hide, and that matches what museums often do, and I like the T-shirt, therefore. So this is a painting by Peter Paul Rubens, who around the year 1800, when the first big art looting and the first big restitution processes happened, he was very much in favor, and he was often taken away in the name of love. And the rhetoric, then, you see a member of the French Revolution, the Republic, liberté, égalité, fraternité, liberty, equality, and fraternity. He argued that it was a good thing to take all the works of art from various places in Europe to Paris, because the Free French were the only ones that really loved these pieces of art. The others would have no idea. I'll save you the speech that he gave in front of a group like yours. I have the German translation here. The immortal works, who the brushes of Rubens, van Dyck, and the others founders of the Flemish school have left to us, are no longer in a foreign country. They have been carefully collected through the commands of the representatives of the people. So now they have been laid down in the home of the arts and genius, in the home of freedom and holy equality in the French Republic. And it goes on and on. So who says this? This kind of looting of others in the name of this huge love. And this can be seen in movies too. This is a Soviet film about the Red Army taking art with music by Shostakovich. Apologies. Shostakovich. This is the love for art, the love for the Madonna in the Sistine Chapel, which the army members, including women, and, well, this legitimizes the fact that in the next section, all this art will be taken and carried to St. Petersburg. And it's not in the name of money, not in the name of capital, not in the name of arms, but in the name of the big love for the big painter, Raphael. And the younger generation, too, if I look at my students at university or younger PhD students, perhaps, as shown in the middle of this image here, people from the Technical University of Berlin or Potsdam, if they organize an event about these issues, dislocation of art, and they're placing in museums, they do link this with the question of the issue of love, the love for works of art, while the people behind that do not love them, presumably. The people of Africa, you don't love the people behind them. So you take the art, but you don't take the people from Africa, say. So this kind of love is at the center of it, and we know this. We love museums. So, second, capital. Now this is what museums show, and we now turn around and look at what the museums do not show, what they hide, or cache in French. I'll stay in the 19th century, which might seem a bit a thing of the past, but in my experience, when it comes to looting art, everything has been said since ancient times, much better than we are able to say it. And I think it's absolutely worth looking at history. And I understand history as a science of the future. That's where you find what you need to understand the present and to shape the tomorrow and the day after. So let's go to Paris in the year 1810. At that time, France has acquired about all of the European art since Renaissance times and gathered it and robbed it and amassed it in Van Dyck, Dürer, Kramnach, everywhere where they were with their arms. They took these pieces and took them to Paris, meaning that they had too much. So they were dying of it. They were choking from art. And the Ministry of Finance, we are in Napoleonic times, the Ministry of Finance wanted to know how much money is it actually that we have collected in this art? How much is it all worth? And the finance minister writes a letter or sends his nephew, nepotism here, sends him a letter, which is Stendhal, a writer, but that wasn't the big Stendhal, whom you may know under this name. He was an intern at the time, and his uncle, the finance minister, says, go to the museum, and this one here, Dominique Yvan Denon, a love again of art, and ask him how much money it is worth. And there is an exchange of letters. The young person comes, Monsieur, I have come to you to show you this model of a protocol, which I attach. Within one line, we will be able to describe any picture, as beautiful as it may be, even the Transfiguration. That is the biggest painting of the Pope at the time, which had been taken to Paris, a Raphael painting again. So he wants one line only, we notice, so that to prevent the art lover from writing too much. He's trying to devise a system so that containing one painting and a bit of info. And our work will not have any picturesque beauty, but it will have an administrative beauty, which is clarity and brevity. And despite the low number of helping hands that we have at our disposal, we can see the end of our work is in sight. With great respect, de Bail. So someone comes along and say, I'll develop a technique that will let us know very quickly how much capital there is in these museums, how much has been robbed and collected here. And this now is the precursor of Excel sheets, a table with pre-prepared columns so that you cannot drag them left and right. And from this table, we are particularly interested in the prix, the price column. How much does it all cost? And origin, provenance, origin. So this table is then in a huge at huge speed. It's filled and containing all the works of art in the Louvre, and I have one page from 11 volumes here. So this is how it looks. You have the name of the artist, the painting, its size, the provenance. When it says, so this denotes that it was robbed from the Prussian king and the estimated price. Of course, these paintings have no price because they were not traded on the arts market. This is a virtual price. What do you imagine it would cost? So this is a source of research for the next 100 years about the connection of capital, looting, and provenance, origin research. And we'll go a bit further and look at what was stolen. Concrete Caesar's Jupiter, Correggio painting, now in the Gallery of Paintings. This is what it looks like. And it's valued at 120,000 francs. And you see that that is a large amount. Below that, there's another Correggio from Florence, only 600. So a fantastic provenance, such as it was stolen from the Prussian king, increases the price. The things that were taken from the Pope go into the millions in this project. And I've had the fun of calculating the sums from this table and extracting the amounts for various paintings. So 1.5 million French francs. By then, this famous Transfiguration, the building, the painting of the Pope, or the Apollo from the Belvedere, also taken from the Pope. So Italian or ancient art. And then for 1 million, which you can still see in the Louvre today, it hasn't been restituted, the marriage of Cana. If you go to the Louvre, do look, because sadly the Mona Lisa is here. Everyone is turning away from this building and looking at the Mona Lisa on the other side of the room. So this was valued at 1 million. The first Flemish Rubens, the taking off of Jesus from the cross from Belgium, Antwerp, 600,000. An old German painting, the most expensive, which is the last Danzig, 60,000, and it goes on. So you can really list it all, and you can recognize a few Berlin paintings, the Praying Boy, and this is in the Gallery of Paintings in Berlin too, the Gemäldegalerie Cranach. The old women enter a bath and come out of it as young women, so that is the Fountain of Youth, all restituted, but these were values, treasures, and if you had money in those days, for 1 franc, you would have been able to buy a Dürer drawing. And what I think is important in these examples is that there are 2 kinds of capital here. There's the real capital, which is the amounts that are stated. So this one painting is the biggest, the most expensive painting in world history. But there is a symbolic capital too, which is it was taken from the Pope. We are the new empire. We've taken it from the King of Prussia. And the link between the symbolic capital and the real capital is exactly what we know from museums today. The Humboldt Forum, the symbolic capital here. I have the biggest collection from Africa, in all of Europe, from sub-Saharan Africa, in 50 parts. There's more than Paris has, although Paris has had a much larger colonial empire, much more than the British Museum in London. So Berlin has the biggest collection from sub-Saharan Africa on the one hand, and on the other hand, you don't talk about money, but of course these are values, and these values exist in the insurances and secret papers in the museum.
And so now I get to the connection of the question of cash, art being looted and robbed, and the link to giving it back to people who it belonged to. Some of you might remember the year 2006 in Berlin, when the famous street scene by Kirchner was returned from the Brügge Museum to the descendants of the Jewish family who it was taken from. That was the first big case of restitution in the German-speaking world, at least the one that got a lot of public attention. And the second example right after was Vienna, this famous Klimt painting. You just said the title. I can't think of it right now. Portrait of, I'll remember it in a second. Portrait of a rich patron, and basically the movie Women in Gold was about it. And so when these objects, these paintings left Vienna and Berlin, the press was outraged. Here, Der Spiegel, how can it be that these works that were in museums are returned to private individuals? They're talking about restitution, but basically they just want to make money. Morality and millions. Jewish descendants demand the return of dozens of important pictures from paintings from German museums. It's about late justice, but also about a lot of money. At the time, the public thought, oh, but that's impossible. These were our public museums, and now we can't see them anymore, and they just want to sell this. You remember, I show this because we have similar discussions right now that I will come back to in a moment. Or in the Frankfurter weekly newspaper, it says, they say Holocaust and they mean money. Headlines such as this, you would not see them today. It took 15 years, but now there's a consensus that basically the Nazis, the families that they also murdered, that when these families want their stuff back, whose families were murdered by the Nazis, of course they want that back. And then if they want to sell it, they can sell it. Nobody would be upset about that anymore today. Just one more example at the time from Der Spiegel. Martin Roth, who is the director of the Dresden Museum, says, oh, it's a business with your inheritance. That's something 15 years ago, and people wouldn't be saying that this way anymore today. So the paintings that I mentioned, they were restituted and returned to the descendants who, in fact, sold them for a lot of money. Until a few years ago, a collector from the cosmetics mogul Estée Lauder bought these paintings and integrated them into a gallery in New York that they called Neue Galerie, so New Gallery in German, and which is kind of supposed to evoke these notions of kind of old Europe, right? You can see it doesn't look like New York, it looks like Vienna, and that's the basic idea underlying this gallery. They have a cafe on the ground floor, a Viennese cafe in the middle of New York, but you can feel like a real inhabitant of Vienna, such as this visitor. So after a few years, there was a new type of publicity, a new type of restitution, which is a piece of Europe that the families, the descendants of the Jewish families who had managed to flee Europe essentially were restituted these paintings and essentially republicized them where they now are. And one thing that I really think is interesting is that this new gallery has a mission statement, and this mission statement consists. Oh, oops. Oh, my PowerPoint is blocked. And so this mission consists of help, PowerPoint isn't moving anymore. And this mission consists of we provide these paintings to the public, but at the same time, we are extraordinarily transparent about the provenance, and on their website, yeah, great. And on their website, it says Adele Bloch-Bauer under the title, the date when it was painted. And here you can see provenance. It is this history of who it was taken from, who it was stolen from. And so it essentially, these paintings enter a new history, but they remain in public space. And with that, I'm almost at the end of my talk on this topic, but I just want to draw your attention to a current case. While I am talking about the scandalization about restitution to Jewish families, maybe some of you thought of the discussion about the so-called Benin bronze figures that with a lot of effort were returned to Nigeria around the election as a sign of German goodwill in a new type of justice. But a few weeks ago, there was an announcement that Nigeria now has a new president, and the new Nigerian president essentially said he is giving these bronzes to the king, whose ancestors these bronzes were stolen from, and everyone was like, oh my God, we thought these were going to be put into a museum, and now it's being returned to the hands of the family that lost them. And that's impossible, and that's something that we're saying right now in 2023, but I'm pretty sure that in 5 years or so, there is going to be a new consensus in 5 years as well, where if these were stolen from a king and this king has descendants that are still active, but at least he has like a family and descendants that are still around, then of course it's returned to the ancestors. And what I want to show you here to close things out is the distribution of the cultural inheritance of Cameroon across the world. Essentially old religious pieces of art from Cameroon. Cameroon is here. It was a German colony for 34 years, and the Germans were the first ones there. After them came the Brits and the French, but the Germans were first, starting in 1884, and they collected very systematically. They collected all these pieces of culture and brought them to Germany, all these pieces that you can see here. And those are 40,000 pieces of art, and a lot of them are exhibited in the Humboldt Forum right now. So within Germany, you have tens of thousands of cultural objects, old cultural objects from Cameroon, that are essentially among us without us seeing them because they are cachés, right? They're hidden. They're not to see. They're kept secret. And so in the last 2 years, with a team of colleagues from the University in Cameroon under the leadership of Professor Albert Guafo, who's a German studies professor. They're all professors of German studies. They speak perfect German. They can all read all these disgusting reports from the time. And we published our results yesterday, the day before yesterday, where we make clear how it happened and how much it was. And when we look at how these things happened, by looking at these files in the archives, in these files, there's a lot of information about money, cash. So just a single quote. And I'm very thankful that Jörg Henschel included that in his discussion yesterday. One example is this quote from the director of the Berlin Museum for Anthropology in 1897, where he was writing to a colleague, a so-called Lieutenant von Arnim. And he tells his colleague, this lieutenant will, in October, this lieutenant will join a new punitive expedition against the Gnolo. So we can expect many brilliant things. Mr. von Arnim is informed precisely about what we know, what we need, and the cost will basically be exactly zero. And so it was basically always about spending as little money as possible to get pieces that were already very expensive on the art market at the time. And these were pieces of art that you could only get with violence, with these so-called punitive exhibitions by these so-called protective troops. And that's something that is really moving for me. And I think that Cameroon will probably move all of us with this question in the next few days and weeks. Thank you so much for your attention.
Benedikt Savoy.
Thank you so much, Benedikt Savoy. And by the way, Benedikt will be signing books at the Dussmann book table after this. So I can't see my notes right now, but go to the Dussmann book table because you can get a signed copy of her book over there. We're also very happy that we are about to continue immediately as someone who recently almost completely despaired over an application for child benefits. I'm especially excited to welcome our next speaker. I'm talking about Lilith Wittmann, who is software expert and security expert, and who is, among other things, an activist for open data, digitization of public administration, which is what she will be talking about, and among other things became famous because of finding security gaps in the Luca app and a CDU, Conservative Party, election campaign app. She describes herself as the black bloc of public administration digitization, and in her session she will essentially track down the reasons for why the last few years have not made German public administration a single bit more digital. I'm just going to check if she is around already or if we will take another quick break. Are you coming? Great. Welcome. Big round of applause for Lilith Wittmann. I'm sure I'm going to get some help with the cables on stage here. At least I hope so.
Hi Lilith, ich bin wieder da. Ich laufe wie ein Creep zu dir rüber. Ich habe ein bisschen was durcheinander gebracht.
Hi Lilith, I'm back. I'm sorry, I was overmotivated. We will have a very quick break because we need to make some changes with technology, and you come back to the stage in a moment. So just another quick bit of information about Benedict. There's going to be another event about looted art at 4:15 p.m. At the beach. So basically, competitor. So we'll just fix all the technological stuff, and then Lilith will be back on stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the applause, but we have to be quick. There's a lot of topics, so maybe hold it for now. Republika asked me if I wanted to talk about digitization and public administration. And they said, well, I should maybe do something a bit more positive and not just criticize people all the time. So let's start with the success stories of the German federal administration and its digitization. And indeed, these are all the dates where we successfully digitized the federal government. So let's start with a little bit of history. With the friendly support of Capgemini, they're doing this for 25 years, one of the most successful consulting companies, and of course Gerhard Schröder, the greatest and most visionary chancellor of Germany in regards to digitization. And we're starting our little journey into the digitization of the federal government around 1999, shortly after Schröder was elected, and he had this genius idea that said Bund Online. And we're going to take 400 administrative acts and bring it online. And they had this idea of new public management. So we're going to design the administration like a like a modern service-oriented company, and it's going to be great. They also had McKinsey there and Booz Allen Hamilton. So a lot of things you see again today in the digitization of government was already there back then. And this is the list, everything they thought about, they want to digitize. A lot of the things you see here, we've also talked about today, that they should become digital at some point. So let's look what a modern service-oriented company looked like on the internet in 2003. This was the goal. Let's look at the federal government today, 20 years later. I think we achieved the goal. We brought lists and catalogs online. These are things that are currently online like this. But also there's some positive things. They already talked about digital basic infrastructure. And they said maybe we shouldn't build 1 million forms, maybe one form management system. They said we should probably think about data privacy. We might need databases and standardize everything. So they were actually quite far ahead back then. And then we get to the year 2005, and we made it. All the 400 different administrative acts are online, at least that's what the press release said back in the day, and it's digital now. So I think that's something we can celebrate, right? But there's a tiny asterisk here, and that means that maybe they were built, but they're not necessarily online or available or usable because there were some legal and technical challenges.
Aber der Bundesverband des Mittelstands hat gesagt, da sind vor allem Totgeburten rausgekommen und die meisten Leistungen waren in der Praxis überhaupt nicht benutzbar, weil es keinen Rechtsrahmen gab.
So the Quasar Boys was responsible for the e-government initiative Bund Online 2005, and this was remarkably unsuccessful. Nothing came out of it but stillbirths. And also Bund Online had detached oneself from the realities. Then we did the same thing in 2006, Germany Online, the e-government 2.0. We're not going to talk about that of the original plan. They're now down to 20 administrative acts that they want to put online. So if you look at BAföG, at the student support program, digital now means, well, okay, you can apply online and then also send it online. And then in 2017, the entire thing was redone. But it was so badly made that only 1 in 500 people actually managed to reach the end of the application form, which is due to, in part, the time you needed to actually fill out the form was 6.5 hours, but the session lifetime was shorter than that. So the form actually deleted its data before you were even halfway done. They're also talking about citizen service portals in the basic infrastructure. It's always important. And this is something that's actually in the document. Reliable authentication, safe storage for electronic messages, and electronic data exchange. In 2006, and we're still talking about that today, then nothing happened for a long time. I call it the Merkel gap, which lasted until approximately 2017. And then we had this great idea maybe let's do an act that says, okay, everything has to be digital. Let's call it the Online Access Act, and now everything is going to be great. 6,000 different services for citizens, all of them digital, 3 billion euros, and a great team. That's working on it, and the team has a lot of experience how we digitize the state, because they've been doing it for 17 years. Now you would think if they've done it for 17 years, maybe they'll be successful this time. But of course you forget that in the public administration and in consulting are very different, but have similar consequences. In public service, there's the so-called Beamtenrotation, so every public servant is seen as a generalist, and every few years they're doing something new. So they never become experts in any area. And then in consulting, there's an up or out system. So if you're a junior consultant for 2 years and then you don't get promoted, then you're out. And because you don't normally give the seniors to public authorities because they don't pay so well, you always have constantly new juniors that don't really know what they're doing. And so in the end, it's just an educational program for lots of young consultants. Thank you, Germany, but it doesn't really help us with digitization efforts. And now people are probably asking, okay, how are you talking about junior consultants? Yeah, I was one as well. I was young, I needed the money. Then they started to really digitize things. Things like hunting permits, weapon permits, all the things we urgently need in Germany. They built prototypes, some really great forms. What do I have here? The e-drilling permit for heat exchangers. And sometimes there's actually also an application for social services, like here, rent benefits. So yeah, it would be great if you could digitize that. All the concepts that I just showed you of these three, one was actually implemented, and it's the e-drilling permit 2.0. If you live in Saxony, then you can actually ask for a drilling permit for your heat pump online. Congratulations. And now it's the year 2022, end of 2022. 5 years of the Online Access Act are over. And we kind of maybe theoretically manage 10% of services. But again, in the Online Access Act, we talked about basic infrastructure. And it's the same as 2006, except authentication is now called user accounts, and message exchange is now inbox, and so on. So we want to keep building all of that. It's a good continuity. 5 years later, we're going to update the Online Access Act. We're going to remove the 5-year term. Otherwise, it stays largely the same. So we didn't really make a lot of progress. And now the user accounts are called Bund ID because we only want one instead of different account management systems for each German state. And otherwise, maybe we add a wallet, or in 2017, somebody had an idea to maybe have a access portal where you can do lots of things at the same time, but that was too complicated. So now instead we have a search engine where you can search for different applications. So the user account, and this is a great success. We have a hockey stick curve here, 2.5 million new users, and I'm going to talk about how that happened in a second. But in summary, we're working on the same problems, the exact same problems for 25 years, but we still haven't solved them. It's a stupid question. Who actually has a vested interest in solving these challenges and solving digitization? So maybe first we should ask ourselves, which problem are we actually solving here? From the perspective of the administration, digitization of the administration means if the form is online. Because that's what the law says, then it's digital. And then when you continue asking, people will say, oh, okay, there's certain degrees that, for example, if something is fully online, then it's digital, so you can fill it out and send it and get status online. And then you can ask Twitter, and Twitter users say, well, you know, if there's no more paper, something AI would be great, and of course transparency would be good, so you can actually see what's going on. But when I think about utopia, what I would like a digital state to be like, I wouldn't even have to do any applications myself, because my smartphone realizes that I just gave birth, or and it sends me push notification, and it just asks me what do you want to call the child, and I enter the name, and then I automatically get the money. And oh, what's this? Oh, the the app from the transportation minister is become self-aware thanks to AI and is trying to interfere. But yeah, what I want to say is that proactive digital government doesn't necessarily require digitally reachable citizens. Because when in doubt, I can also do that with just a letter or a postcard. I don't really need digital forms. There's always this idea that we need to take the forms, the services we already have, and bring them online, and that makes us digital. But we don't actually think about, do we even need them, or is there maybe another way to solve this issue and make things accessible to citizens? So now we maybe ask ourselves, okay, why isn't this working? And there's a few examples. I mentioned some of them before. For example, the renters' benefits, where we have a lot of journalists writing about that, saying, oh, doesn't anybody want this? Why is nobody applying for that? And then people say, oh, but it's so complicated. And if you look at the application form, they're often already available digitally. For example, here in Berlin, it's a little bit hidden away. And it's quite complicated. It takes a few hours to fill this out. And there's a lot of different forms here. And what we learned from that is that even if we have an analog application form for a government service, it remains a shitty service that nobody wants to use, even if it's now available online. But sometimes the government is actually thinking a bit further ahead. There's ELFE, einfache Leistung für Eltern, simplified benefits for parents. And this is where the government would like to kind of bring together everything about parenthood. So you only need to do one visit to any government office. There's exactly one thing you need to fill out. All the things magically happen in the background. The issue is just almost nobody can actually use this. They both need to be employed. They cannot be public servants or freelancers. They need to have gotten married in one of two specific offices. They need to have given birth in one of two hospitals. Both need to be German citizens, and so on. So this is what your family should look like, but again, public servants cannot use the service, so this is what it could work. Okay, so who's responsible? It's not these people, but it's instead those guys. This is the IT Planning Council, who had this great idea to take this service from 2017, start working on it, but it wasn't really worked on since. And this whole concept of, oh, it's going to take agile product development and apply that to the social state, that's a pretty shitty concept, because if you give people a prototype that they cannot use and thus just contribute to the further discrimination of these people who might already be underprivileged, that is just plainly said shit.
Wir springen auch schon zum nächsten Musterprojekt und sind
And we're going to jump ahead to the next great project. So the idea was that all students over the age of 18 would have access to a one-time payment of 200 euros by the state to pay for the rising energy costs. And so they thought, let's just make something very simple, something online, something digital. You just need to register for a Bund ID. They need to present your digital ID card, and then you need an access code, and you can do it in like 30 minutes. And so that's a good hourly wage. But actually, it wasn't that easy, because lots of people didn't actually have a identification number for their electronic ID card. So first they had to request that, and then they had to wait for that to be sent by physical mail, and then they had to enter that, and so it already took a few hours more, so it doesn't really make sense for a lot of people. But instead, most people instead got a PIN from their university or school, and they could skip over this entire part. So some people had a very complex application, and others a very simple application, and all in all, it didn't really work out so well. Most people actually got stuck in a waiting area, and then they had to wait until they finally put in their digital application. While most of the young liberals, the Liberal Party's youth organization, was, oh, wow, this is amazing, we went so quick. The reality looks different. Maybe because it was a project that was mostly led by the liberals. Okay, so why would you have to do this with your EID if you didn't really need it? Because they wanted to do something digital with it. So they created digital applications in order to have something digital, so young people can use this technology once. But actually almost nobody, like 25.7% overall, even used this. And I don't know this because the government was so transparent about it, but because I kind of hacked the data myself. Whereas the additional costs for this entire game, for the integration of the eID, was more than 20 million euros. Because this PIN reset letter costs about 14 euros for the state every time it's sent. Then you need additional support because someone needs to take care of all of that. And you have several millions in additional costs for the application. So each person that we identified this way costs 20 euros extra for the entire society. It doesn't really make sense to do it this way, but the liberals felt good about it. So this was a very expensive marketing campaign for digital identification services. And by the way, we're doing another one this year, a real marketing campaign this year, which is only supposed to cost 14 million euros. But this time, it's these guys who are responsible. So what do we learn from that? On the one hand, we shouldn't do all of that because of marketing. And on the other hand, that we shouldn't make applications too complicated because the government maybe has weird ideas about security.
I already mentioned Bund ID, this user account that you need to log in, and that's something we'll talk about a bit more, but more from an externalization and procurement perspective. So Bund ID, that's essentially this user account provided by the federal government. You can log in online, and then you can look at your messages. And that's basically all you can do. The entire project, as you can see it here, has been around since at least 2008, 2009. That's the process based on which this project is developed. At the very bottom, you see the Ministry of the Interior that essentially contracts this out or licenses external contractors, or actually that's being done by consulting companies. And then you have the IT center, the federal IT center, which is managing it. But it's actually the state Bavaria, but it's not actually the state Bavaria, but their IT contractor, not actually that IT contractor, but another external contractor. And so they essentially succeeded to implement 6 different versions of the Bund ID. So we don't actually have agile development, but it's slightly longer product cycles. And so at the end, you kind of end up with an application that's kind of okay, which is now like years old. And to be honest, from a security perspective, maybe it's not actually that great to build a single system where all messages from the federal government to citizens are lying around and not even encrypted in a way. But I don't want to complain too much about this because I want to be positive, because it's very, very cheap for the Ministry of the Interior, because there's only 2 people at the ministry who have to work on this. And considering that it's not really their area of expertise, it only costs 2.5 million. Actually, that's quite good. And so all of this stuff that I was talking about just now is, I call it the consulting stairs. It's basically about how public administration has lost any internal skill set to do this on their own. The Ministry of the Interior doesn't have anyone who knows anything about IT. Instead, they need a consulting agency that helps them put up a public call for offers, public tender, and so they contract someone else who essentially implements it. If it doesn't go well, then it ends up with the federal agency for finance supervision. And so you have internal and external companies. So, for example, Germany built its own consulting company, basically, so you don't have to do a public tender. And you also have the federal printing press, which is also a company that's owned by the government. And then there's also a special quirk, which is the 3-partner model, which you can essentially use to skip all public tenders from the German government. And I actually use Capgemini slides to explain this because they're much better at explaining this than me. So to start with, you have the Federal Public Administration Agency, and this agency buys service packages from external contractors, and then essentially sells these packages at standardized rates to various federal agencies internally. So that means they don't have to do a public tender process. There's no annoying forms which you would have to do if you needed an external consultant. So the consultants basically do all of this for you. They're like your right hand. They also do your project, and they also do the public tender if you want them to. It says that in the slides here. Extremely convenient and very transparent It's transparent, good prices at 862.40 euros per day for consultant. That's the cheapest way of finding a part-time student hire. You also don't just have to hire a single consultancy, but the consultancies are allowed to subcontract each other. So regardless of which framework contract you're using, all of it can be consultants, because basically every consultancy is included in every other consultancy's framework contract. And so essentially we had this idea a few years ago, the Bund ID. Maybe in 2006 there was a person at the Ministry of the Interior, an employee who was thinking about it and was like, when he was using his online banking, there's a user account, there's an inbox, I can upload documents, the state needs that too. And so we've just kept going with it and developed it further, and we never took a moment to think whether that's actually something we need or whether we maybe need something else. We always just were like, no, yeah, we're doing that, and so we just consultant and for consultant. Like they just kept implementing it. Since I'm supposed to focus on solutions, here's my counter proposal. We just take all competent federal agencies, essentially take all people with relevant skills and put them into a new agency that we just call the Agency for Digital Basic Infrastructure for the federal government. I thought that's a nice agency name. And so we'll just give them the digital basic components from the government and essentially ask them to just keep developing these products, so it's not further in this weird process that's between government agencies and external contractors, so that we simply have a single location where we keep kind of cultivating the skills and skilled labor, because we do have some skilled people, but they're kind of in the wrong places. If they're just in a consulting company that we contract, then that doesn't really help us either. And this gets us to our last example of the day, which is something that was actually a bit shocking to me that this is happening right now. This is the so-called Culture Pass. This is about basically people who are under 18 years old are supposed to be able to download an app, and then they can just log in or register with their national ID, and then they get 200 euros for cultural expenses from the German government. And the basic idea is that you can only use your new national ID to do this, so young people can get used to the new national ID, but there's a small problem. Because in Germany, there is no basic right to owning a smartphone. That means that young people who maybe because their family is on unemployment benefits don't have a right to owning a smartphone. That's not even something that is included in the rates for these unemployment benefits. And the so-called job center would also not usually pay for a new smartphone. And that's something that social policy NGOs have been criticizing for years. And so if we tell people that you only get welfare services and welfare benefits if you have a smartphone and can use your eID, because that's a problem when these services won't reach the people anymore who actually need them. So I try to visualize this debate and the way it's happening. I think there's kind of like the liberal point of view. Welfare benefits is only something you can get if you have a smartphone. Then you have the so-called concerned citizens that say, but if it gets easier, then someone might get 400 instead of 200 euros from the state. That's really bad if they get more welfare benefits and they get more money for spending it on cultural products, and the culture gets more money. And then, of course, the public administration employee is wondering, well, how do I do this in a way that's as safe as possible for me, who is like not actually that interested in all of these social aspects? Simplified. To say this in a simplified way, and you can present this in such a way, and you can tell there's kind of a gap in the middle, and how to provide welfare benefits in a way such that they work for everyone. Honestly, I also don't know. Just like a stupid suggestion that I came up with is we give every 18-year-old a Germany smartphone and a free national ID. How do we pay for that? That's also really easy. We just abolish the public order department, because we install another app on the phone that we call the illegal parking app, and essentially 18-year-olds get like a small financial benefit for every illegally parked car that they've reported on using this app. So essentially, they get more money for culture, and at the same time, we save a lot of money. and everyone's happy. I think that's a great solution. And what I really want to say is that welfare benefits are for everyone. And if welfare benefits only exist for people with a smartphone, then they're not actually welfare benefits. Instead, we're giving transfer benefits to people who are already extremely privileged. So, okay, let's get to my closing remarks. Things that I've wanted to say in front of a large group of people for ages. Okay, to begin with, maybe we should define kind of a societal target, this idea of what we want from government digitization. We've been talking about these services that we want to bring into the internet, and we're still in this mindset of new public management from the early 2000s. And I've never seen people really outline a proper perspective, like a proper vision, like what do we want? Like, why are we putting millions and millions and millions into this? Also, politics should maybe create a legal framework and not necessarily decide and like write these technologies into a law. Because for a very simple reason, if you put a specific technology into a law until the law is actually enforced, the concept is already broken. Because, for example, today, most of us we have mostly mobile smartphone usage where people don't really want to use web apps anymore. And so every time we want to change the technology or when we want to, we decide that there's actually a better way of reaching people for public administration. And so then we have to change the laws every time. And it's super complicated every single time. So maybe we should just be doing it differently. And then in addition, we should rather think about basic infrastructure instead of just paying McKinsey to build a new digital form that maybe works for 2 months or doesn't even go online because, well, and someone needs to be in charge, of this basic IT infrastructure, because if nobody is actually in charge of it and taking care of it, if it's just something that's being built by an external consulting agency for once, then they disappear, well, we can just throw it in the trash immediately because software needs to be developed continuously and we need long-term internal knowledge for that. So maybe we use half of the money that we're currently spending on digitization to actually hire people inside public administration, maybe also for slightly higher salaries than we've been doing so far. But, and that's something that politics and politicians really need to take care of to essentially get competent people, skilled people into government. And you can talk about drones and put a sign saying 5G on your stall as much as you want. None of those things will help us get to digital government. Okay, that was my last point. And since I only have another minute, thanks for listening to me. Well, when will Germany be digital? I can't tell you either, but probably when I finally don't have to talk about it anymore. Thank you.
Dankeschön.
Vielen, vielen Dank.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lilith Wittmann. I kept taking notes backstage, and I proposed Lilith for president, or at least some position where she can push this a bit further. We're going to continue in a little bit with a professor with a great talk. I'm going to be back in a second. We're going to take a short redressing break, and then we're going to go on. Thank you. Stay here. Come here.
So, wie versprochen.
All right, as promised, we are continuing with Professor Anders Levemann, who's a climate researcher and professor at the Potsdam University. And he's working on the dynamics of the climate system. He's published more than 140 scientific papers and uncountable articles. In his session, he's going to talk about the dilemma of the limits of resources and the speedy societal developments. And what I find interesting is he's going to talk about why
Sie bitte mit mir Professor Anders Levemann.
Ja, hallo, was für eine Ehre, hier auf Stage One zu sein. Fantastisch. Ich bin
What an honor to be here. I'm a theoretical physicist, so this is going to be a very boring talk. I'm going to talk about climate change first, and then later on I'm going to talk about the solution of all of our problems. The convolution of the world. This is where you theoretically could see, but then again the animation doesn't work. So when I was 5 years old, the American Professor Mercer published a paper in Nature, and clearly one of the most eminent research papers worldwide for the last 150 years. And John Mercer predicted a lot of things in this publication. He said that if we continue emitting CO2 the same way we do, then we will have doubled the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere over 50 years. That simple, you know, it was just an extrapolation. I could have done it myself, maybe not at 5, but later. And right now we're on that path for the doubling, but he was a sociologist, so he already made predictions about the ice shelves on the Arctic, and he said that the world will become warmer, the ice, the land ice will be melting, and that's will melt, and the glacier will drift into the sea, and that made it onto the international papers. But his prediction wasn't about the ice shelves, it was just an introduction. He was talking about the stability of the Western Arctic, and he was titling it the In Physics We Trust, because that's a reference to the American motto of In God We Trust. And Mercer said that because of the warming of the Western Arctic, the Arctic will become unstable, and physicists usually mean something different with instability than the rest of the world. And it will mean that if we heat up the Arctic more, then more of that ice will melt into the water, and will be a vicious cycle. And I was staring at the wall in my office when I saw that. We were supporting another paper a month earlier, and we were also saying that the Arctic has become destabilized, and that means that the sea level will rise now. And that was the first tipping point in the global warming that we reached. And obviously, the Western Arctic is not the only point where this is happening. We see this in other places. We haven't done a complete analysis of the destabilization of the whole Arctic. It doesn't mean that in Berlin we will have to be afraid of it. It just means that physics is easy. Sea ice expands when it gets warmer, and sea levels rise. In physics we trust. And the most important point is, with the same certainty with which we say that ice will melt, if it becomes warmer, then the same certainty I can say that CO2 will raise the temperature on Earth. And what that means is, the one thing that will lead us to our thesis later, if we want to stabilize the temperature of the world, then we will have to get to zero net emission probably. CO2 is like microplastics. If we have emitted it into the atmosphere, it will stay there forever. The more we add, it will just raise the temperature. the sea level is just one of the answers. It's also one of my personal reasons why I think stabilization is important, stabilization of the climate, that is, because the sea level rises much slower than expected, but it eats away at the land. It eats our cultural heritage. For every degree that we raise the temperature, we get about 2.5 meters. If we give up the Paris Climate Accord, then we give up Hamburg, more or less. With 3 degrees, half of the UNESCO World Heritage will be underwater. And that's why we should really, really stop heating up the atmosphere. And that's the first reason. There are 2 more for me. And then I want to tell you how we can prevent that, how this embeds into a whole fabric of solutions, how we can have a more beautiful future, not one where we just have prevented a catastrophe. The most important thing that I want to say up front is, in physics, we trust this is the rise of the global temperature. It's about 1 degree, 1.1 degree. And the physics behind this process is really simple. I don't want to go into too much detail, but we need quantum mechanics, the absorption and emission theories. We need thermodynamics. Every degree more in the atmosphere means heating up heating up the ocean.
And an increase in water vapors means more heat is going to be retained. So if we keep going this way, then we're going to have about 2 or more than 2 degrees global warming. So it doesn't really matter. There's no way around the basic laws of physics. For each doubling of the carbon dioxide levels, you're getting 2 to 3 degrees of global warming. And what's decisive for us today, you can only stabilize the planet's temperature if you get to net zero emissions. And usually, as you can see also from my outfit, I'm normally speaking to industry representatives, not very often in front of other audiences. And when I tell them, they say 0 emissions, they're also confused for a second. And then they say, oh no, that's the worst I've ever heard. I heard that we need to emit less, but 0. And then they realize 0 is actually better than less. Because less means we need to do less. And for many people in industry, that's a horror scenario, because it means we have to reduce, we cannot keep growing. But it actually means 0 means that we need to do everything differently. And that means there's a lot of potential economic growth, there's a lot of movement. I have to speed up, I have to be much faster than I thought. We have to get to net zero globally, otherwise you're going to get economic damages. And the economic costs of climate change don't even come so much from disruption, don't come so much from destruction, but from disruption. It's not so much the hurricane that destroys things that's going to be troublesome, because that's actually reflected positively in the GDP, but because all the reconstruction work has to be paid, which is a bit of a perversion. But instead we found that even without the destruction, we have a disruption of the world economy due to climate change. And that's another reason why the Paris Climate Agreement, a political goal, is also the economically optimal goal, which, you know, isn't really debatable worldwide anymore. There's a lot of studies here. So the main reason why we have to get to net zero emissions globally is the following. 2014, I took over the leadership for the economic part of our institute, the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. And one of the reasons for me is then this, because I want my children to grow up in a democracy, not in a dictatorship. And that's another potential reason for climate stabilization, and that's just political stability. We know that weather extremes are going to become more frequent. This is the temperature anomaly in summer in Europe. This is the Gauss curve. And what used to be a once-in-a-century summer has now become exponentially more likely. And you can see here a graph of the heat waves in 2003. In red, you have the COVID death wave, and in blue, you have the heat wave 2003. If you think back about if you think back to the Indian summer in 2022, we have an increase in catastrophes, and we have a factor of 90 increase in the amount of extra hot months. But the same thing is true about weather extremes. They're also becoming more severe. Hurricanes and typhoons are getting more common, they're getting more intense, and that's just because we have more energy within the system. And this energy is usually coming from water vapor. The Clausius-Clapeyron equation from 1834, and we can also see how the amount of rainfall, record rainfalls, is also increasing. So what we see is an increase in weather extremes, and this is the actual danger of climate change. It's not so much the sea level rise, it's not so much the coral death, it's not so much the melting of the ice shelf, all of which are catastrophic for us. And they show that we will geologically change the planet. You may have listened to Stefan Ramsdorff yesterday, and we said we've probably prevented the next ice age with our acts. But the risk that we have here that's more immediate is that of extreme weather. And one class of extreme weather is due to the so-called jet stream. You can see it here behind me. I didn't try to run the animation now, but you're looking at the North Pole, and you can see there's red stripe here that goes around the planet. That's a jet stream, and that exists because the Earth rotates, and it's going to continue existing because the Earth is not going to stop rotating. But the stability of this jet stream, that depends on the temperature difference between the cold North Pole and the warm tropics. And this is something that we are reducing with global warming, because the Antarctic and the Arctic are both heating twice as quickly as the rest of the planet. And so this is something that we've already observed multiple times, but you haven't personally experienced it, that if this starts to fluctuate and we get weather extremes, one potential consequence that we've seen in 2018 is that this kind of wave structure actually has different peaks, and it gets stabilized by the Rocky Mountains here, and then it would affect all the three breadbaskets of the Earth at the same time and affect them with droughts. So in 2018, that was relatively short. In 2010, we saw in Russia, it can also last for 6 weeks. If something like this would last for 6 weeks, then we'd have a real problem supplying enough food to the planet. So this is another potential catastrophe that we have to avoid. But already the jet stream is keeping us up. So here's some examples. This sequence here that we see 2017, 2018 in winter. In December, there was a snow disaster in the US. The economy kind of ground to a halt, and all of life went went on pause mode. 1 month later, there was a huge temperature jump that almost nobody noticed because it affected Siberia and almost nobody lives there. The temperature rose within 5 days by 55 degrees centigrade. If you had that in Moscow, then the hospitals would have been full. And another month later, in February, you had increased melting at the North Pole. Berlin was 10 degrees colder than the North Pole. The North Pole hasn't seen any light in several months, and it should have been at -20, -30 degrees, but the jet stream has broken up and let tropical air go northward. So what I want to say is we are expecting a firework of weather extremes, more and more severe, that are going to increase in severity and frequency. And I'm just wondering, what do you think what's going to happen to the oldest democracy in the world under Donald Trump? And what would have happened if the following events that by chance happened in different years, what would have happened if they all happened in the same year? The snow catastrophe in New York and Chicago, a drought in the American Midwest where all the farmers can barely supply the food anymore. Then Hurricane Katrina destroys New Orleans, Hurricane Sandy destroys New York, and then we have the next snow catastrophe a year later, as it happened in New York and Chicago just a year later in reality. So what would have happened if this sequence had been compressed into 1 year? How would we have supplied aid? And would the Democrats and Republicans maybe band it together or not? Or would the US have collapsed? And this is the real danger that we have due to climate change. And thus what fundamentally, what physics tells us fundamentally is that we need to get to net zero emissions, and that globally.
If you hear this and you become aware of the fact that for 150 years we've been emitting CO2 and our economic growth and prosperity is directly coupled to this increase in CO2, then you can ask the question justifiably, if we really need economic growth, can we not, or can we on a finite planet have infinite growth? And this is the part where it's not physics anymore. This is just my idea that it's informed by mathematics, but that you are welcome to think is stupid. What you have heard so far is true. This is now new, and you may have an opinion about that. And can we refrain from having economic growth? If you look to India or China, basically you cannot stop, because a lot of people in the world don't have it as good as we do. And for these people, we still need development. And also in our societal development was very strongly coupled to the economic development. And this gave us the time and the resources to take care of social and political matters more. So that's why, can we resolve the dilemma of the two necessities, this unstoppable development? Maybe we don't call it economic progress of an unstoppable development on a finite planet. And mathematics says, can there be an infinity on a finite scale? How many numbers are there between 0 and 1? And the answer is infinitely many. The same way that a flock of birds is not free, because it cannot fly into space or into the ocean, because it is limited in its possibilities, but it's free to do whatever it wants to do within. And the same with the Amazonas rainforest. It's limited or bounded in its area and its spread, but it has a lot of diversity, and it has a lot of competition within the system, but it only takes finite space. So the question is this just a mathematical plaything, or can we concretize that? I could be bounded in a nutshell and count myself a king of myself. Sorry. The convolution of the world, I published this in several German newspapers and wrote a book about it. Online it's being called, How Do You Put Up Societal Restrictions in the Right Way? That's the comments from people. So the question is, how do you combine these things? The people here in the room who know about chaos theory, diversity can come from this. We call them strange attractors. And the question is, what is growing there if you look at economic growth? It's just a number. It used to mean something like the future will be better than the past or the present. The future generations shall have it better than we do. But if it's just a number, if that reflects value to the society and not, for example, emission of CO2 or burning of fossil fuels or destroying the Amazonas rainforest, there's nothing wrong with that. So the question is, how can we combine these things? And this image is supposed to represent this, but again, I couldn't get the video working. So let's just keep going. There are 5 examples of these convolution limits or boundaries, and maybe you see the idea. The first one is the introduction of private property ownership. Why was this a limit or a boundary in the past? The introduction of this property, of private property, the idea was the fewer you have, the less important you are, the less power you have. The political ruler could not take away what I have. You can think about what you want, but it was something. There was a limit to the power of the ruler, and the next limit to their power was the Declaration of Human Rights. And I want to add to this: during the French Revolution, through the American Revolution, we were declaring the human rights, but we were far from enforcing it. But we did put up that limit, like all men are created equal, as if all humans are men. And it took us another 250 years to get to the point where we are now, that we actually hold up that value. But we put in a limit there, and then we convolved our reality against this in order to accept that limit and to keep it. And there's a much smaller boundary, and that is the CO2. I'm making a big step here. I'm actually writing a book about this because obviously you can talk about this some more than 20 minutes. But what I want to tell you is that the European emission trade is not so much trade, really. There's a lot of it is being there's a lot that is being talked about it, but just for the benefit of our Liberal Party, and we emit rights to emit CO2 every year, and you shouldn't be allowed to emit more than that. And we try to reduce the number in order to get the emission to net zero, because we as the European Union said that 2040 we're net emission free. And other countries are following suit. And what happens if you put up that boundary, that limit? It creates diversity. The economy, but also the civil society is thinking about how to avoid that limit, how, as long as the political sphere puts up that boundary and says we're not going to waver, we're going to keep that limit, and so that the industry, that the economy is taking it serious, that the companies are thinking about it, and that they're trying to change their value systems, their process, their ways of working in order to avoid that limit. And that's what we observed in the past. And that's the way in which we can grow infinitely, but with boundaries. And the next step would be, and I'm going to take another leap here, this is something that we should have in the future, even though it still sounds like a wild fantasy. It used to be called cradle to cradle in the past. I think this is it belittles the facts a little bit. It's absolutely clear and undisputed that on a finite planet, you cannot extract unlimited numbers of resources. The same as we cannot grow the GDP to an infinite number. It's also clear that we cannot mine resources more and more. There is a point after which we really only can use things that we have recycled before. And this is a hard fact. There's no way we can get around it. If I speak to leaders of the industry, they're often saying, yeah, that's a nice problem that you can think about, these theories from the ecological movements. But really, this is a cold, hard truth of reality. You just heard our Minister of the Economy, and he said we're now part of the center of society, and this is something that we will have to discuss over the next decade, this limit to the resource extraction. But let me add some more things. Only in the last 20 minutes I gave you this idea of infinite movement in mathematics that's called an expanding system, a humanity that wants to develop on a finite planet. We still have infinite possibilities to move within that, and that explicitly doesn't mean micromanagement. It doesn't. I won't tell you how to live your life, but I could tell you, wouldn't it be better to take a bike instead of a car to get around? I'm still allowed to do that, but I can say you cannot emit any more CO2 because that affects all of us, and that means I don't have the right to tell you exactly how you live. I still have the right to put limits and boundaries to what you do. And clearly we need these boundaries to preserve freedom in another sense.
And I'm going to give 6 examples. I have 6 examples in total. One thing is another convolution boundary here, the sovereignty of the people. We agreed that the population is still the sovereign of the state. But what happens if corporations become so large that they reach sizes that are similar to the financial means of a state? And so this is something that we're trying to preserve with legislation, like the supply chain legislation, so we can still be in control again about the laws in our country. What if society decided that no company may become more powerful than the state in which it sells, maybe introduce a tax that doesn't make it attractive to grow beyond a certain boundary condition? The consequence would not be that you try to take money away from people, but instead they would split up into many different companies that might be competing with each other. And here again we have another limit that we introduced. that yields a growth into diversity, namely multiple companies that are in competition with each other and need to be innovative. And then the last one, maybe a bit wild, but please think about the scale that we're talking about here. I have 49 seconds left. What if society decided that no one should earn more in 1 year than another in a lifetime? What if society decided that the relation between the yearly minimum income of 20,000 euros and the maximum yearly income was a factor of 100, also so 2 million? You could still earn 2 million a year. That's still a ton of money. But still, there would be a lot of different incomes. A lot of the higher incomes would become available. And if we combine that with legislation that said nobody can actually inherit more than 2 million into a single person, it's not about equity here. It's about the question, can we keep society together? Because what we see now is that we don't have a wealth pyramid in the world. Instead, we have a flat landscape of people that make between 10,000 and 100,000 per year. And then we have a huge peak of people that live in a tower. And that is the contradiction to a democratic society. So we have to think about that. Please keep in mind, this is not the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. That's me. Thank you very much.
So, das war
All right, that was Professor Anders Levermann. We are going to continue in a little while
closing ceremony.
with the pre-closing ceremony. Republica is slowly coming towards an end. I'm sad, I don't know how you feel, but I'm definitely looking forward to the sessions that are coming. We're going to get Galerie Arschgeweih soon. Then we're going to talk with them here on stage, Niels and myself, and then we're going to get to the closing ceremony. Now we're going for a little break. Thank you.
Hi, ich bin Kaline Mohr und ich arbeite als stellvertretende Chefredakteurin für das Wirtschaftsmagazin Business Insider.
Du warst aber nicht immer so reich und berühmt, oder?
Ich war jung und brauchte sehr oft ganz dringend Cash und ich habe wahnsinnig viele Nebenjobs gemacht und einer der bemerkenswertesten war auf jeden Fall, als ich als Bardame in einem Bordell gearbeitet habe.
Und was hast du dabei fürs Leben gelernt?
Was lernt man als Bardame im Bordell fürs Leben? Ich hab viel über Liebe gelernt, auch über Privilegien, über Macht. Ich habe aber auch gelernt, wie man deeskalierend und clever mit alten weißen Männern kommuniziert.
Und wie hilft dir das bei deinem heutigen Job?
Naja, ich bin in einer Branche, in der das hilfreich ist.
Schön, dass du da warst.
So, now that's a great image that people are gathering here. It's really exciting here. We're closing up to the end. Just really sad. Boo, yeah. No, we don't want endings. Stop endings. We just continue tomorrow. Okay, that's a good idea. My transport has already been organized, so nothing can happen. How did you like it close to the end? Anna, your first Republica, how was it? It was so great, Niels. And I really hope I can be here next year too. It was really good. I liked it. But I would like to be a little more mobile, but it has been really nice. What about you? I really liked it. It was great. It was so different than last year, especially because the stages are a little different. It felt a little different. It's great that it feels different each year. So, people, before going over to the closing, we have a nice last session on stage 1, on the big one. What can we expect? I really have to get myself together. There's already one slide on this screen. I'm a fangirl completely. We're here with Galerie Aschgeweih. It's the biggest meme page, like 550,000 followers. We're 2 of them. I have a two-digit screen time just because of this page, and we're really happy to have them with a presentation afterwards with us too in some kind of interview talk. I think that's a good end to this. Well, give a big hand to Galerie Aschgeweih.
Dankeschön.
Thank you.
Ist das der Klicker?
Is this the clicker? Yes. Nice.
Ja, toll.
Yeah. Awesome. Hi there. Hi. Wow.
Wie schön.
That's so nice. The burger dance gave us the power to continue. This is a sentence that was reproduced earlier this year by countless media outlets as a supposed quote from Prince Harry, but you can't believe it, but this was just made up, and it was part of a meme we posted on Instagram. Hi, my name is Franz. I'm Verena. I'm a journalist, and I'm Daniel. I'm author and copywriter, and together we make the Instagram page Galerie Aschgeweih that features internet memes from 2020. We're just starting with a cold opening, let's say so. We're starting with the incident we just talked about. We go back to 2023, we are still in, but we go back to January. And Prince Harry was in his release week. He was about to release his book Spare, and this was everything, the only thing the internet could talk about, and there were more and more revelations. The stories got weirder and weirder. Maybe you remember the frozen penis. That was the reason why on Twitter there was a new meme, and there were fans on Twitter who just, took some stuff out of the books, and like Prince Harry had a big book, and he's a big fan of Nicki Minaj. Prince Harry is writing in the book. He's playing The Sims to calm down. We saw that, and we thought we should do something with this, but with what? What can we do that fits to us? We love pop culture of the earlier years, the 2000s. So we were asking ourselves, what can we do? And as usually in life, there was only one answer. It was DJ Ötzi. So on 10th of January this year, we made this posting. We wrote, Prince Harry reveals in his book that the music of DJ Ötzi helped him and his wife through dark times. My brother was so mean to us, but the burger dance gave us the power to continue, not to give up. especially the emotional choreography gave us the power to face the kingdom and to over-mention this. And we thought, okay, yeah, it's a good joke. But in the end, the posting didn't really work out that well as we thought. But we didn't care because, yeah, we thought, okay, at least we tried, but next on. But we were unaware of what would happen next week. 1 week later, or as you say, what happened then was kind of amazing. We saw this article in an Austrian tabloid, but this wasn't everything. There was even more, and one more, and until most Austrian media took this over, even Ö3 wrote talked about it in their biggest morning show. It's a weird but true story. Most articles featured like it sounds like satire, but it's true. I mean, it's written in the book, right? The joke, you know, the joke turned into a meme, and our fans wrote, "Okay, is this satire? Is it bullshit? Is it really in the book?" And afterwards, there were followers who wrote like, "Yeah, I can see that it's on page 93," and it was kind of emotional. Everything got so far that we had to show that this was really not true, and the media was like, okay, especially German media was happy that the Austrians they could make fun of the Austrians, and even in the Austrian Tagesschau, in the Zeit im Bild, it was featured, and the anchorman Armin Wolf, he de-warned Austria that Harry isn't a fan of DJ Ötzi. We're also here to show that we didn't want to prank anyone with this. We didn't want to fake anything. We didn't want to make a deep meta info on journalism. We just wanted to make a joke, and we didn't think that anyone could take this for granted. So, and this is the biggest learning of our small so-called Burgergate. It was just by accident, and you can't really get the reality by the press of a button.
Virality doesn't work on demand, and this is a good example to underline that. Here you can see a photo of this year's Met Gala, the biggest fashion event in the world, and it happens every year. But it's also the largest meme event of the year. And that's where they invite the biggest meme pages like St. Hoax to report on the stars on the red carpet based on live memes. And the motto of this year's Met Gala was Karl Lagerfeld, an homage to Karl Lagerfeld. And Jared Leto wanted to dress up as the cat of Karl Lagerfeld. And of course, this has a bit of a bad aftertaste because it almost seemed as if he wanted to become a meme, he wanted to go viral. Because memes are always a key driver for virality. But somehow the big public echo failed to materialize. Why? We think the appearance was too put on, it was too artificial, with too well calculated, too intentional. But of course, there was another guest at the Met Gala this year, and that guest managed to appear everywhere, to be shared everywhere. It's this cockroach. This cockroach managed what Jared Leto didn't. It was jubilantly celebrated by the internet community and then reproduced as a meme many, many times. Here you can see it exit the limousine. Here you see it in a Louis Vuitton outfit, Met Gala cockroach, and so on. Even news articles titled, "This cockroach managed to create more buzz than any other star." Why is that? The cockroach didn't think, I'm going to go viral today. This cockroach didn't have a whole marketing team behind it. It was the exact opposite of Jared Leto. It was the whole thing about being imperfect. And that's why the internet community celebrated that. Unfortunately, this cockroach didn't survive. It was trampled, we believe maybe by Jared Leto, because he was jealous. Let's move on. Not just public figures want to create buzz and get attention on the internet. Brands also do this now, and they are well aware of the power of memes. Memes are always internet language, and they use that internet language. So when brands don't master this internet language and use it authentically, then it can quickly become embarrassing. So internet speech is not the formal German teacher that's standing in front of the class and speaks in perfect spelling, perfect grammar like a robot, knows where to put all the commas. That's not it. Internet speech is more the last row, the people who are tilting on their chairs, the people that are being nonsensical, they don't pay attention in class, and it's not important whether grammar is correct or spelling is correct. And that's also why we can count on one hand who we collaborated with, and we've been around for about 5 years now. And that's because brand memes. Brands often don't understand memes. Brands over-engineer their memes. They don't understand them, they don't speak the language of the internet, and then they turn it into rocket science. And that doesn't work. And to stick with the example, brands often act like Jared Leto, but they'd rather should be cockroaches more often. So paid advertisements and partnerships with meme sites are almost always disastrous, because the memes or the products that are being advertised appear somewhat random. And it's really important that we understand that memes need to be embedded into the whole context better, even when there are paid placements. And we know this because we rejected almost all partnership requests, except for one, which we want to show to you now. Yeah, we filed that under You May Dream. We're going to go back into the year 2020. You might remember 2020. It was not the best year for all of us. Not a lot of cool things happened, but there was one very nice thing that did happen. The music of all bands that ever participated in Popstars show was finally made available on streaming portals. BMG, the record company behind that, started a big campaign for that, and they asked us about a partnership, and we thought, yeah, we're going to do that, not only, but mostly with the help of memes. And the good thing about the memes was that we would have still put these memes out on our account, just because it was a kind of content that would have happened with us anyway, something that we found authentic, that didn't feel out of place. And so we were allowed to spread the good word that you can finally listen to Daylight again at home. And that's something that was always important for us, this authenticity. Here at Galerie Arschgeweih, it's not just a silly meme site that's going to advertise random apps you're probably never going to use in their feed. But on the one hand, we're kind of a respite on the internet, like a calm oasis, but we're also a place by fans, for fans. And we think that we have a mission. And in order to relate that mission to you a bit better, we have to go even further back to the year 2006, where this image was created. For those of you who were alive in 2006, this is a legendary paparazzi photo showing Lindsay Lohan, Britney Spears, and Paris Hilton on the backseat of a car, or on the front seats of a car, with the headline Bimbo Summit. And we all remember this time. It was maybe not the high point of society. If we think back about how prominent, celebrities, and especially female celebrities, were treated by the media. And here in this example, the New York Post titled the image Bimbo Summit. Like the summit of the chicks, the summit of the bimbos. Then 5 years ago, we saw a different version of this photo in our timeline on Twitter, and it looked like this. And this was made by a group called THNK 1994, a young collective from New York that turns iconic images from pop culture into oil paintings. And we found that really, really cool, because now the image was no longer the Bimbo Summit, but instead it was art. It was the Holy Trinity. Yeah, so one noticed that there was something in the air. There was a rethinking, the zeitgeist changed, and we ourselves as millennials have started to look back at the pop culture of our youth and then engage in a sort of revisionism, re-evaluated that time, and also kind of, critically approached that time. For example, movies like Mean Girls were not just something that we used to laugh at, but something that we perceived as cult classics. And it was a very good film, by the way. Or the same thing with the music of Britney Spears. If you also think about the backgrounds of her personality, or to give another example, the reality TV show The Simple Life with Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie, all of those great examples of amazing pop culture. And if we could now suddenly celebrate US-American pop culture, then why couldn't we do the same thing for German pop culture, where we also had a huge number of icons in the 2000s that I was celebrating. And that's what we see ourselves as. It's a digital museum of the 2000s. And that's also where the name came from, Galerie Arschgeweih, the tramp stamp gallery. We see ourselves as a gallery and the tramp stamp as the ultimate symbol of the 2000s. And we also have to say that we were the first to interweave this kind of nostalgia factor with the German pop culture from the 2000s. A few years ago, we were called the Avenging Angels of Trash, and we may not quite agree with the term trash, but we get to that. That is kind of how we can identify ourselves. Because not just US celebrities like Janet Jackson or Paris Hilton or Britney Spears have been haunted by the media and wronged by the media, but also our German celebrities were also victims in the same way.
We've heard about the Bimbo Summit before, and the sexism with which people like Paris, Lindsay, and Britney were faced, did not spare German celebrities. So we're doing a lot of research in the Galerie Arschgeweih. We crawl through the internet to find content for our page, and you are able to look into the abysses of 2000s contributions of the internet. Be it like the No Angels, who had to be asked sexist questions by Harald Schmidt, or who haven't been seen as real artists because they were a casting band, or for example Jamila Rowe, who's like walking breasts, and she was wronged for her operations, and everything was kind of sexist, and it still is today at a certain extent. Jamila Rowe has been in the jungle, and she won it. And this year, there have been a lot of people who were surprised she was so nice and deep. There's women also be played off to each other. Is, for example, the Germany's Next Top Model sentence, there can only be one who is Germany's Next Top Model. It's coined to different women. In the zeros was Sarah Connor or Janet Biedermann.
who basically, had the same target group, and they were basically told to be foes. You can see Sarah Connor in her flame dress. She was in when she went to Wetten, dass. Afterwards, it wasn't discussed how nice she performed and how good her voice was, but the question Bild raised was, did she wear an underpants or not? Opinionated women were always kind of labeled as being difficult, like bitches. Today, stuff is getting better. It's like Katja Krasavice. She fought against Dieter Bohlen, and people love that, and it feels empowering. That wouldn't have been possible in earlier years. All this media situation would have been completely different. Well, in earlier years, there's also female celebrities that have been there. For example, Tic Tac Toe. In the texts, they were super intersectional feminists, and they rapped in a critical way on the system. But there was still 3 girls who wanted to try themselves out, and there were the No Angels, who were 5 in the original lineup, but they were right ahead of diversity. 3 were women of color, and there was also 1 queer woman in the team. It's never been thanked for them, and they didn't get credit for it. But of course, it's not only the sexism. Yeah, applause, of course. It's not only the sexism that happens in German pop culture of the 2000s, and it has a big tradition. It's also the classism. For example, Erdbeerkäse, Tile Table, the button board of TV Total, and different formats like all these formats. If you look at them, you can mock about those people, and to look down to them. It's different German formats like wife exchange. These are really classical examples of it. The protagonists were ridiculed, and there's sometimes precarious living conditions were exploited just to make fun of them, and so people who look at it can have fun. That's also why we at Galeria Aschgeweih decide against that. We don't make memes out of their living situations. There's also gay and queer men who were pushed into a corner in the zeros. They were portrayed as something you would have to hate, and the echo of society wasn't better. Especially if you have the school. I grew up in a Franconian village. There was nothing around it. As a gay guy, I couldn't get in contact with gay culture. But when I switched on the TV in 2003 and I saw Daniel Kübelberg, he was 17, and he was ridiculed by society and the TVs. And there was also the example of Bill Kaulitz, the frontman of Tokyo Hotel. He was ridiculed in the media. What I want to say is that we gay and queer people in the 2000s, we were either, weird and we were like a point. We had Shooters Monitor, Trump's Surprise, or the whole Oliver Pocher and Stefan Raab era. More feminine men. It wasn't easy for them in those days, but it's still not easy because they don't have this toxic masculinity situation. And nowadays we want to break this up, and we want to say, okay, we have so many representatives from our scene that are on their way in the media, and I really, it's really good to have that. So we think that people in the open life is more than walking breasts, like more than having a tile table and more like jokes. We think these people deserve better, and that's why Galerie Aschkova exists.
Yeah, you may have realized by now that we are idealists and we're doing sort of conviction. And of course, we have a motto. There's a part of it here already. The motto is respect. That's what it's all about. And that's a quote from How Else Could It Be, in our Angels song, Something About Us. And of course, we have some principles that we work by. On one hand, it's important for us to not kick down. So we don't take on any social porn. It means we are in solidarity, for example, when we post political memes. Then we are in solidarity with feminists or strikers or the queer community, as you can see in these examples. But it's also important for us that we are fans. We don't love at our stars, but with them. And that is also, as you can see here in the comments, this is something that they perceive. We have no angels or Bill Kaulitz comment on our memes, and they feel appreciated by us. They see that we mention them, and that's, of course, the goal, and that is exactly how we want them to feel, and it's the greatest compliment. And then we want to set the perception of that time straight. For example, Kadalot was not taken seriously. It was dismissed as a superficial product of a hollow entertainment industry, an it girl, and completely unjustifiably. She came up in 2004 in the reality TV show Die Alm. If you don't know it, there's 12 celebrities that are going into a mountainous cottage, and one person goes home every day until the winner remains. And that was Kadalot at that time, and almost nobody knew that in 2004 she donated the entirety of the profits to the German AIDS Foundation. But of course, she's a superficial bimbo from the entertainment industry. So we don't mean any of this ironically, right? We are huge fans of Sarah Connor, the English-speaking one, and we love Dschungelcamp. We love German reality TV. And we don't understand how people can say, oh, we're watching this only ironically, we're looking at it in sort of a social research approach. But no, celebrate what you're into, and that's cool. And that's also one of the reasons why we all have tattoos. Two of us have No Angels tattoos, and I have a Kadalot tattoo, because I'm a huge fan. Speaking of the No Angels, we all know the club banger Let's Go to Bed featuring Mousse-T. When the track was released back then, the management was worried that the song wouldn't be played in clubs. So they started to completely redesign the covers to say Noah featuring Mousse-T instead of No Angels featuring Mousse-T, because the record companies were just worried that the songs wouldn't be played because it's a casting band, and people don't like that. At the same time, they were worried that some culture snobs would label them as trash and thus devalue them. And that's what brings us to our next keyword, trash. It's become something like a genre of its own right. And unlike other genre terms such as action or sci-fi, or maybe in music, let's say German rap or hip-hop, trash is a term that is in itself a judgment. Not just the content that is being labeled as rubbish, trash is primitive, but the label trash also devalues the audience that consumes this content. And so we're wondering, why should we devalue ourselves because other people are saying we're into trash? Why should a certain, let's for example take a random example like the No Angels, picked completely at random. For example, if we take that song Daylight in Our Eyes, why should that be a qualitatively lacking song compared to a techno beat where nobody's singing at all? And we think the answer is maybe not in DJ Ötzi, but in an emotion. Maybe there's the strongest emotion that we can feel as humans, namely shame. Because hand in hand with the label trash is the guilty pleasure concept. Guilty pleasure, for example, is music that you like to listen to, but that you are kind of embarrassed about. So you don't openly admit it, you put the playlist in private mode, you say, oh, it's only ironic. And we made it our mission to try and do away with the guilty pleasure label, because we believe that fun should just be fun. And why can't you just admit that you are into a banger song like Everyday Girl by the Polluters? So we don't see a reason. And we've come to the end of our presentation here. And we want to close with a final request to all of you. If you celebrate a TV show, a song, an artist, an iconic quote by Cantalot, and there's many, then please, please do it. Don't feel that you should be embarrassed. Don't let anyone tell you it's not cool enough, it's not edgy enough. It's cool because you like it. We have made the experience with Galerie Arschgeweih that it can be quite liberating to stand by the things that you find cool, even if it's the Burger Dance by DJ Ötzi. We did that well, huh? Oh, mic's still on.
So, wir eilen. Erstmal vielen Dank. Oh, mein Mikro eilt es auch an. Vielen Dank erstmal.
All right, thank you very much. Also, the thing about guilty pleasure, I've been saying that for years. There is no bad music. They're just going to put some chairs here so we can sit down to talk for a little bit, because we're going to talk a little bit once you are here as our favorite meme page. And then, of course, Anna and myself have a bunch of questions for you. I'm just going to put Anna's card here already. You can just sit down here in the middle three chairs. We're going to frame you a bit.
Achso, magst du da irgendwo in der Mitte, weil dann können Anna und ich links und rechts
Can you sit in the middle? Because then we can just frame you on left and right. Yeah. Right. Amazing. My first question is, are you looking for support? Where can I apply? Do you want to do an internship with us? No, but seriously, you joined a little bit later, kind of as their Berlin dependents. And there's a lot of people that apply, that comment quite actively, try to be super funny. Do you feel like they're trying to get in? No, I don't feel that way. I think maybe in the beginning there was something that happened a bit more, but by now not a lot of people seem to try to join us. But of course, it's nice to see that the comments are active and funny in themselves, because they're just going to build on the jokes. There's going to be new jokes. It's always enjoyable to see also how funny the community can be. I thought it was interesting what you said about respect about celebrities. Respect for celebrities. And that's also a bit of your motto, that you want to return that respect to them, because that is something that's a bit challenging in German media. Since it started in the 90s with celebrities that were kind of celebrities by accident, like people that were at Big Brother, maybe Slatko and people like that. And Germany has always struggled to really value them, and always more ridiculed them. If you look at television, for example, in Italy, if you're a celebrity there, then you will be a star until the end of your life. That people will gift food on the street. Why is it so hard for Germans to actually celebrate the people that entertain them? We're going deep here, and you may just speak the truth, right? I think maybe Daniel needs to comment on that as the only German here. I think maybe it's really just a German mentality that people like to complain, that you also don't really feel comfortable with celebrating, and it's also part of that whole guilty pleasure concept. There's always a bit of shame and embarrassment. Actually, you have to liberate yourself from that completely. And I think Germans just aren't at that point mentality-wise. I think maybe we should ask that to the to other meme pages. And what I find amazing is how pointed your memes are. And often I thought, oh wow, maybe I was the only one that drank vodka in the bushes with their girlfriends. But it turns out then there's like 45,000 likes. So did we all have the same youth? How do you talk about things like how to exactly word things? Do you spend a lot of time saying we say vodka orange? Do we say Bacardi Cola? How does it work? Yeah, sometimes when I'm off WhatsApp for a few hours, then I come back and there's a group of 270 messages between Daniel and Franz talking about, should we say Aperol Land or Aperistar. We just spend a lot of time discussing single words. So yeah, we take that very seriously. And I think it's also one of the nice things about memes, that they connect people, they bring people together, and you realize that there is a shared collective reality that we're all part of. And we all try to hide vodka mixes in some bushes somewhere. So it doesn't matter if I'm from myself, from Austria, or Daniel or Franz. We all did it, and I think it's also one of the best things about memes, that you can feel that it creates a sort of community. So I'm definitely the leader of the Galerie Arschgeweih fan club, and I also have a chat with my sisters, and they probably muted me already, but I do nothing all day but post memes. Just like Verena did with the Galerie Arschgeweih chat. No, but memes are relatable, and I think if you look at something like vodka orange and secret drinking, then you think back to a situation that you might have experienced yourself. The three of us, we all grew up in the countryside. So I think all of us, because you didn't have money, you bought some hard alcohol, some spirits, and then you mixed it, and off you go. So I think it's also a lot of fun for us to revisit these situations from the past and say, hey, we had this situation, this is something we did, and so on. And recently I visited a friend, and he opened his kitchen cabinet, and a lot of Tupperware boxes fell out. I was like, wow, I think we could probably make a meme about people that have a lot of Tupperware containers. It feels like something that's relatable for a lot of sub-communities. You say sub-community, but it's like all of us have this. Yeah, the subgroup is called Germany, right? So earlier you said there's a lot of research going into your work. Can you maybe put a number to that? Because I keep wondering, you have these treasures that I've long forgotten, but that I then see, and it immediately takes me back to my village, to my childhood room, to the dome, to Nutella bread. How long do you spend researching a meme, and when does it get too much? I think you can't really put a number on it. It's hard to quantify, because it's really something that comes from the heart for us. We would do this also if we didn't have this account. We would still go through all this material just because we enjoy it, because we celebrate it. So it's not so much that it's work. I mean, it is up to a point, but most of what we do is just enjoyable for us. So I think we would never count the hours. But yeah, it is a ton of work still, right? Okay. So we like doing it, but also in the pandemic, we spent hours, days until 3 a.m. in the morning and some fishy websites to find some good Katalog quotes, for example, that you really have a hard time finding otherwise. So it's a lot of time that we invest in there, but it's fun.
Do you sometimes have beef with some stars that were like, okay, we don't want that? No. There was one case we don't want to mention further, where they told us that the person didn't want their pictures on the page, and we took it down. It's completely okay, but we usually just get positive remarks about it, because, like we said, we're really celebrating all these people. We're not making fun of them. We put them one step up. We're always happy when I'm always happy when you talk about Big Brother. In the first series with Katalog, There was one series that went on for 1 year, and I looked at it with my flatmates, and there was one person who had a twin, and they exchanged themselves. What kind of source of material are these Big Brother series, and from when on is it getting interesting? Like the first one with Jürgen and Zlatko, Alex naked on the bike, is it still important? The first one is iconic because of Zlatko, but we only did memes on Zlatko like twice. There's that song with Jürgen, Big Brother, großer Bruder. From then on, the fifth one with Kader was iconic. And there was also one Big Brother where there was Nadia Abdel Farag for a few days and Olivia Jones. And we watched all this, of course. If you look at someone like Zlatko, who is a tragic figure, or, for example, I'm a big fan of Nadel. But if you look at Nadel, and, you know, she's in the situation. I saw a YouTube interview with her, with some kind of weird guy presenting her and trying to win something there with it. How can you be soft enough with a person like Nadel? She's riding this razor blade, and she's doing some kind of trash, and she was, well, opting for cake bases. How can you be fine with her? It's always difficult with figures like her. We usually look at the topics, what kind of topic the meme has. So it's not, you know, missing the respect, of course, with Nadel. We usually used old iconic ones, not the new ones, right? Yep. And she's also commenting in our DMs. She slided into our DMs, and she really loves what we're doing, and she sees that we're respectful. And it's not like some kind of weird thing she's ridiculed in the media for. It's like a witch hunt that went on with her after the Dieter Bohlen stuff. It's always like, it's always difficult to say. We have this WhatsApp group. It's always difficult to tell apart. Is it a cool context? Could you get that wrong? Is it uncool against her? And we usually have a close eye on this. And you have to look at the character for what the person stands, what the person had to endure, and yeah, what happens when you can't agree, when one or two wants to post it, but and usually Verena is the referee there. I'm the referee. Okay, I have to decide. It's usually, you know, sometimes simple case. The two guys posting something they really find funny, and I was like, okay, yeah, but I didn't really lol. But usually, in 99%, it's the post we all find funny, and we often post stuff that's hilarious and kind of niche, and no one will find this funny, but we do. But so let's try. We usually open and we're always like strong copies, and if we feel it, we just try it. Sometimes I'm asking myself with you, like, how big is the mountain of memes you haven't posted, and do you have some place where you actually posted I can follow? There's a stash, and the stash is our WhatsApp group. We usually work through the WhatsApp group where we send everything, and it's not like going down to the end. It's like the first was from April 2020. It's like 7,000 files in this WhatsApp group, and we have a lot of costs for the iCloud, and so we can save everything. It's not bad. We're talking about the 2000s. Most figures happened at that time. for people ages 30 and older, it's really interesting. But there's kind of nostalgic moment to it. Is it something you realize that when you're over 30, you're in the first phase of your life where you think, okay, it was so nice earlier, where I didn't have to work and you could watch the Dome or Viva or something? Yeah, when I went to a No Angels concert in 2002 with my mom, the world was a lot better for me. Yeah, absolutely. That was what we meant. Like, there's a certain zeitgeist we saw and we felt, especially this generation, where we first had the moment where we looked back to this time, and that was the reason why it was such a success, and we had so many followers, and there's a feeling of togetherness. I have a kind of technical question. I'm really interested in how you work. Do you have like a feeling? Okay, I remember when I had this vodka bottle in the bushes, or do you have the picture and then you find a meme according to it? Usually we just have the video and the image and we think, okay, we have a brainstorming. What can it be? We think we see if we can find a related situation or a twist. And usually there's a certain situation we have in mind, but it's really difficult to find a good fit for that and a fitting video or clip or something. Well, it depends. If it depends on like the club, and like Nadja Abdefarag said, you already mentioned it. You're not like a big fans of corporations. What kind of company could you imagine working with? Well, Aperol Spritz, yeah. Okay. I had a question and I have to concentrate to find it. You heard about Aperol and you said okay. We talked about respect again for celebrities. Other celebrities, you think, okay, he's a real asshole. We can't make it. We can't cleanse them like Dieter Bohlen. We can't make a meme where he's, a nice person who people like. Is there kind of blacklist of people you don't want to have happen on your page? Yes, of course. Do you want examples? People we don't like are this hetero toxic guy, Markus from Anhalt, Dieter Bohlen. All these guys, we don't like them. But we still meme them. There was Prince Markus of Anhalt. He always has a red hat, and so we took the red hat and put it beside like minced meat, and we were like German celebrities as food. A special kind of sausage in German. There's kind of subtle criticism on these toxic men, because I had to smile because I remember a summer where Dieter Bohlen kind of cleansed himself, where he was a little more funny Instagram guy and he didn't really get it. Bohlen? Really? Or have I dreamt that? No, I think it really happened. There was just a short amount of time and people shared his stories because he was kind of clumsy, and there was kind of racist joke with a black boy, and it was already over. But I just had to remember that. Sometimes I see that Kader Loth posts on your stories. Could you imagine doing some kind of Instagram live with celebrities, or to get in contact with them? Friends? Well, yeah, of course. It's always difficult, because two of us are living in Vienna, but only one of us is in Berlin. But yeah, we would like that. For example, if Kader Loth would want to do something with that, slide into our DMs. We're open for this. Maybe Kader watches this live stream, and you could just put this into the camera. Kader, we love you. Is there an idea or an imagination that you play with other media with Galerie Arschgeweih? For example, a book maybe Galerie Arschgeweih magazine on TV. Yeah, we're asking ourselves that too, like some kind of yellow press, but in friendly, because otherwise all these guys are so difficult and hard on people. Maybe it's a Galerie Arschgeweih TV show. For example, like having coffee with Ralph in the 90s, where people sit together and watch talk about stuff. Is this like? Could you imagine that, or is your topic like memes? We thought about doing stuff besides of Instagram, but we can't say anymore. So to talk with the words of a celebrity. We're waiting, but there might be something in the future. Yeah, we're really excited. Maybe like Monopoly from Galerie Arschgeweih. I really like to have a game. Or maybe like what do you meme? The meme games. I could imagine that. German celebrities as card deck. Yes. See?
Ja, habt ihr manchmal Angst, dass euch die Ideen
Do you sometimes have the fear that you run out of ideas? No, we had that a lot, but we've always got better ideas. Daniel, when we started this, like 2019, you said, okay, we're done with everything. Friends, we don't have any ideas anymore. And this is like 5 years later, we're still here and standing here, and we still have new ideas, because memes just put up the zeitgeist, and you never run out of idea, and you still have 7,000 files on WhatsApp. So yeah, you can always retrieve them. It's really amazing what kind of level you have according to humor. I don't know if it's just me, but it's like 550,000 people watching this. I laugh about every meme you have, and sometimes I'm even like, I find it difficult when I don't understand them. For example, Big Brother, I exited after Series 1, but I really have the idea, I have to find out what it's all about, and I find myself in a rabbit hole. You have a really amazing impact, and that's our job done. We see it in our target group that it's not only people from 20 to 34 who consume these memes, but also younger people. And we think that's great, that young people from Gen Z can watch No Angels, and we can show them how cool Kadelot is, for example, how cool all these acts are, and to have a new generation we draw into this culture. It's really great for us.
Are your image folders sorted by TV formats, by celebrities, or by year? Is there some place where you say, oh, we just did No Angels, now we need to move on to The Dome or Big Brother or something? Or is it just any which way it goes? It's chaotic. It's complete chaos. It's complete and utter chaos. We try to sort that, but it's, no hope for that. It is very hard to browse, but it's still, in our experience, the best way. I mean, we try not to meme Katalot 5 times, one after another, try to get some variety, different celebrities. But also, if you try to structure it too much, then it already feels forced again. Then you start having a content plan, and that sucks all of the fun out of it. And we tried structuring it many times already, and said, maybe we need other tools, maybe move beyond just the WhatsApp group, maybe have a content plan, streamline, unify everything a bit. But it kind of takes the fun out of it. Every time we tried that, it quickly starts to feel forced, and it feels like something that you have to do. It feels like work, and then it's just less fun. Yeah, that's exactly what the question is aiming at, right? Are you organizing in a way that says, okay, you're doing it this week, you do 1 week, you do 1 week? Is there somebody in charge? Or if you have an idea, you have an idea? Yeah, we tried that, but then in the end, we went back to, okay, we're going to post when we feel like it, we're going to feel when we have an idea, we're going to take all the pressure off of it. And sometimes posts work well, sometimes they don't, then we just move on. So it's also a huge playing field for us where we can try things, where we can try to invent new trends, see if the community accepts it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So it's just fun, and that's what it's all about. And yeah, sometimes when it doesn't work, it can still, like a week later, become Burgergate. Okay, but are you trying to liberate yourself from you have to post at 3 p.m. and on Wednesdays only before noon, otherwise nobody will see it. You always have to have a face on it. Is that something that you can kind of move away from, or is that something that also corrupts people? No, we liberated ourselves from that completely. We tried that for a bit to stick to a fixed time where we post, but even then, it became very much like work that we needed to do, a certain KPI that we were striving for, and that reflects in the content. It feels like, oh, we need to post something again. What could we post? And it also means it's just not as good. So we made the experience that it's good for us ourselves, but also for the content that we publish if we just let things run however they go. And if we don't have inspiration for a week, then we're not going to post anything for a week, and that's also okay. You always have to it has to feel like you're shooting from the hip, right? Yeah, and I think that maybe that's also your secret. If there's always, it's always fun. How do you deal with copycats? I don't know how many meme pages there are that are trying to act like you, maybe steal your memes, crop your memes. We're just gonna put watermarks on it and go on. To quote a wise woman, I don't know her. I mean, it happens. I heard if you're good at something, then people are going to emulate you. And I think in a certain form, it's also an aggressive compliment that so many people are trying to be us. But there can only be one original. Yeah, very, very modest. I mean, I love it. There's a few copycats that you maybe stumble upon, you follow them for a bit. Also to extend your own meme radar. But I unfollow them at some point. But I stick with you, because at some point they create these memes where they become memes, where they become mean. And that makes you realize your value, because something that you don't do, Galerie Arschgeweih does not become toxic. And I find it quite fascinating. It's hard to copy for most people, apparently. Yeah, I agree. So what I've asked myself now is, you can see Gen Z is wearing low-cut pants again, all the same mistakes that we made back then. Do you think, or do you see that this generation is also, maybe in your insights or maybe in your comments, that they also discover Galerie Arschgeweih for themselves? I mean, maybe they already have, because, for example, I think in 2019 we had a Vogue interview, and then if you talk about fashion, it's, if you scroll through our feed, you can see a lot of different clothing trends that you had back then in memes. And you can, of course, use that also as a source of inspiration. So if they want to follow us, happy to. They know where to find you, right? Dear Galerie Arschgeweih, I would say thank you very much for joining us for this pre-closing session. It was great to have you here and to get an insight into our favorite meme page. So thank you very much from myself here. Thank you for being here. And give a warm hand for Galerie Arschgeweih. Iconic, just iconic.
Ich muss das nochmal hochhalten, damit.
You have to put the sign up again so we can see it. Mandy Ballisto for president. Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Ja, hier geht's auch gleich.
Iconic.
Genau.
We're going to quickly remodel the stage, going to take a short break, and then we will already get to the closing ceremony, the big finale. Thank you. See you soon. Thanks. That was so great.
Ich bin Hajo Schumacher, ich bin Journalist. Ich habe den sensationellen Titel des Chefkolumnisten der Funke Mediengruppe. Das sind 12 ganz tolle Tageszeitungen. Ja, ihr jungen Leute, die gibt's noch, so auf Papier, aber natürlich auch im Netz. Ja, und für die schreibe ich kluge Sachen manchmal.
Und als du jünger warst als heute und dringend Cash brauchtest, was hast du da gemacht?
Ich habe 3 Monate auf dem Bau gearbeitet. Tatsächlich, da war die Schule vorbei und das Studium noch nicht richtig angefangen. Und es war Winter und es war kalt und wir waren 3, ja, so Hilfskräfte, studentisch-schülerische Hilfskräfte. Und der erste Tagesbefehl lautete, da diesen riesen Lehmhaufen, der da abgerutscht ist, ne, den könnt ihr mal wegschippen. Und dann so mit Schubkarren über so glitschige Planken. Nach einer Stunde war ich allein da. Die anderen beiden fanden das eine Zumutung. Ich komme aus kleinen Verhältnissen. Ich hatte ja mich schon beim Kartoffelsuchen quasi qualifiziert für die Nähe zur Mutter Erde. Und habe dann einfach da wie ein Bekloppter im Nieselregen den Lehm weggeschippt. Und mittags kam der stellvertretende Oberpolier und sagte, ja, okay, jetzt können wir auch den Bagger nehmen. Dann kam er mit dem Bagger an, einen Schlurp machte der einmal, nahm der das auf die Schaufel, was mich 2 weitere Tage beschäftigt hätte. Und er sagte, das war der Test. Wir wollten gucken, wer von euch dreien durchhält.
Hat das deine Art und Weise geändert, Journalismus zu machen?
Auf jeden Fall. Ich schreibe ja auch über Sachen wie Mindestlohn oder sowas. Und ich habe überhaupt kein Verständnis für Unternehmen oder auch Institutionen, die sagen, 12 € die Stunde ist zu viel. Ey, come on. Ich glaube, Journalisten tun gut daran, sich einfach mal die Umstände anzugucken, unter denen Geld verdient wird. Und zwar nicht nur in ihren Kreisen, sondern auch anderswo. Hilft total.
Dein Rat an die jungen Leute, die vielleicht aktuell für Mindestlohn oder weniger arbeiten und bezahlte Praktika machen?
Unbedingt dahin gehen, wo man normalerweise nicht hingehen würde, weil es einem unangenehm ist, weil es irgendwie schambesetzt ist, eklig. Muss ja nicht für ewig sein, aber es hilft, glaube ich, um die Welt besser zu verstehen und als Journalist, Journalistin auch besser zu beurteilen.
Der Mutmachsatz?
Einfach mal machen, wa?
Ein letztes Mal. Oh Mann.
So.
Okay.
So, liebe Leute.
Dear people,
Liebe Anna.
dear Anna, I think this is it. We are done. I'm a bit sad. How do you feel? Yes, I'm very sad. I'm a bit happy, but more sad. I actually look forward to taking off this shoe. I can believe you, yeah. But it was nice. How did you like it? The Republica 2023? It's an okay kind of feedback. It was huge fun to be with you on these 3 days. We had extremely interesting sessions. We heard exciting things. It was, as always, inspirations that we'll have to digest for a few weeks. I am actually starting digesting it already. There were so many highlights. I thought, don't know where to start. Kübra was very strong. Galerie Arschgeweih. My personal highlight, I met them backstage. I think they've blocked me already once we exchanged the numbers. This was my first Republica. I'm so grateful. You were a fantastic audience. I felt very well, a bit too well, perhaps. Yeah, and you put in so much with this foot being on stage all this time. A huge applause to Anna. And it was, I remember the excitement when we were planning. Anna, oh, I've broken my ankle. Something new every day. But you said, okay, I'll come anyway. And you were here. And that is the absolute amazing thing, to put in so much dedication. And I think Johnny posted a picture of Dave Brawl when he had broken something and was in a concert sitting on a chair. And that was my inspiration. If he can do it, so can I. And what Dave Grohl can do, you can do 100 times. But Niels, I want to thank you as well, because you had this very nice phrase. You just present everything away like a horse that drags a cart. But that doesn't really put it very well. I felt so good with you, even on the days when you weren't there. I'm really grateful to you. Thank you. You are amazing, really. Anytime. Thank you. Thank you. You little mice. Okay, but now, the only thing left to say after we've had our own emotional goodbye, now we'll have a man on the stage. He will tell us what was happening all these days. I've always annoyed you with the question of the day that I wanted to ask you, and now the result. What do the people at Republica think? And of course, we have that, as in every year. And of course, the person that does it every year will now come to the stage. So give a huge applause to Republica founder Markus Beckedahl. Yes, good evening. You can kind of tell the effect of the public holiday, Corpus Christi. To explain this to Berliners, there are other federal states in Germany that are a bit more traditional, a bit more Catholic, and they have more holidays, including Corpus Christi. But in contrast, we are celebrating International Women's Day on the 8th of March, and not today. So we have various facts and pictures and figures that we collected and that I can now present to you. Many slides, but I think it will be quicker than you think. How many sessions have we had in the last 3 days? 608. On 26 various stage settings, and various partner stages are not actually included. Fantastic. And that, by the way, includes the TinCon, which will continue until tomorrow, but only for those under 25. 489 conference contributions, that is workshops, talks, panels, 97 hands-on events where you were making something together or something, 58 off-stage installations and all improvisations, artistic interventions, and 12 nightlife events, and some of these are yet to come. How many people visited us on the 3 days altogether? 25,000. Last time it was 21,000, so you can tell it's getting better. We had a clicker counting people that went through the bathing ship and back. Monday was the warmest day before today, and we counted 48,000 people going in and out. We don't have an exact figure because the actual amount is an odd number, and we were wondering if someone had got lost on the ship. Let's come to the participants. Rather female, 53.94%. We hear that tech conferences cannot possibly do this, but we can. Rather male, 45.03%. An applause for that. And non-binary, we had 1.03%. And people were asking about which cities people were coming from, because we noticed that I meet people from home. So we took the top 10 cities, and these are Berlin, Cologne, Hamburg, Munich, Bonn, Vienna, Düsseldorf, Mainz, Leipzig, and Potsdam. And as a person originating from Bonn, I'm very happy to see it there because it has about 8% of the population. Mobility data, when we, in the online ticket sales, we asked people how they would be getting here, and the least number would come by car, most of them through public transport, 2% on foot, great, the best ecological means of transport, 3% by plane, well, sometimes there is no other way. More bicycle parking, someone said. Okay. And we had the bicycle taxis to the next train station. And in theory, these will be running again. How many speakers did we have? 1,177. Thank you to all the speakers that came here. And they came from 79 states. And this is just a small selection. Sometimes it was a bit of a challenge to get the visa applications sorted, but it did work out in the end, mostly. Let's come to the gender share regarding the speakers. So we had 1,177, more than last year. We had more stage settings. So, what do you think? Okay, almost. Rather female, 58.58%. You always hear that you cannot do this in tech conferences, but we've been working on this for many years to show that it actually is possible. Rather male, 38.82%. An applause for them too. Non-binary, 2.59%. Bye-bye patriarchy, says the slide. Okay, if now say this as an old white man, it won't be that effective. Children and grandparents at Republic at 23, because we do offer a reduced ticket that we were able to reduce even more than last year, and also for pensioners, and that actually led to people bringing their parents and their children. So, a whole lot. One of the smallest children was brought by Anna Dushime. She had a double load to carry. She was on stage, and behind the stage she was looking after her child. And without our volunteers, we could never get the whole thing done. So we're very happy that 431 people volunteered. Many, many thanks for that. And one fun fact, former data commissioners from German federal states that helped as volunteers won. Thank you so much to Stefan Brink, the former data protection commissioner from the southwestern state of Baden-Württemberg. For a few weeks, he is no longer in office, and now he has been a volunteer. Accredited press representatives, 680, that is more than last year. And photos that our photographers on Republica made, that is the number from this afternoon. Maybe we'll break the 30,000 limit. It was 28,500. And published on Twitter, of those 1,400, the rest is somewhere on the data mountain. And most sessions we could record, and the videos that have been uploaded until 6 p.m. today, 92, and the others are yet to come. You will be able to see these on your way back home in the next few weeks, months. It is a document that we create every year to show how the digital society debates at Republica. Social media used to be more cool. Well, at least Luca posted an evaluation statistic. The Fediverse is now represented by a quarter of the amount of Twitter. We have to get independent of Elon Musk, use the Fediverse. A few tech stats. 8 terabytes download, 4 terabytes upload. That's a whole lot of data. Lots of MP3s. At most, we had 4,100 devices in the Wi-Fi network, and IP addresses per day, 6,500. Thank you to our networking team, by the way. And, of course, we've had earlier Republicas where the Wi-Fi wasn't working, but at the same time, the UMTS network broke down. Some of you may remember, I think that was in 2009 or 10, when we managed to completely break down all networks around the Friedrichstadt building, all the masts. Nothing worked. So we have so many more devices, we cannot even track them anymore because they don't use our Wi-Fi. Synchronous swimming. Did you notice this yesterday? 2. Well, there were 2 events yesterday for those that missed it, and today at 8, the Sports Association of Wedding, part of Berlin, will be appearing a performance in the bathing ship tonight at 8. Number of flies on a volunteer T-shirt. Very many. So some actually changed color. Other colors were less attractive to the flies.
Let's talk about the printed textiles. We used to sell merchandising. Nowadays, we think it's more sustainable that you bring textiles with you from home, and then we don't have to have them produced and delivered and so on. So we had 530 printed here. That's 5 times more than last year. That's what it looked like, and we want to extend that. Behind the stage, there was a product wall where you could answer 4 different questions. It's very many answers we had there. And that's why we asked on that, what should we take from, the sortiment? To take off the shelves, and yeah. So Republica designs on a. You saw maybe saw it on the flag outside. There was 13. That used to be old Republicas. We took old flags and so we don't throw them away. So we upcycled them. That's the 13. Next year's is 14. Number of temperature on the increase of temperature and CO2 on the glass building level. That was the increase of both. That's the statistics. The O2 was empty. Another fun fact: football world champions on the Republika won. Sebastian Schweinsteiger was here not as a football world champion, but as a moderator of the Sportschau. Football world champion, double world championship. Ariane Hinks was here, who's a double world champion and football defender from the German women's football national team. The probably largest baker's box in the world. We have had them for 10 years. We recycle them and build new things every year. And why should we build new things and buy them and sell them and throw them away? We can reuse them. So yeah. The probably largest euro banknotes in the world. We couldn't use them for the seating area, but we put euro banknotes out there. So maybe you noticed we made an auction around 4 p.m. today for the contact and consulting place that supports youth on the street, and we asked keynoters to bring money, bring items to be auctioned off, and 2,448 euros and 50 cents were made, rough revenue when made, and the highest money was so for 1,600 euros were paid for a Golden Republika ticket that allows you to lifelong entry into Republika. So let's get to feedback. We need your feedback. We want to get better every year. We want your feedback. We want positive feedback, but it's also important that the things you don't like, only through that we are reading and learning that or we could do better, we can get better. So I ask you to participate. You'll find that on our social media channels, on our website, and we will only get better if you support us. Thank you very, very much. That was the facts and fictures. And now, Johnny, welcome. Johnny, Andreas, Tanja, welcome to stage.
Hallo, hallo, hallo. Hello, hello. Hi. Hello. Okay, well, shit, it's over again, isn't it? Well, not quite. We will be continuing later, but closing session is closing session. And the first round is on me, and that is thank you. I have to press this. Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming. That was wonderful. Thank you, Republika. But in particular, which I wanted to not hide from you, here you can see how many partners, organizations supported us, and I hope for a much stronger applause, just as in the opening, for our partners that make the Republika possible. Thank you to you all. I'm not going to read them all out, but it really is, in our times, it is so important to have this kind of support, but otherwise it would not be possible to run this event. And at this point, I would like to ask Thomas on stage, because I would like to say thank you, Arena, for this fantastic event. Thomas is the head of the arena, the venue, and in the last 2 years, we found our new home here. And I would like to hand over the mic to Thomas and express our appreciation that way. This was an amazing time. Well, thank you, Andreas. Very, very loving thanks for all the good-spirited, well-spirited cooperation. A lot came together in a short amount of time. And congratulations to your team. This is amazing. And above all, Phil. Phil, over several months, put a puzzle together, making this all work so well, the whole event. Chapeau, hats off. And of course, thanks to my team and the people that supported us, the gastronomy people, Phil, Christian, Davina, you really managed to get so much done in the last days and nights to make you all feel welcome, feel good. Also, the security staff, the cleaners, the tech people, project leadership. Thanks to all of you. Thanks again to you. We'll meet on the bathing ship for a beer I hope. And I know that I'll be missing you. Thank you. See you soon. Yes, this is a difficult moment for us at the Team Republica, but I will take it. And that's the following. We are happy to be able to tell you that next year, and for the next show that we will put on, Republica Berlin, we will return to where we were before, because in late May next year we'll be back at the station. And there are various reasons for that I will briefly explain to you and tell you about, because we noticed we need larger stage settings. We need more space on the stages, well, in front of the stages actually, and we need to be more accessible. And here, we went here, and that's why we are so very grateful that we were able to be here, and to the whole team too. And it wasn't an easy decision to make. The four of us had to make a decision. How will we continue? But the important thing is that we will continue, and this is the date, 27th to 29th of May next year, and I hope you will all join us at Station Berlin. It's important to me to make you understand that this is not about a beach and a pool and that setting. It's about the appreciation of the content that we care about. And we want to reflect that with a large main stage, a large stage 2 and 3, 4, 5, 6, and good access. And I hope you will all agree with us on that. And I would like to ask you for a big applause for that. And Johnny has prepared something, I think. Yes, there was something. I believe you had fun. Are you looking forward to another Republica? Are you interested in another Republica even this year? Alex, please join me. I'll introduce someone to you. Come on. Alex Schulz, one of the founders of the Reeperbahn Festival in Hamburg. And we would like to tell you that surely this will be a small thing, we have to admit, but in September, during the Reeperbahn Festival, we will have 2 days of Republica in Hamburg.
Danke, Johnny.
Thank you, Johnny. Right. Did you mention the dates? That's important. Here they are, 22nd, 23rd of September, and the Reeperbahn Festival. Short promo, that festival will start on the 20th and will run up to the 23rd. And we thought that on these 2 days, the 22nd and 23rd, we would include a Republica program. It will be interesting, 3 settings. The program is still being built. I think this is a great enhancement. And now finally, it will be happening. And we are very much looking forward to it. And we were looking forward to welcoming you on the 22nd and 23rd at least, or favorably from the 20th. Mark your calendars now. Thank you and have a nice evening. Thank you, Alex. And he's right. It did take a long time. Simply, we are right on the Heiligen Geistfeld, a large open space. It was an offer that we couldn't refuse, but also by the Department for Culture and Media to continue what we started before the pandemic, to be in other places. We were in Accra, we were in Saloniki, and other places. We actually went to another place together with the Reeperbahn Festival once, Saloniki, I think. And back to the more important stuff of the day, though, and that is our team. So, you'll have to get to the stage now. Before I start, there are 2 or 3 other items of news. We mentioned many names, and we're trying to keep it short. There were times when it took us 3.5 hours, but again, I have to tell you, this year, this is, I think, 17 years that we've done Republica as the 4 of us. And the whole company is still led by its owners. We went into so much debt due to the pandemic. So a huge thank you to all of you for keeping the faith and staying with us and joining in all the madness. Thank you. And, well, I do love this team anyway. Of course I do. Not everyone has been with us for those 17 years, but many of us have been here a long time. Phil has been mentioned. And this year I really thought, oh, shit, they even thought of that? So many fantastic details, so many little things, and all the feedback. It all lands with the team, and in the meeting we hear, okay, I've heard this thing is missing. We really take all the feedback, and I have such an incredible respect of what this whole team has put together. And so ahead of everything, a huge thanks, but also there is another 450 people that I really would like to thank, that we have to thank, and that is the volunteers. Thank you, those that make it possible. And I fear that we missed out on getting a representative of the volunteers on stage. Is anyone here with such a colorful T-shirt who could come onto the stage for me? So representing 450 people that are rocking the whole thing for you.
And then we don't want to get the whole TinCon team to the stage, but also TinCon is part of Republica. So, Fairuz, Gunri, can you please come? And now it's going, now it's starting. I've got the Christmas card, Republica 2023. Alex and Phil, without we wouldn't have the event. Alexandra Wolf and Phil Extrasachse, please come on the stage. That's the greatest applause. There's more possible. Without Phil and Alex, nothing would be possible. Thank you so much for the leading of the project, for the program team, for everything. Thank you so much. And so great, such great people. I'm sorry, but I ate the fries over there, and they have so much garlic. If you smell something, it's me. So it's about the program. The program is the core of everything. Thank you so much for Juliane Bistri, Nadrin Küsel, Enrique Torres, Caroline Sophie Moye. So come on the stage, the first part of the program team. Please come on stage, you four. Bravo. And then Marielle Du, Paulina Wadrutska, Sophie Gundi Wickel. Yeah, bravo. Come here, over here, you know, and over there. So much, we need so much time. So hands up. Thank you so much. The program was amazing. In addition, Nils Bokelberg, Anna Dushime. I don't know if you can come, you know, take it slow. Nils, bring her up. The moderation of the program, amazing. And so also for the stage hosts, I will call up Pascal Posler. Thank you. Pascal Posler, are you here? Pascal, thank you for all the stage hosts. I've been told that the stages were managed amazingly. We can't call on the stage everybody of the dozens of people. So, Rike Tesch, Rose Benge, Dorin Klinger, Max Pro, Paul Schmidt, Nina Scafidi, all for the production. Come on stage, please. Thank you. That was amazing. Bravo. Nico, I haven't called you. Great that you're here. Next, Erik Kumstedt, Jenny Rode, Jette Steyer, Matze Karl, Piet Baumgarten. Yes, another round of applause, please. We've got enough space on the stage, so come to the front. Without the partners, team organization, under the lead of Elke Allenstein, nothing would be here. There would be no organization. We wouldn't have money, cash from Elke, Nastya Kreft, Tim, Andreas Francis, Bea Skiadopoulos, Tim Locke, Andreas Bögner, Francis Meyer. You would have said, yeah, you can't translate that. So now we have communication. Rebecca Krumm, she's been working with us for quite a while. Katrin Werner, Matthias Adler, Paul Berschik, Press Paul. So as you know them. Thank you. Kristen Jansen for IT. Nobody knows how you can manage that, but together with Andreas Goldstein, you've done the IT, you manage it. That's amazing what you bring to the team. Great. This time more than ever, can someone remind me? We wanted to do it next time. We wanted to ask me anything with the designers because there were so many questions and so much positive feedback. I thank you very much for the team from Fatik Design, Norman Palm, Alex Wimpelmann, Max Lindschmidt, Toby Cornish. That's not to taken for granted what they managed. So amazing. Thank you. Thank you for coming to the stage. Norman. Amazing cardigan. What stays? Let's talk about cash for the finance team. Nicole, Sandra, and Benjamin. Nicole Herschel-Jäger, Sandra Wohlan, Benjamin Techen. That's the Republica team from this year. And whomever I forgot, I have to give them, invite them for dinner. So more wasn't on the team, on the list. So thank you. The most amazing applause you can imagine. Thank you to the Republica team 2023. And the nice thing, we see you on the Kiez in Hamburg. Have a great evening. I have to cry all the time, and it gets worse when you get older. If you're very young, you cry all the time, but when later you cry too. Yeah. My respect to you all. It's great. My stupid watch brought me two warnings. One is like the sound level is very high, and second, you reached your walking goal today. 400%, yes. I have no idea up to today how you set that up. So those who get invited by me. Paul Schmidt for the volunteer management. Paul, I'm so sorry. Paul performed so much. He was here for the thing. And Toby, who is Toby? You were a volunteer. Toby. Did we forget someone else? Can happen. I'm so sorry. There's people who've been there for a while. With you. There's people who've been here for the first time. You have a problem. What? Because you will think, what the fucking fuck will happen here? Because obviously you should be singing. Please. We sing together.
So, die Zugabe gibt es gleich noch mit Synchronschwimmen und dann blond und noch DJs danach im Festsaal. Also bleibt, geht noch nicht.
So there'll be an encore, there will be various DJ sets. So have a nice evening and goodbye. And I have no idea whether anyone is still listening, but if you are, goodbye from the interpreters team as well. We collected some nice stats too, but we'll keep them secret. Bye-bye.
Bis bald. Habt noch einen schönen Abend.